He responds on the anti-Hindu slogans, attacks Arvind Kejriwal, says cannot embolden such elements. A very clear message coming from the INB minister. And there's a big setback for China. Formula One has confirmed the 2023 Chinese Grand Prix will not take place due to the ongoing difficulties that are presented by the COVID-19 situation. The breaking news coming in, the protests have gone out of hand in China. China has faced, remember, a big global setback. And therefore, the Chinese Grand Prix has now been cancelled. It's not going to take place. It's a big breaking news that's coming in as we are speaking and as we're going to try and get people. We'll also tell our viewers that as we are speaking, the protests in China are getting bigger. Let me go across to my colleague Ankit, who's joining me live from the newsroom. Ankit, Chinese authorities are trying to maintain a tight grip on the country's internet via a complex, multi-layered censorship operation. But the protest images that have come out show that many are on the streets protesting against the government. Now the 2023 Chinese Grand Prix has also been cancelled due to the ongoing situation.
About the Chinese Grand Prix being cancelled, it's scheduled to take place in April. So a full 5 months before that, the authorities that run F1, the FIA has already decided that they will not be able to hold the Shanghai Grand Prix this year for the 4th year running because, and they say, they would not be given exemptions from quarantine requirements in the event of suffering a COVID-19 infection. This is a direct result of China's zero COVID policy. And that's not it. Like you rightly pointed out, there are protests on the ground and online over this. In the latest development rhythm, there is a top Chinese media mouthpiece spokesperson who has also openly turned against Xi Jinping. This is a gentleman named Hu Jixin, who was the chief editor of the Chinese Global Times, a state-run newspaper, and he himself has now turned against Xi Jinping. He says that he is willing to put up with the threat of COVID for a month for young people's colorful youth and for people from all walks of life to not suffer pay cuts. He says he's 62 years old and he's willing to bear the risk of the COVID severity rate. So here is a person who has for years and years, and he has become famous on social media for peddling the propaganda of the Chinese Communist Party, and he too now has turned against Xi Jinping. Meanwhile, the A4 blank paper protests that have been seen on the streets and roads and the big town squares of China have only grown. They have in fact taken a route online. People are now sharing on Chinese social media these white squares that indicate that they want to protest. The Chinese censors are fighting them back. What we are seeing is that the Chinese netizens are using all kinds of methods to escape the censorship, the automated censorship. They are posting things that have homonym relations to Xi Jinping. So he's called Shrimp Moss and they're opposing him everywhere.
That's right.
So big developments in China, Rhythm.
Absolutely. Ankit, I want you to stay on with us. I also want to go across to our senior executive editor Abhishek, my colleague Abhishek. I want you to put this into context for us. Earlier in the day, you also got us this news about how the Chinese MOFA was objecting to India-US military exercises. It is first time for them to put their own house in order, where there's an open dissent that's being seen against Xi Jinping's policy. Chinese media stooges are mocking the zero COVID. In fact, what Ankit said is so clear, Abhishek. Shrimp Moss is the code for Xi to step down. There is a resentment, factory sports, Chinese mouthpieces. Everywhere we are seeing they're facing a global setback. And the latest, of course, being the Grand Prix will also be cancelled.
Oh, absolutely, Ridham. You know, this is unprecedented. This is never before seen in China, at least since 1989, these kind of protests or the scale of protests. Xi Jinping must be surprised that this is happening within 6 weeks of him getting anointed as General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party for the 3rd term, which itself is something which has happened only second time since the Chinese Communist state came into being in 1948. So in that sense, I think this is clearly a sign of suppression really reaching a level where it stopped giving dividends and in fact is now into negative territory insofar as relationship between the Chinese Communist state and its citizens goes. Remember, Xi Jinping studied in Tsinghua University, and Tsinghua University has been at the forefront of these protests to a level where they had to prematurely call off the classes and declare winter holidays even as the winters are to set in, and the dates were still about a week or more away. So in that sense, we get an idea of the unrest that's happening in China. We have seen protests panning out not just in one pocket here and there, but across the country, which began with Urumqi in Xinjiang, but that could have been dismissed as one-off given the fact that it otherwise also is a troubled region. But then the protests have taken place not just in Urumqi, but in Beijing, in Shanghai, in Xi'an, in Wuhan, in Guangdong, and that really shows that the nerve centers insofar as China's trade activity, business activity goes in Shanghai, in Wuhan, in Guangdong, even those are affected, which means the citizens perhaps have come to a conclusion that the zero COVID policy and the consequent or related or connected state repression is something that they have to call the bluff of. Remember, Rhythm, the Chinese state might be a little apprehensive or worried that because of the zero COVID, all these citizens perhaps might have lower immunity levels. And that's the reason why, even after deciding that they have to gradually open up, and for which about a fortnight back the Chinese Communist state came out with a 20-point program, they were hesitant.
That's right.
And that has led to these kind of protests. So I think the citizens thought that despite the fact that a provision has been made to open up, the state is not opening. And that's the reason why these protests on the Chinese streets across the country, and the impulsive, repressive response coming in from the Chinese state.
Absolutely. And as we see no Chinese Grand Prix, we also tell you the inhuman clampdown in China is now getting global attention. It is time. The COVID-0 policy fallout is clearly seen and spelt out. I thank Abhishek and Ankit for joining us on this breaking news. The other top focus in the breaking news that's coming in, Bollywood actor Nora Fatehi appeared before the Enforcement Directorate to record her statement in a connection with a 200 crore money laundering probe against conman Sukesh Chandra Shekhar. She has been quizzed by the Enforcement Directorate for 5 hours. And before I go across to more details about what's been happening as she's been quizzed by the central agency, we first go across to a sequence that our colleague Piyush Auri has played, and he confronted her at the ED office. Watch on.
Nora, did you receive some gift from Nora, did you receive gift? Nora, did you receive gift? 1 minute.
1 second, move the mic from my face.
Nora, did you receive gift from Sukesh Chandra Shekhar?
No.
Okay.
Thank you, take care, bye.
So they has.
Bye.
Thank you. Nora, did you receive some gift from Nora, did you receive gift? Nora, did you receive gift? 1 minute.
1 second, move the mic from my face.
Nora, did you receive gift from Sukesh Chandra Shekhar?
No.
Okay.
Thank you, take care, bye.
So they has.
Bye.
Thank you. Nora, did you receive some gift from Nora, did you receive gift? Nora, did you receive gift? 1 minute.
1 second, move the mic from my face.
Nora, did you receive gift from Sukesh Chandra Shekhar?
No.
Okay.
Thank you, take care, bye.
So they has.
Bye.
And I want to go across to Piyush Auri, who's joining us live from the ED office. Piyush, a huge congratulations. Even as she's walking out after 5 hours, it is you who actually asked that very critical question to her. And it is in the question that the answer was very critical. She gave a simple answer, smiling no. But it's very evident that therefore she's, before the Enforcement Directorate, denying any links with Sukesh Chandra Shekhar. I first want you to tell us what's been happening since morning, and then we go across to all the breaking news on the story.
So yes, thank you so much, Rhythm. But does this simple answer of saying no really reduce the troubles of Nora Fatehi? It will be interesting to know that what stance now ED is going to take on this investigation, in which not only Nora Fatehi but also Jacqueline Fernandez, another Bollywood starlet, is being investigated. Now, what we know is that Bollywood starlet Jacqueline Fernandez has already been made as the co-accused in this 200 crore money laundering case, in which the prime has carried on for 5 hours and has just ended. It will be interesting to know that will ED now take a tough stance against Nora Fatehi? Will Nora Fatehi be made an accused in the case? Because there have been some very startling revelations that have come from the sources. First, there has been a communication link that has been established between Nora Fatehi and Sukesh Chandrasekhar through WhatsApp chats. There is again that event which was attended by Nora Fatehi from the proceeds of crime by Sukesh Chandrasekhar in Chennai, which has come to fore. And lastly, just like Bollywood starlet Jacqueline Fernandez, it has again come to fore that Nora Fatehi too was beneficiary of receiving some expensive gifts from Sukesh Chandrasekhar. So yes, right now Nora Fatehi seems confident. She, in a very smiling manner, said no to our question, in which she clearly denied that she did not receive any gifts from Sukesh Chandrasekhar. But then it's going to be interesting to see that will ED take any stern action against Nora Fatehi, or will she just be made a witness in this 200 crore money laundering case, in which the prime accused is Sukesh Chandrasekhar but the co-accused is Jacqueline Fernandez. Back to you in the studio.
Yes. Thank you, Piyush, for seeing that questioning and giving us that perspective.
The AIADMK party, the leading opposition party in the state, is conducting a hunger fast in the district of Coimbatore. The party's new interim general secretary, Edapadi K. Palaniswamy, who's also the opposition leader, is leading this hunger fast in Coimbatore, which is entirely against the ruling DMK government. And this hunger fast demonstration is mainly against the recent price hike of milk in the state, as well as the hike in the EB tariffs, the improper road facilities in Coimbatore district, as well as all the development projects that are currently under a pause in the district of Coimbatore. The other leaders of the AIADMK party, including MLA from the Coimbatore district, SP Velumani, and other important leaders, are also taking part in this hunger fast that is being conducted today, which is a demonstration to oppose, go against all the improper decisions and improper projects that are not being continued in the district of Coimbatore. This is Vashni Ramu along with camera person Dilip for Republic TV.
And coming up after a short break, anger among Sikh community. 1984 riot accused Congress star campaigner Jagdish Tytler has been chosen for the MCD elections to campaign for the Vadra Congress. And almost a fortnight after assault on restaurant staff in Bengaluru, BJP's Neta's son is still absconding. Much more after a short break. Stay on with India's favorite news channel, Republic TV.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker, and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
This These are the Kashmiri Pandit. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 90s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Bihar region. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners? 89 out of the 180.
Controversial slogans emerge on JNU campus. That's the graffiti. Sangees go back to your shaka. Brahmins not welcome. There will be bloodshed. What's going on? Top union ministers respond to the controversial graffiti on JNU campus, say there is an attempt to divide people, divide students on campus. Jagdish Titler officially campaigning for the Congress party ahead of the MCD elections. The 1984 riot tainted Titler is a star for the Congress party. The VVIP brat in Karnataka still on the run, absconding 11 days after assaulting eatery staff. The video is clear. Goldie Brar, wanted in the murder of Sidhu Moosewala, has been detained in California. And top leaders who switched sides before the elections in Punjab, including Captain Amrinder and Sunil Jakhar, have been elevated by the BJP to the national executive. Getting in some breaking news now from Hyderabad in Telangana, where Y. Sharmila of the YSRTP, now she's been confronting the KCR government for the last few days in Hyderabad. She's met the DGP of Telangana today, saying that she was manhandled and that there was brute force being used by the police. Sharmila spoke to the media. Republic TV was there, asked her a couple of questions on what she had to say in her letter. There was a memorandum that she also submitted. Let's listen in.
Well, now we are here joined in by YSRTP Chief Y. Sharmila. Ma'am, you have given a representation to the DGP of Telangana in regard with your Padyatra and also various other issues which has recently happened. What do you have to say on that?
Well, we came and explained. We are here at the DGP office to ask for protection. The court has already given us a prior order, plus we've taken a fresh order again in the light of all the recent developments. So we've come here to ask for protection for the law and order, to maintain the law and order. So yes, they have responded very positively. They said they will do their best. And also, I have personally taken it upon myself to report of the police brutality in this state. They say they are friendly police, but they are friendly only to the TRS party. To the general public or to the opposition, all we see is police brutality. There was no need whatsoever to pull our people out of the vehicle, take them to the station, beat them up inside the station. These are not people who have committed heinous crimes or murders. These are just traffic violations. You had to slap sections upon us, you did it. You even asked for remand, though there was no reason for remand for traffic violations. My question is, why are you acting like you're serving the TRS party. The people, the state is paying you money, salaries. You do not need to lose your self-respect. I told them, if you continue acting like this, the police department will lose the confidence and the respect of the people. They said they will look into it.
Going across to Aneri, it's been a bit of war of words between the YSRTP chief, Y. Sharmila, and the KCR government. She's met the DGP. Has she begun a Padyatra again? Has she continued with it?
Well, Niranjan, we have been seeing how there has been a massive face-off which has been going in the last 1 week here in the state of Telangana between the YSRTP and the ruling government, that is the TRS here in the state of Telangana. But now when we talk about YS Sharmila, she has now met the Telangana DGP and given a representation to him in regard with all the incident which has taken place, let it be from Warangal to Hyderabad, where she was trying to protest, but then also she has pointed out about the police brutality is what she says. And also at the same time, now what we are being told is that Y. Sharmila will be once again starting her Padyatra from 4th of December, that is day after tomorrow. Y. Sharmila will once again begin her Padyatra, and that will be for almost 10 days long Padyatra she is going to start. And for that also she has once again taken permission from the DGP of Telangana. However, the High Court of Telangana had given green signal for YS Sharmila to continue with her Padyatra, as it was stopped because of the protest which we had seen on Monday, which had broken out in Warangal, and then there was a massive face-off which we had seen here in Hyderabad also. So now Telangana DGP also, YS Sharmila continues to state that we have got a positive reply from the DGP in regard with this, but also at the same time, not to forget, Niranjan, YS Sharmila had yesterday met the Telangana governor Tamilisai Soundararajan and also gave her details about what exactly transpired and how she was being towed by the police officials from Somajiguda to the police station. And also we have been seeing how there were charges or there were various sections which were being put on against YS Sharmila. So now definitely face off between YS Sharmila and the TRS continues, whereas the TRS say that it is very small party here in the state of Telangana, it would not make much difference. So now it all remains to be seen how this will go forward, because YS Sharmila will once again begin her Padyatra from 4th of December, that is day after tomorrow.
Thank you for that. Let's move on. In fact, Aneri, stay with me because we have another story from Hyderabad where she's reporting from. But let's get you that exclusive story. Republic TV told you a few days back that an actor called Vijay Devarakonda was questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, he was questioned for several hours, after which when he left the ED office in Hyderabad, he said he was being questioned or called by the ED because of his sheer popularity. Now, there are details emerging with Republic TV. We have some details of the investigation and why he's being questioned. Now, Vijay Devarakonda, who acted in a movie called Liger. Liger was the movie that he acted in last, which was a big flop. It was a big flop movie. Budget was about 125 crore rupees. But we are hearing that the dubious funding of the film is now under the scanner. We've accessed the full details. The investigation spotlight is around 60 to 70 crore funding, which was received by the producers of Liger. My colleague Aneri continues to be with us. Shravan broke the story, so I'm going to go across to Shravan in just a bit. I'll get Shravan also on the story. Aneri, but he claims he's being called because he's popular. Aneri, but we have details about how 60 to 70 crore funding was received by Liger's producers Puri Connects. Some more details that we're getting in that Puri Connects LLP is run by director Puri Jagannath and also this actor called Charmi, and both of them have been examined by the ED. And on actor Vijay Devarakonda and the funding, the ED sources say that the actor took much lesser remuneration for the film, which they find suspicious. They say that there could be something more to this. Some political links are also emerging. Some Benami companies also being probed. These are investigative details that we've gathered. Shravan is on the phone line. Aneri, be with me. Let me just quickly take a question with him. Shravan, what do we know? Why is he being questioned?
Well, in fact, as far as the actor is concerned, remember, the concerns that have been raised is the fact that as far as the remuneration of the actor in this film goes, he's taken much lesser than what he takes in other cases or in other films. Secondly, there are certain real estate companies that have been floated by the actor in which he's not a director, but he holds shares. But this case essentially stems from the fact that the initial funding that was received by this company called Puri Connect LLP, which is essentially run by director Jagannath Puri and aspiring actor Charmi, they received roughly about 30 to 40 crore rupees. What is suspicious here is that this company does not have any experience per se, or for that matter, any past project. Despite that, there was a sudden inflow of money that came in roughly around about in 2020 when the film had basically started. At that point in time, about 30 to 40 crores came in, and it came in from about 100 bank accounts. It wasn't a one-time transaction. There was smaller amount that was coming in, totaling to about 30 to 40 crore rupees. There were about 100 such bank accounts to begin with, and most of these bank accounts turned out to be Benami bank accounts, and that is exactly where the ED has now stepped in. We were given to understand that initially it was about a FEMA violation, but it goes way beyond that. Right now, the Enforcement Directorate is looking into a money laundering case and not a FEMA case. However, having said that, they're also looking into certain foreign transactions that have taken place because foreign technicians, as well as Mike Tyson, who was brought into the project, and foreign transactions have taken place, which they haven't been able to explain so far. So how the payments have essentially been made, attracting FEMA violation.
Thank you for that, Shawan. Quickly going back to Aneri. Aneri, he was questioned for what, 9 hours? 9 hours a few days back. Now he says he was targeted, right? Or at least that's what he tried to hint when he said that he's popular and the number of fans are sort of making some people nervous. Obviously, there was a political comment that he was trying to make there, right?
That's right, Niranjan. Vijay Devarkonda, who is the lead actor in the film Liger, which was recently released, and also at the same time, Enforcement Directorate had questioned Vijay Devarkonda for almost 9 to 10 hours, and also at the same time, after coming out from the Enforcement Directorate office, he had addressed the media where he had stated that this is all your love and affection, and so there are sometimes side effects of this. So we have been called for the questioning, and I will definitely cooperate with the investigation, and also will go ahead with the investigation and the questioning which is being asked by the Enforcement Directorate. And also at the same time, he continues to state that this is an experience and it's live. So all of this goes on is what Vijay Devarkonda had stated on Wednesday when he was questioned on the day. He was questioned for near about 9 to 10 hours is what we have been told. And also at the same time, now the larger question remains is that because this movie had almost costed about near about 100 crores. So definitely a larger question remains is that from where did the funding come from? Because most of the shooting of the film was done in the foreign countries, and also at the same time now the 60 to 70 crores which we are pointing out, the Puri Connects link also remains to be seen, because now enforcement, as per Vijay Devarkonda, what he had also on the other day stated that when that he has not been asked to come once again, but now we'll have to see, because Enforcement Directorate had asked him to get few documents, so now they will be examining these documents and then further look into it. And also not to forget, a few days back, Charmi, who is the actor and the producer for the film, Puri Jagannath, had also come for the Enforcement Directorate office for the questioning in connection with this film Liger. So definitely we'll have to wait and watch in regard with what further investigation will come out and what further revolutionary things come out of this film Liger, because it has costed near about 100 crores for this movie which is being made, which was made few months back.
Right. Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
इस साल में शादी कर लेते हैं, लड़कियां 18 साल सरकार ने इजाजत दी, उसके बाद शादी कर लेते हैं। वो लोग 40 साल से पहले 1, 2, 3 इलीगल बीवियां रखते हैं, वहां बच्चे होने नहीं देते, उनका खर्चा वो बजाते हैं, मजा उड़ाते हैं। उसके बाद 40 साल के बाद माँ बाप ने मजबूर किया या कहीं फंस गए तो एक शादी कर ली, उसके बाद 40 साल के बाद बच्चा पैदा करने की सलाहियत कहाँ रहती है? तो कैसे उम्मीद रखते हैं कि वहां से इतने बच्चे बढ़ेंगे? तो जो लोग टाइम पे फर्टाइल जमीन के ऊपर आप जब मिट्टी डालोगे और दवा डालोगे तो वहां से तो धान ही धान उगेगा, खेती अच्छी होगी, लहान होगी, तरक्की होगी। तो उनको भी अपनाना चाहिए मुसलमानों के इस फॉर्मूले को कि अपने बच्चों को, जवानों को 20-22 साल में शादियां कराओ, लड़कियों को 18-20 साल की उम्र में शादियां कराओ, फिर देखो आपके यहाँ भी कितने बच्चे पैदा होते हैं। लेकिन 2 नंबर ही धंधा मत करो।
What on the VVIP Brad on the run, getting you details from that story in Bengaluru that shocked the entire country. Look at that, BJP leader's son still on the run. Goldie Brar has been detained in US. He's wanted in the murder of Sidhu Moosewala. It's a big story. He's been held in California. We have all the details.
मेरी नजरों से चुना, तेरी हरकतों से सुना,
वो सपना जो बुना तुझे लगा गुनगुना।
कभी जीती तू, कभी मैं हारा, फिर भी खूबसूरत है ये नजारा, क्योंकि इसमें है खुला
कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा।
इसलिए ग्रीन लैम लैमिनेट्स, सपने आपके, लैमिनेट्स हमारा। अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा।
Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquor Gate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam. Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? The entire disputed land will be handed over to the Hindu parties to make a Ram temple.
The mental torture of Jadhav that is consistently happening there, it's a very clear indication about how these confessions are actually doctored and taken. Delhi High Court has said the riots in 2020 evidently did not happen in the spur of the moment.
We see a split verdict in the Supreme Court. The one thing that needs to be understood is what is going to happen ahead.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV. Getting these pictures, very dramatic pictures coming in from Muzaffarpur in Bihar, where CTET aspirants created ruckus during Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar Tejasvi Yadav's public meeting. Details coming in. Prakash, my colleague, is joining us. This is something that's been ongoing for several weeks and months now. Prakash, it's reached Nitish Kumar.
Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi Yadav were addressing a bipole election rally here in Bihar in the Purni Assembly constituency. And in the visuals, we can see the chairs are being hurled by the CTET and BTET applicants. And they have been demanding the regularization of the post so that the vacancies could be created. And some of the groups had barged into the rally and were expressing their anger to regularize the vacancies. But it has been going on for quite some time, and when Tejasvi Yadav was the leader of the opposition, these people used to meet him quite oftenly, and they were given assurances that as and when he joins the government or becomes a part of the government, or when he gets the opportunity, justice would be done to them. But that's what they were expressing their anger, and we can see in the visuals that chairs being hurled in the rally there in the presence of Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi Yadav.
Stay with these pictures, Prakash. Pretty dramatic, the pictures that are coming in. In fact, in some of these visuals, you can also see that teacher candidates, basically they're CTET and BTET teacher candidates who stormed the rally and the meeting of Chief Minister of Bihar, Nitish Kumar. And this was a rally ahead of the by-polls. Election between the two giants for a by-election scheduled for the 5th of December. Voting will take place, that is the counting for this by-poll will take place on the 8th of December. He was addressing the rally. This is in Kurhani Assembly. We are hearing, and the Chief Minister of Bihar was delivering an address, faced sloganeering by the CTET, BTET teachers, the candidates. They've heard sloganeering against the Chief Minister, and the teacher aspirants launched an attack on the Bihar Chief Minister, raising slogans, saying shame on Nitish, etc. Some even hurled chairs towards Nitish Kumar, is what we are seeing in these videos. There was also hearing of also some chanting of slogans that was captured on cameras and on the mic, and there was a huge ruckus. We're hearing that Nitish Kumar supporters also responded, and both sides threw chairs at each other. Finally, somehow, as per the reports that are emerging, hearing that supporters of the Chief Minister successfully then somehow forced these teachers to step back. More on the slogans at JNU campus, very controversial, back-to-back breaking reactions coming into it. Stay tuned. Top posts for Captain Amrinder and Sunil Jakhar, former Congress leaders now with the BJP. They've been elevated to the BJP National Executive.
Will smart manufacturing complement traditional manufacturing processes or replace them entirely?
India will be able to contribute approximately 5% of the global market in terms of when we talk about additive manufacturing.
What kind of opportunities does it hold for the BTech students?
Amrita University, I would say, is ideal for students who come into manufacturing, additive manufacturing.
To know more, watch Amrita School of Engineering presents Shaping the Future of India this weekend, only on Republic TV.
These are the Kashmiri Pandits. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 1990s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Baharich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshul arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners? 89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters as Gujarat goes to polls. Live coverage minute by minute all day today on Republic.
Top stories from across the country now. Union Minister Anurag Thakur speaking to Republic TV on the campaign trail in Delhi ahead of the MCD elections, reacted to the JNU controversy, saying some wanted to divide India.
जिसने भी ये हरकत की है उसके खिलाफ कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई विश्वविद्यालय के अधिकारियों को करनी चाहिए। और ये मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूँ कि ऐसी सोच को पनपने ही नहीं देना चाहिए जो समाज में तनाव पैदा करते हों। और ये वही स्थान है जहाँ पर आपने देखा होगा कुछ साल पहले भारत के टुकड़े हजार इंशाल्लाह इंशाल्लाह के नारे लगते थे, जहाँ पर अ कंट्री विदाउट अ पोस्ट ऑफिस के पोस्टर चिपकाए जाते थे, यानी कि देश का नामो निशान मिटाने की सोच रखते थे। ऐसी सोच को पनपने नहीं देना चाहिए, देश विरोधी सोच है। और मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है वहाँ के अधिकारी जो भी इसके पीछे उसके खिलाफ कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई करें।
Union Minister Meenakshi Lekhi also reacted to the casteist hate slogans at JNU, saying divisive forces were at play on campus.
I mean, I feel usage of any derogatory word against any community is a bad thing and should not happen. We are all Indians, and Indians need to stand by each other irrespective of their caste, color or creed. I mean, if you see my surname, it's Lekhi. A few hundred years ago, we'd given up the caste system.
The BJP today appointed former Punjab Chief Minister Amrinder Singh, Captain Amrinder Singh and Sunil Jakhar, as well as its former Uttar Pradesh President Swatantra Dev Singh as members of its national executive. There were more decisions that were made and some surprises as well, as the BJP named former Congress spokesperson Jaivir Shergill as its national spokesperson. The party said in a statement that was issued, Jaivir had quit the Congress a few months ago. Bollywood actor Nora Fatehi on Friday was quizzed at the Enforcement Directorate office in the 200 crore money laundering case involving conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar. She was quizzed for over 5 hours. On the 15th of September, Nora was quizzed by the Economic Offences Wing or the EOW of the Delhi Police for more than 4 hours, along with Pinky Irani, who reportedly introduced Nora and Jacqueline Fernandez to the jailed conman Sukesh.
Nora, did you receive some gifts from Nora, did you receive gifts? Nora, did you receive gifts? 1 minute. 1 second, move the mic from my face. Nora, did you receive gifts from Sukesh Chandrasekhar? No. Okay.
Sources have informed that top Chhattisgarh bureaucrat in Bhupesh Baghel government has now been arrested. Deputy Secretary in the office of Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, Bhupesh Baghel, his name is Soumya Chaurasia, has now been arrested in the coal extortion case. The Deputy Commissioner Chaurasia is one of the top bureaucrats in the Baghel office. He's now been arrested. ED suspects that 500 crore was collected as coal levy in 16 months. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann said Canada-based top gangsters Goldie Brar, the alleged mastermind in the killing of Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala, has been detained in California, United States.
गैंगस्टर, तो गैंगस्टर पैदा करने वाले कौन थे? गैंगस्टर पैदा हुए अकाली और भाजपा की गवर्नमेंट में, उनको पनाह दी, बढ़ावा मिला कांग्रेस की सरकार में, कैप्टन की सरकार में। अकाली और भाजपा की सरकार में जेल ब्रेक होती रही कि हाई सिक्योरिटी जेल ब्रेक हो गई, इतने कैदी भाग गए।
Right-tainted Jagdish Titler campaigns officially for the Congress party in Delhi ahead of the MCD elections. They've made him a star campaigner despite all the anger. And more on the VVIP Brat on the Run, getting you that story from Bengaluru.
मेरी नजरों से चुना, तेरी हरकतों से सुना। कभी जीती तू, कभी मैं हारा, फिर भी खूबसूरत है ये नजारा, क्योंकि इसमें है खुला
कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए ड्रीम लैम लैमिनेट्स, कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
These are the Kashmiri Pandit. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 1990s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Bihar. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners? 89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters as Gujarat goes to polls. Live coverage minute by minute all day today on Republic.
Massive controversy as JNU walls defaced with anti-Hindu hate slogans. Anti-Hindu graffiti after Tukre slogan. Who is pushing the hate agenda on JNU campus? AIUDF chief makes communal sexist comments on population debate, faces backlash. One nation, one law debate back after Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, 2 hints at UCC implementation. Republic accesses exclusive details of ED investigation into Vijay Deverakonda's film Liger. And Nora Fatehi questioned by ED for over 5 hours in connection with her links to conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar. Good evening, welcome to This is Exclusive, and today we are going to focus on One India, One Law viewers. The Bharatiya Janata Party government in Madhya Pradesh has now announced that a committee will be formed for the implementation of the UCC in the state. The announcement made by the Chief Minister, this comes a day after Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis too made a similar announcement. UCC would be a possibility in Maharashtra. As we look at this and the debate, and once again, one nation, one law grows stronger, let me also introduce our exclusive guest on This is Exclusive, former member of the Rajya Sabha, noted personality, Dr. Subramaniam Swamy, who's joining us live on UCC debate. Namaste, sir. As we welcome you on the debate, we've seen you several times in the Supreme Court in several PILs. Today, the question, I was going through what you've said, Dr. Swamy, on the UCC. Several times you've said this is favoring, Supreme Court has favored Article 44. What stops India today, Dr. Swamy, from making this a reality? Okay, as Dr. Swami, we're just trying to get in touch with him, viewers. And today this becomes an extremely relevant debate as we're going to try and focus on Maharashtra as well as Madhya Pradesh, both of them making an announcement and hinting at UCC. And even as states are continuing to speak about it, we have to understand how UCC will become a reality. We'll try and get in touch with Dr. Subramaniam Swami, who's now joining us live on the debate on UCC. And as I try and see whether he can hear me, Dr. Subramaniam Swami had earlier stated this must become a reality and its time has come. And as I try and once again patch him, let me first go across to the reactions coming in today. Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan has stated that UCC should be a reality. Let's listen into what he said.
कई बार बड़े खेल हो जाते हैं, खुद जमीन नहीं ले सकते तो कोई आदिवासी के नाम से जमीन ले ली। होता है कि नहीं होता? अरे बोलो रे भैयाओ। और कई बदमाश ऐसे भी आ गए जो किसी आदिवासी बेटी से शादी कर लेते और शादी करके उसके नाम से जमीन ले लेते। आज मैं जागरण की अलख जगाने आया हूं। बेटी से शादी की और जमीन ले ली। मैं तो इस बात का पक्षधर हूं कि भारत में अब समय आ गया है कि एक समान नागरिक संहिता लागू होनी चाहिए। एक से ज्यादा शादी क्यों करे कोई? एक देश में दो विधान क्यों चलेगी? एक ही होना चाहिए। और मध्य प्रदेश में भी मैं कमेटी बना रहा हूं। समान नागरिक संहिता, एक पत्नी रखने का अधिकार है तो एक ही पत्नी सबके लिए होनी चाहिए, फिर ज्यादा क्यों होना चाहिए?
On This is Exclusive, we're joined by Dr. Subramaniam Swami, former cabinet minister, 6-term MP, and someone who's a noted personality, always calling a spade a spade. Dr. Swami, as I welcome you on the show, I asked several times, you've made speeches on the UCC. How soon do you think it should become a reality? Because you and I surely know its time has come.
Yes, the only implementation is it's Article 44 here. So the states making announcements.
We're just going to try and reconnect with Dr. Swami. Viewers, as we try and do that, let us tell you the breaking news that's coming in today on the story where the BJP in 2 states has now hinted that UCC should become a reality. In fact, in Madhya Pradesh, we just played out the Chief Minister's reaction where he said that the committee will be formed for the implementation of the Uniform Civil Code. This comes one day after Devendra Fadnavis, Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister, has also made a similar announcement. If this is becoming a possibility, then how soon can we believe UCC, One India, One Law will be a reality in India? And as we focus on that and try and go back to Dr. Swami, we have to also ask a question whether Shivraj government will be implementing the UCC in Madhya Pradesh. As there is a lot of people opposing it in the political circles, there are more people and more Indians across India saying it's time for the Uniform Civil Code to become a reality. There should be one India and one law. In fact, on Thursday, asserting there are fraud elements, they are marrying women from tribal communities, taking over land. The Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan, pictures on the screen clearly show that he said that there's a decision to form a committee to look into the implementation of the Uniform Civil Code. Now, the opposition is criticizing this. The Vadra Congress sings that this is not something that should be allowed. But addressing the rally, there was Chauhan who said, why should there be 2 laws in one country? There should be only one law. There's a move made in Gujarat, in Uttarakhand, and now in Madhya Pradesh, we are seeing that this too could be a reality. There will be a committee that will be looking into this. We also know that just yesterday, Devendra Fadnavis, Deputy Maharashtra Chief Minister, had made a similar announcement. This is in the BJP manifesto promising UCC, and also in Gujarat, the BJP, as it unveiled the manifesto, had stated the same. Let me first go across to several reactions that are coming in on this, and then be back on the agenda setting interview.
केवल जुमलेबाजी और चुनावी स्टंट है, इसके अलावा और कुछ नहीं है और सत्यता से परे है, सच्चाई से बहुत दूर है। इसलिए दूर है कि मैं उनसे पूछना चाहता हूं कि ट्राइबल का जो कानून है उसके लिए क्या करेंगे? ट्राइबल का अलग कानून है। नॉर्थ ईस्ट में जो अलग कानून चल रहा है उसका क्या करेंगे? ऐसे बहुत सारे रिलीजियस के कानून है जो सबके अलग अलग हैं, तो उसके चलते किस तरह का कॉमन सिविल बनाना चाहते हैं? ये केवल एक भ्रम है और मुस्लिम पर्सनल लॉ को एक ठेस पहुंचाने वाला काम है, केवल एक भ्रमित करना, ताकि एक मुस्लिम पर्सनल लॉ का नाम हाईलाइट करके जो महंगाई, जो भ्रष्टाचार, जो खुद की गलत नीतियां हैं, उससे मतदाता का दिमाग हटाकर ध्रुवीकरण कर चुनाव जीतने का एक स्टैंड है। इसके अलावा कुछ भी नहीं है। इसका मैं घोर विरोध करता हूं।
आदरणीय राहुल गांधी जी स्वरा भास्कर जी को लेकर के, कन्हैया कुमार को लेकर के, सुशांत को साथ में लेने से भारत नहीं जुड़ता। भारत जब जुड़ता है जब 370 समाप्त होती है। भारत जब जुड़ता है जब सीए आता है। भारत जब जुड़ता है जब ट्रिपल तलाक जैसी कुप्रथा समाप्त होती है। आदरणीय, आपके पूर्वजों ने बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर जी के संविधान में जो पुरजोर पैरवी उन्होंने समान नागरिक संहिता को लागू करने की थी, उसको भी लागू नहीं होने दिया है। अब वक्त आ गया है जब एक विधान और एक संविधान और एक राष्ट्र के साथ में हम आगे बढ़ें। सुप्रीम कोर्ट की साहबाना जी को सुप्रीम कोर्ट से जीतने के बाद भी आपने हरा दिया था तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति के कारण से। ये तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति ने देश को बहुत नुकसान किया है। मैं तो आदरणीय कमलनाथ जी से भी निवेदन करूंगा कि उनको भी समान नागरिक संहिता पर अपनी राय को स्पष्ट रूप से जनता के सामने रखना चाहिए।
And joining us on This Is Exclusive, we have Dr. Subramaniam Swamy with us. Dr. Swamy, if you can hear me, he's a former cabinet minister, 6-time MP, someone who's a noted personality and always calls a spade a spade. Dr. Swamy, as we welcome you on the show, the first question to you when we talk about the debate on UCC, we all know it's a directive principle, Article 44, sir. But why are there certain elements in India that continue to say UCC, One India, One Law, should not be a reality?
Well, they can say because they don't want it. But the question is that the Union of India, it is the central government, is bound by the Constitution to implement it. Article 37, which precedes 44, says so. I as an individual cannot go to court and say my fundamental rights are affected if there is a difference between Muslims and Hindus in marriage. But I can't do that under the Constitution because this is in a separate chapter called Directive Principles. And directive to whom? To the government. These are the things you have to implement. And one of them is Article 44, which requires the state to implement Uniform Civil Code. And there's nothing to stop it. Now, states may make statements that only contributes to the atmosphere, but the states can't do it. There's no provision in the Constitution for the states to implement it. It has to be the center, and it has been a part of the BJP manifesto for a very long time. Before that, the Jansang manifesto. So I think the central government should implement it immediately.
Yes. Dr. Swamy, the Supreme Court several times has declared many times Islamic terms such as Shariat, Fatwa have no bearing in this country. Vested interests keep whipping up these passions to stop acceptance of the Uniform Civil Code.
Yes, of course. But, to the credit of the Supreme Court, how many times they have asked the Union of India, the Solicitor General and the Attorney General, when are you going to bring Uniform Civil Code? Because that's a directive from the Constitution for you. And they say, no, we are considering. That's how it has been going on. So the Supreme Court has numerous examples of having said Uniform Civil Code is mandatory for the government to implement, and there should be no delay. So I don't think there is any problem anywhere else except the government's decision to declare that the Uniform Civil Code is coming from January 1, 2023, then it will get implemented. After all, triple talaq has been implemented and there's been hardly any reaction. And I don't think that there'll be any reaction except from the hardliners, but who cares for the hardliners? You can't run a democracy with hardliners.
In fact, in the Supreme Court, the affidavit that has been filed by the Law Ministry says, as and when, Dr. Swami, the report of the Law Commission is received, the government will examine this in consultation with the various stakeholders involved in the matter, and after that, they will come out with a detailed law.
Well, that's buying time. There's no need for any Law Commission on this. It was only one way of telling people, okay, Law Commission is considering it. It's crystal clear what it is there in the Constitution. And if the government wants to do it, they don't need to even wait for the Law Commission's report. They can tell the Law Commission, there's no need, we are going ahead and implementing it. Law Commission is not binding on the government. A Law Commission is only if you are ignorant of the subject, then they go to do research and give you a nice fat report. But here there is nothing. It's only a simple matter that the population is half men, half women, so there has to be uniform civil code.
Dr. Swami, one question that I definitely want to ask you. The AIM-PLB moves the Supreme Court and they say it's not just Muslims but other religious minorities who are also against the Uniform Civil Code. And when they state this, they say that there exist tribal laws in Mizoram, other places, and there is no custom, tradition or law that can be uniformly implemented across the country. What do we say to people who don't believe in one India, one law?
They are all obscurantists. They are living in the past centuries, not in the 21st century. This is not a religious matter. This is a matter of the fact that marriage is according to law. So many things follow from it. How you bring your children, how you give your wealth, and so on. So therefore, the question arises that when there are only, as I repeatedly saying, that when there are 50% men and 50% women, the marriage has to be one woman, one man. And therefore, I don't think that we should worry about all these people who were saying that, because there are people who have got vested interest. They don't want the modernity to come, because then they think that if you start here, then they will move to other things also. And general debate inside the Muslim community, for example, is that if you yield here, then they will go a little further. They will then start saying that you have to wear tika, and you have to wear dhoti, and you have to put a chutia. All these kinds of things are in the debate. I've heard it myself. That where will you stop? I said there's nothing to stop. The Constitution tells me that I have to do it. I must do it.
Absolutely. I have two more questions for you, Dr. Swami. One, of course, being that it's common marriage, divorce, adoption, succession and maintenance laws that will be very critical to see in the UCC. So why is it, you've said this thing earlier also, Hindus get married, one man, one wife, but in Muslims they can be one man, several wives. Isn't this something that's also needed for women, whether it comes to their rights as wives, or whether it comes to marriage laws, or whether it comes to their succession rights?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the sufferers of these kinds of inequalities is women. They don't have any rights, and they can be even. I mean, you can take this one step forward and say that talaq, talaq, talaq. A woman cannot tell her husband talaq, talaq, talaq. But the man can tell. He can get rid of any time his wife and just kick her out of the door and shut the door. So these are all out of date methods, you see. And I think we should not give any much attention to them. We say that the Constitution says this, and you are bound by the Constitution. It's in there in the directive principles. It is a fundamental right for the government, not for the individual, that they must implement it. So Rather than worrying about what these people say, I would say the ball is in the government's court. And the government must deliver because, and especially the present BJP government, because we have put it in our manifesto over and over again. So now let's implement it.
I want to ask you one question more, Dr. Swami. The Article 44 has been put in the Constitution. B.R. Ambedkar has clearly spoken about it. We've also seen Vivekananda speak about it. Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel was very clear. There needs to be one nation, one law as well. You've gone into the history of it. When our forefathers believed this should be a reality, what stops all communities in India from coming together, collecting and saying it's a part of the Constitution, and we all do believe that there should be one law in India?
All Indians, I would say, if you took a poll, you will find that 95% of the Indians would be wanting it. It's only the clerics, fanatics, and those who want to keep the identity of a particular community separate from the mainstream, that you have these kinds of objections. I think we overestimate them. We give them too much importance. We should say this is a requirement of the Constitution and we're going to implement it. Or you bring an amendment and try and get it removed. It's very difficult to remove it from the directive principles. It requires more than 2/3 even to consider removing it. So I think the fault is ours, that we care too much about who's saying what and so on. And I don't think that in the elections it will be adversely affecting any nationalist party at all.
Swami, as we thank you for being with us, the one takeaway we do get is it's the Union of India that needs to act on the Constitution and ensure that this soon is a reality across India. Thank you for your time.
That's right. Yeah. Bye.
Moving on to the other top focus today, viewers, we tell you actor Nora Fatehi was questioned by the Enforcement Directorate for over 5 hours in connection with conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar's case. Today we get you exclusive details of that investigation and interrogation. Sources also reveal she's been questioned on her WhatsApp communication with Sukesh. Before we go across to that, we play out a sequence where my colleague Piyush Ohri asked a question to her, to which she answered. Listen in.
Nora, did you receive some gifts from Nora, did you receive gifts? Nora, did you receive gifts? 1 minute.
1 second, move the mic from my face.
Nora, did you receive gifts from Sukesh Chandrasekhar?
No.
Okay. So there has. Bye. Thank you. Nora, did you receive some gifts from Nora, did you receive gifts? Nora, did you receive gifts? 1 minute.
1 second, move the mic from my face.
Nora, did you receive gifts from Sukesh Chandrasekhar?
No.
Okay. So there has. Bye. Thank you.
Piyush, I come across to you again, and this is very clear that the ED has said she received gifts from Sukesh Chandrasekhar. This is a part of proceeds of crime. She's been a beneficiary of it. For 5 hours, she's been examined today. There are WhatsApp communications between her and Sukesh that have been looked at. What are the details that you are picking up today?
So this rhythm, there are 3 is looking at, was there a WhatsApp communication link between Sukesh Chandrasekhar and Nora Fatehi? The sources in ED say that yes, a communication link between Nora Fatehi and the second major thing which the ED is investigating is that was Nora Fatehi that was sponsored by the proceeds of crime generated by Sukesh Chandrasekhar. There has been an evidence in which it has been found that Nora Fatehi attend an event in Chennai which was sponsored from the proceeds of crimes of Sukesh Chandrasekhar. And the third most important aspect which the ED is examining is that just like another Bollywood starlet, Jacqueline Fernandez, was Nora Fatehi also the beneficiary of expensive gifts being received from the proceeds of crime of Sukesh Chandrasekhar. So these are the three major points which the ED is looking at. So far, Nora Fatehi is the prime witness in this case. But if the investigations of ED goes forward, who knows that just like Jacqueline Fernandez, maybe Nora Fatehi may also become the co-accused in the 200 crore money laundering case in which conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar is the prime accused. Today, there was a 5-hour questioning of Nora Fatehi. When she came out, Republic TV was the only channel to have asked her a specific question, that was she the beneficiary of expensive gifts received from Sukesh Chandrasekhar, in which she, in a very smiling manner, said no. Has it reduced her troubles? Will it reduce her troubles in the future? We do not know. We only know that the ED is going to investigate the matter, and not only ED but the Delhi Police Economic Offences Wing is also investigating the matter. And just few days back, they had arrested Pinky, a close associate of Sukesh Chandrasekhar. So what we can definitely tell you is that there are several investigative theories which is being propounded by in ED and Delhi Police Economic Offences Wing.
Yes, and Piyush, even as the ED's investigation goes on, I have to say to our viewers, we were the only channel to have asked her a question at such times when there are people leaving the premises of the ED. It's very difficult to put in a question to which you get an answer. Piyush did that beautifully when he asked a question about the gifts. She said no, but our sources do tell us that she's possibly received a BMW car and an iPhone through Sukesh's wife in exchange for attending an event. Much more coming up on that story soon. She's been interrogated for 5 hours. Moving on to other top focus today.
रोड शो की बात नहीं हो रही ओपी दास, बल्कि तमाम दूसरे शहरों में भी जहां प्रधानमंत्री गए हैं वहां उनको कई बार तमाम अवसरों पर ऐसा होता रहा है कि जनता स्वतः स्फूर्त पहुंचकर उनको देखने के लिए, उनका अभिवादन स्वीकार करने के लिए, उनसे रूबरू होने के लिए लगातार उनके पास जुटी है। और आज भी कुछ इसी तरह के दृश्य हम देख सकते हैं जब सड़क के दोनों ओर खड़े तमाम लोग, स्त्री, पुरुष, बच्चे, बूढ़े, जवान सब खड़े हुए हैं प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की एक झलक पाने के लिए।
बिल्कुल निखिल, आप देखिए कि आखिर प्रधानमंत्री की इस लोकप्रियता के पीछे वजह क्या है। वजह यह है कि एक तो लंबे समय तक उन्होंने न सिर्फ गुजरात में मुख्यमंत्री के तौर पर अपनी सेवाएं दी, पिछले 8.5 सालों में वो देश के प्रधानमंत्री के तौर पर, और जैसा वो कहते हैं जिन शब्दों में कि वो प्रधान सेवक के रूप में वो देश की सेवा कर रहे हैं।
Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liger Gate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's his 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam.
Mr. Malia, why the question is bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? The entire disputed land will be handed over to the Hindu parties to make a Ram temple.
The mental torture of Jadhav that is consistently happening there, it's a very clear indication about how these confessions are actually doctored and taken.
Delhi High Court has said the riots in 2020 evidently did not happen in the spur of the moment.
We see a split verdict in the Supreme Court. The one thing that needs to be understood is what is going to happen ahead.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri pundits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
These are the Kashmiri Pandit. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 1990s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in...
एक बार अब अपने दर्शकों को फिर से हम बता दें कि प्रधानमंत्री अहमदाबाद के सर्किट हाउस से निकले हैं और ये करीब 10 किलोमीटर का सफर तय करके सरसपुर गांव पहुंचेंगे, जहां पे जनसभा को संबोधित करेंगे। और प्रधानमंत्री कल भी यहां मौजूद हैं। लगातार चुनावी सरगर्मियों में प्रधानमंत्री भागीदारी कर रहे हैं और सीधा संवाद कर रहे हैं जनता से। और ये दृश्य आप अहमदाबाद की सड़कों के देख रहे हैं। हमारे साथ हमारे वरिष्ठ सहयोगी विनोद विनोद जी जुड़ रहे हैं। आइए जरा उनसे हम समझने की कोशिश करते हैं। विनोद जी, हमें सबसे पहले तो ये बताएं कि चुनावी समर है और चुनावी गहमा गहमी है, इस बीच में जो पिछले 8.5 सालों का और अगर उससे और ज्यादा आगे बढ़े पिछले 20 सालों का इतिहास, जो सार्वजनिक जीवन में प्रधानमंत्री का इतिहास रहा है, मुख्यमंत्री के बतौर, प्रधानमंत्री के बतौर, ये देखा गया है कि जब चुनाव
And once again, day 2 of the roadshow that we are seeing, the mega roadshow in the last leg of the campaigning by the BJP, the heavy lifting that is being done by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Now, once again, that roadshow has started and we are once again at another vantage point of that roadshow. And we can expect in a few minutes from now that the Prime Minister will be arriving here as well. This is one of the very famous parts of Ahmedabad. In fact, the symbol, the iconic part of Ahmedabad, which is the Siddhi Sayed ki Jali, in front of which the house of MG as well is there, and we have seen that a throng of people, supporters in fact have also come here and they're waiting in the parts of this particular area of Ahmedabad where we see that here is where the route of the Prime Minister is going to be passing by. And of course we have seen yesterday as well that the mega roadshow that had been organized with 35 vantage points and almost all of the constituencies of Ahmedabad in fact that had also been covered yesterday, and we had seen how the kind of people in fact that had also gathered there yesterday, and today is no different. We see in the second last day of campaigning for the second phase of polling that is underway by the BJP, and the heavy lifting that we have seen Prime Minister do, because even today he had 4 rallies that he had also addressed in the north Gujarat, especially in Patan, and right now as well we are being told that apart from this roadshow he's going to be ending his day of campaigning at another point of a rally that will be organized in Ahmedabad as well. In Saraspur is where the last rally of the Ahmedabad leg of campaigning for the Prime Minister will be organized as well. We have seen through the time of the campaigning, we have seen through the time of the rallies that have been organized, much like these ones, much like this kind of a roadshow that we had seen even yesterday, the kind of campaigning that the Prime Minister has been doing, the kind of reception in fact that he has also been getting from the people of Ahmedabad, from the people of Gujarat. And now we see the similar pictures of the Prime Minister passing by from some of the very important and key areas of Ahmedabad, especially starting from the airport. In fact, he had just arrived in Ahmedabad, and of course he had went to the circuit house in Ahmedabad as well, and then passing by from there he is going to be covering several parts of Shahi Bagh, and which is also near the eastern parts of the city as well. Apart from that, the Delhi Darwaza, which is once again a very iconic place in Ahmedabad, and once again of course passing by a Lucky restaurant that is also a place of a very popular joint, in fact, where people gather as well for... and we see that apart from the Lucky restaurant, he will be passing by from this particular vantage point from the Siddhi Sayed Ki Jali, where we are standing right now, and then he will be going towards the Bhadrakali Mandir as well, and he will be paying, in fact, he will be doing his puja there as well. And of course, post which we will see that from the Bhadrakali Mandir, he will be going towards the venue of the rally. But we do see that the people, in fact, who have already gathered here. And let us also mention that some parts of the city that is of Ahmedabad, these parts of the city that are being covered right now are most of the places where the demography is also the minority community that is more in population, and we have seen the kind of the homework that the BJP had also done as far as these particular areas of Ahmedabad is concerned, and how much vote share that will they also be able to garner is something that the BJP had been talking about. But the Prime Minister getting the kind of response that he does, even in yesterday's roadshow was the same, and we see the similar pictures today as well in eastern parts of Ahmedabad, where we do see that the majority of the people have come out to greet the Prime Minister, to get a glimpse of the Prime Minister as well. To also take a step back and talk about the entire campaigning that has been going on by the BJP, and through the entire campaigning we have seen the Prime Minister carrying out most of the heavy lifting, then be it the campaigning for the first phase of the elections as well. We had seen major road shows that had been organized in Surat as well, and we had also seen in Surat where the Prime Minister in the last few hours had also carried out a major road show, the kind of response that he had gotten. And of course, the first phase of polling has already passed us by yesterday. And yesterday itself, we had seen how even in the constituencies going into polling in the second phase, that is in Ahmedabad and Gandhinagar, there was a road show that had been organized. And apart from that, we have been seeing marathon rallies of the Prime Minister being organized in Gujarat. So in the last 1 month, we have seen major of the rallies that were organized in south of Gujarat, in north Gujarat, specifically in the constituencies that were going into polling in the first phase of elections. And of course, now we are seeing him also carrying out these kind of road shows in the second phase of elections as well. And the kind of narrative that is being set by the BJP is also something to be looked at, since even today, if we look at the Prime Minister's rallies and the kind of speeches that he has said, he has made in those rallies, talking about some of the policy decisions of the government of Gujarat and also the policy decisions of the Prime Minister during his tenure as the Chief Minister as well, recalling those decisions, reminding the people of Gujarat that he is somebody who is one of them. And time again, the kind of tone that we see of the Prime Minister in these rallies is that of reminding the people, reminding the BJP cadre, reminding the booth level worker, each and every booth level worker, that he is not the Prime Minister here in Gujarat, he is their Narendra Bhai. And this is something that he has said in majority of the rallies that he has addressed in Gujarat, then be it South Gujarat, Saurashtra, Kutch region that has already gone into voting, or then be it the second phase of elections in which the constituencies will go into polling, then including North Gujarat, including Central Gujarat, including Himmatnagar, Patan, and all of these places where since yesterday we have been seeing the same tune of the Prime Minister talking to the booth level worker and imploring them to go door to door campaigning and seek blessings from the elders, seek blessings from the people of Gujarat. For the people of Gujarat, who he is not a Prime Minister, he is somebody, in fact, who is their own Narendra Bhai, is something that he has tried to remind the people of Gujarat, remind the cadre of the BJP in Gujarat as well. And we have seen the kind of push that he has made as far as the voter turnout is also concerned, because we do see that from the time of his rallies that were being organized in the first phase of elections, he has been imploring the people to go out and vote. And he had also been making a direct addressal to the first time voters and had been speaking to them about the kind of time that they have not seen in Gujarat. He has been reminding them about the law and order situation. He has been reminding them about the riot situation. He has been reminding them about the lack of development that was, in fact, the development that had been impeded upon by the then UPA government there in the centre when he was the Chief Minister till the time of 2014 when he was serving as the Chief Minister in the state of Gujarat. And time again, even especially today when he was in North Gujarat, specifically in constituencies that go into polling on 5th December, then be it Patan, Himmatnagar, where he has, and also Mehsana, where he has time and time again talked about the water crisis and then has reminded them about the Sujlam Suflam Yojana, and many such examples in fact come to mind when we talk about the kind of rally and the kind of narrative that the Prime Minister had been setting as far as this campaign is also concerned. And we do see some movement. So what we are expecting is, where we are right now, we can expect that the Prime Minister will be arriving here, and we will try to get in a word from several of the people in fact who are standing here waiting for the Prime Minister. What we do see different from yesterday's roadshow is that these are not really BJP cadre. This is not the booth level worker who's here waiting for the Prime Minister. These are common people, the common man in fact, who are here along the entire route of the roadshow, where they are waiting to get a glimpse of the Prime Minister. Of course, we do see some of the BJP cadre as well who is standing here waiting for the Prime Minister to get here. And of course, we see the kind of reception that the Prime Minister is also getting in these roadshows. The 2 days consecutively we see this roadshow that was organized by the Prime Minister, and of course he has been trying to reiterate the point that he is one of them. He is the son of the soil, reminding the people that he is there Narendra Bhai first, meaning to say that he is a Gujarati first, and he's somebody who's worked for the people of Gujarat, and not just the Prime Minister that's what he says in several of his rallies. And along these lines, in fact along this entire line, through this entire iconic location of Siddhi Sayed Ki Jali, which has the logo of Ahmedabad as well, and we see that this is the kind of reception of the people are really giving them. So to speak, we are seeing that this is in fact the heart of the city, in the eastern parts of the city, where we have seen that the BJP had also in the past had concerns about their own performances as far as elections are concerned. And we see that this is why it's important, the kind of roadshow that we are seeing today by the Prime Minister, where he will be meeting and greeting with the local level cadres, and not just the cadre but the supporters of the BJP, the supporter of the Prime Minister as well, speaking to them, waving at them, and also being greeted by them as well, as far as him coming back to these particular areas, these particular constituencies of Ahmedabad is concerned, as we see in the last few hours of campaigning that is being carried out by the Prime Minister. Back to you in the studios.
All right, Priyanka, we were in fact looking at those, two different images on our screens. One is obviously the Prime Minister. This is the second leg of his roadshow in Ahmedabad. And even the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, remember, right now is in Vadodara, and he is also right now in the middle of a massive roadshow. So, Priyanka, it's important again and again to reiterate that any election is also a perception battle. And, more so for a party that's been in the state for 27 long years, to be able to draw such amount of crowds, this energy of the Prime Minister, that no doubt is unmatched, that he's been continuously on the ground, he's been interacting with people. What does that say, Priyanka?
Well, that's exactly right, Deepti. As I was mentioning, through the day, if we look at the itinerary of the Prime Minister, we get to see that there are at least 4 rallies that he's addressing. Even today, we're just talking about today, and we have seen him making rounds in North Gujarat. He was earlier in Patan and has spoken about some of the things that I had been talking about in terms of reminding the people of Gujarat that he is one of them, that he is a son of the soil, and that he is somebody who has worked diligently as their Chief Minister. And he's been trying to send across that message across the rallies that we have seen to the run-up to the first phase of voting as well. Deepti, if we look at some of the rallies, we get to see the kind of pattern and the kind of narrative that we see, which is formed with respect to the Prime Minister's rallies. We'll also keep panning our cameras because we are at one of the vantage points of the rallies, the roadshow, where in fact the Prime Minister will be passing by, and we will try to get in a word from people in fact who are gathered here. We can see that they are waiting for the Prime Minister and to get a glimpse of the Prime Minister as well. Let's get in a word from some of them because we see them in fact waiting here since quite some time. Let's get in a word from them as to what are they really thinking about this entire campaigning, the entire elections. In fact, this is the security route that has already been set for the entire road show. And we will get in a word. In fact, very interestingly, Deepthi, we do have this very iconic place in Ahmedabad, and we see that the House of MG as well. This is the place where, in fact, the Prime Minister has greeted and met with several of the international dignitaries. We have seen that the Japan Prime Minister as well, Shinzo Abe as well, that had come here. He had met and had a dinner with the Prime Minister here in this place. This is the House of MG, and that is the place where, in fact, we see most of the international dignitaries that the Prime Minister greets and meets and dines with is usually here. Let's get in a word from several of the people who have gathered here. In fact, we do have some of the prominent faces here as well, and we are seeing that they are also waiting to greet the Prime Minister. Sir, we see that a lot of the staff of House of MG as well out there, a lot of customers as well that have come out specially to get a glimpse of the Prime Minister. What are you making of this entire campaign? What are you making of the kind of response that we see on the ground?
I think we should now focus on him because he should be arriving soon, But I think it's great, and it's a wonderful thing that he's greeting people. I hope he takes time to...
And he is just passing by from here. In fact, we do see right now in just across from us, passing by from here, and the kind of response that he is getting from the people. And of course, he is covering majority of the constituencies of Ahmedabad in the eastern parts of Ahmedabad specifically, and going towards the Bhadrakali Mandir. In fact, now he is going to the Bhadrakali Mandir, and he will be paying his respects and carrying out a puja as well. The throng of the roadshow that we see, the kind of energy of the people, in fact, on the ground as well, Deepthi, that we get to see in these campaigning rallies, in these road shows of the Prime Minister. In fact, people who have gathered here to get a glimpse as well. Sir, आप बताइए, आप PM के रोड शो के लिए यहाँ पे खड़े उनको देखिए.
मोदी साहब के लिए खड़ा है.
अच्छा, पूरा उन्होंने कल भी इतना सारा रोड शो किया, इतने सारे जगह पे गए. वो किस तरह से आपको लग रहा है कि पूरा कैंपेन चल रहा है बीजेपी का, इलेक्शंस का?
बीजेपी जीतेगी, बीजेपी सरकार बनाएगी हमारी.
आप भी सपोर्टर है यहाँ पे पीएम को देखने के लिए?
हाँ, पीएम को देखने के लिए और मोदी साहब को देखने के लिए.
All right, so we do see some of the supporters here, in fact, across these two alleys, or either sides of the roads, Deepthi, that the Prime Minister's cavalcade is passing by from. We see people, in fact, that have gathered here right in front of that very iconic Siddhi Sayed Jali. And we will try to make our way towards the Bhadrakali Mandir as well, because that's where the Prime Minister will be getting off, and then of course carrying out a puja as well, and then finally culminating the road show and going towards the rally venue where he will address another major rally, and of course perhaps speak about once again the kind of issues that we have been seeing Prime Minister raising in the various rallies that he's organized in the state, specifically in the run-up to the second phase of the elections. Because, Deepthi, we do see that according to the geography, according to the constituencies, the issues also vary. And we see that in the second phase of elections as well, we see the kind of issues that are being raised by the Prime Minister. Talking about the North Gujarat has focused on the irrigation facilities that have been provided by the BJP, the Sujalam Sufalam Yojana. He has time and time again mentioned the Narmada Canal as well. And in 2017, Narmada Canal issue, Deepthi, if we remember, had been at the epicenter of the entire controversy. Narmada Canal was something that had been mentioned by the BJP as something that was a landmark achievement for the BJP government. And not just the BJP government, but for Narendra Modi, since he was the one who had sat on that, remember, a very long hunger strike for the Narmada Canal as well. And we have now seen the issues that are being raised by the Prime Minister as far as the irrigation facilities are concerned. He has talked about them in detail in all three rallies that he's addressed today in North Gujarat. And of course, we are walking towards the Bhadrakali temple, where he will be paying his respects, and he will be meeting with the ground level cadre. He will be meeting and greeting with the supporters of BJP as well. Remember, a very important part of the city of Ahmedabad that he is passing by from, the eastern parts of the city of Ahmedabad, where we have seen that the BJP has also had several meetings to the run-up to the elections as far as campaign strategy is also concerned. And this roadshow, in fact, Deepthi, is a last-minute addition to the itinerary of the Prime Minister. Earlier, he was supposed to go directly to that rally in Ahmedabad. In fact, we see that there's some movement there. And we'll go towards where the Prime Minister is going, where he is in fact in the Bhadrakali temple, and the kind of number of people that have gathered here is also a telling sign of how he is being received in these parts of the city, in the eastern parts of the city as well, where we have seen that the BJP has had strategy meetings as far as the vote share and the vote percentage is also concerned in these particular areas of Ahmedabad as well. And we have also seen in the eastern parts of the city where the majority of the Congress MLAs have also been contesting and winning from and garnering their support. And of course, the vote share of course counts for a very important factor as far as the campaign of the BJP is also concerned. But of course, we're right behind where the cavalcade of the PM is. He has right now just gone to the Bhadrakali temple. He will be, and he has in fact reached the temple right now. He is at the Bhadrakali temple. We are getting those images for our viewers. First on Republic, as far as this mega road show is concerned, where he had started right from the circuit house. He had just arrived in Ahmedabad, and that really goes to tell us the kind of campaigning that the PM is doing. Over the past few days, Deepthi, we have been noticing firsthand on the ground how the Prime Minister has been carrying out these various rallies, back-to-back rallies from morning till late night. We see that he has been addressing various rallies and talking about various issues that concerns the people of Gujarat. He has been having that personal connect, that emotional connect that he usually has with the people of Gujarat, and has spoken to them about some of the issues that concern them. As I had been talking about the time that he had addressed these rallies even yesterday in Himmatnagar, in Sabarkantha as well as Banaskantha yesterday, and we see today in Patan, in other areas as well, in Anand, in Kheda, these areas where he has talked about some of the issues that concern locally there in terms of the North Gujarat population as well, and has spoken about the issues that has been addressed by the government of Gujarat, by the Prime Minister himself. He has reiterated the times of the COVID-19 pandemic. He has reiterated the times of the vaccination drive that has been undertaken by the government of Gujarat as well. He has reminded the people of Gujarat as far as the COVID-19 pandemic era was also concerned, as far as the vaccination drive, and also has spoken about several of the health benefits that had been provided by the government of Gujarat to the people of Gujarat as well, as far as the medical bills are concerned. And very interestingly, we have seen that in all of these rallies, he has time and time again made the directly spoken. He has mentioned in his rallies and directly spoken to the booth level workers, as I was earlier mentioning. But not just that, he has directly spoken to the women voters as well. And he has time and time again talked about how the kind of health benefits that have been given to the women of a family, and he has made a very emotional speech. At least 5 of the rallies that I have been able to count over the last few days, he has mentioned this, that the women of a household suffer in silence, and that for any development to happen, the women of the household need to be empowered. He has time and time again talked about the kind of medical bills that women are concerned about, because of which they don't really speak up about the kind of issues about they might have been facing as well. And of course, we are going to still keep staying with the images of the Prime Minister going to the Bhadrakali temple. And once again, as I had been speaking about the kinds of issues that he has raised with women and with the first-time voters, with the booth level workers, directly speaking to them, and perhaps we can expect something like that of similar lines in today's last rally in Ahmedabad as well, as we track the mega road show of the Prime Minister here on the ground in the eastern parts of Ahmedabad, passing by from areas like Shahi Bagh and then the Delhi Darwaza, and of course going to the Bhadrakali temple right now, and will be culminating the road show in perhaps 20 minutes from now. And I believe our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor is also with us in the studios. Abhishek, over to you, since you have also seen Gujarat very closely. You know the state, you know these areas where he's passing by. If you could also share your insight as far as these particular constituencies are concerned, and what it really means when we look at these pictures of the Prime Minister passing by from these particular areas as well.
I must say you are doing a fantastic job there, Priyanka, and Prime Minister in the pictures we can see is praying at the Bhadrakali temple, almost the presiding deity of Ahmedabad in the old city, and there is also the area which is inside the fort and next to the fort wall, in fact. And I believe the prayers are just getting over, and just goes on to show this road show today that all that Prime Minister is putting in by way of effort, by way of hard work, insofar as BJP's campaign is concerned. Remember, he's the Prime Minister of the country, and I mean, just okay, it's his home state, but the fact of the matter is that BJP is typically seen by most opinion polls as being in comfortable position, and despite that, if he's spending 4 hours on the road, covering 50 kilometers, almost all the assembly segments in Ahmedabad yesterday, and following it up with another road show, almost similar, little less in strength, in length, but covering many of those old city areas, beginning with the Ahmedabad airport and then going on to those old areas, and then Saraspur and this Bhadrakali temple in Ahmedabad. And from here on, he would be moving to Saraspur, and that's a little bit on the outskirts, but that in effect gives you an idea of the kind of effort he's putting in to make sure that people are mobilized, cadres are mobilized, voters are mobilized, obviously in support of his party, which is the BJP. And we have seen as a build-up to the campaign, Prime Minister increasing his visits to Gujarat, inaugurating many of those development projects, owning it up. Essentially, we have seen the campaign really centered around Narendra Modi, which it's not just about Gujarat, which happens everywhere. But the interesting bit is that we saw Prime Minister leading from the front in a state like Bengal, where it was clear that the BJP is not coming to power, taking it upon himself, the entire responsibility. And I believe that's what leaders do. They take the responsibility, the onus of success and defeat upon themselves. So in Bengal, even if the BJP was not coming to power, Prime Minister led from the front, and we are seeing that in Gujarat, where they're comfortably perhaps coming to power. In the pictures, again, the prayers just getting over, and the priests finishing up, just ending the prayers, and now Prime Minister, in fact, leaving after taking the blessings from the priests. Outside in the pictures, these are people waiting on both the sides of the roads. We have seen them come out and greet the Prime Minister. By some accounts, it was about 10 lakh people yesterday, and that's a significant number. That should constitute, in those constituencies, that should constitute a substantial number of electorate, a percentage of electorate in those constituencies. We are also getting it, and also, if you look at it, Prime Minister covering 50 kilometers yesterday and about 15 odd kilometers today. He's out again and back to his carcade in the car, and again he would be engaging with the masses, with the support base of the BJP, and greeting them and taking their greetings. He's someone who's loved. You've been mentioning it all along. It's a mix of the development projects that have been carried out by the BJP, in a way taken forward from where Narendra Modi, the Chief Minister, left after he became Prime Minister. The roadshow has begun again. And one would say, as a political observer, maybe this overdoing that we are seeing by way of roadshows, by way of Prime Ministers, non-stop rallies, 4 or 5 rallies a day, this could also be because there is this thought that nobody could have filled the big shoes of Narendra Modi in the state. We have seen 3 chief ministers after Modi left Gujarat, between Anandiben Patel, Vijay Rupani, and now Bhupendra Patel. Obviously, so there is this thought that people might come to believe that this is a BJP government, but this is not a Modi government, and that's the reason why Prime Minister needs to be seen. And we are seeing that getting reflected in the number of rallies, number of roadshows, and for example, I was noticing that this is the first time perhaps the Prime Minister stayed overnight in a city outside of Gandhinagar because typically he would stay in Raj Bhavan whenever he travels. But this time he spent the night in Surat as well, a very politically significant, sensitive city, having consequences for the Saurashtra region as well, though Surat happens to be in South Gujarat. Local dynamics at play. Remember, just last year, viewers would recall how the Gujarat government was changed lock, stock and barrel, in the sense from Chief Minister downwards, the entire cabinet was replaced with a new one, and almost the entire cabinet did not have any earlier executive experience or political executive experience. On the one hand, it did cleanse the government of any inter-incumbency or perception about inter-incumbency. At the same time, it brought in relative inexperience. So obviously, the burden has to be shared between the Prime Minister and the Union Home Minister, two veterans from the state. And that's why perhaps we are seeing this very heavy-duty campaigning being led from the front by the Prime Minister, fully backed, of course, by Union Home Minister Amit Shah. Prestige battle. So obviously, as it happens, and that's also very typical of the BJP election machinery now, that every election they take it as seriously as they would, irrespective of whether the election is winning or losing. We have seen, for example, Prime Minister traveling when to Home Minister traveling to Hyderabad when the municipal corporation elections happen there. So no election is big or small. Every election faces same hard work, same intensity, and that's what we are seeing in these pictures also, with the Prime Minister carrying out second roadshow in less than 24 hours in Ahmedabad.
Well, that's right, Abhishek. And once again, we see that he is carrying out that mega road show and passing by these very important constituencies, as you were also mentioning, in the eastern parts of the city of Ahmedabad, passing through some of the iconic places of Ahmedabad, including the House of MG, including the Siddhi Sayyid Ki Jali, including this Bhadra temple as well, where he had just passed by from, had gone in and carried out the puja, and then of course will be going towards Saraspur and carrying out the last rally, addressing the last rally in the second last day of campaigning, that is in fact going to culminate in a few hours from now. And we will see even tomorrow that majority, in fact, of the rallies that will also be organized. And we will also get in a word from some of the BJP workers. We have seen them also waiting here, working here. And of course, we have seen some of the supporters as well who had gathered here at the Bhadra temple and had been here through the route of the Prime Minister's roadshow, and had also, had also been waiting to get a glimpse of the Prime Minister, as well as we had seen even yesterday. And we'll try to get in a word from them, because we see that a lot of jubilant faces here, since they have just met with and seen, in fact, the Prime Minister, who has passed by from here. All right, we'll get in a word from them to understand what's really been the kind of mood on the ground as far as the BJP workers are also concerned. अच्छा, आप लोग यहाँ पर वेट कर रहे थे, आप लोग कार्यकर्ता है बीजेपी?
नरेंद्र भाई 2022 में यहाँ पे विधानसभा तो 150 प्लस जीतने के है, और ये ट्रेलर है, पिक्चर था 2024 में। नरेंद्र भाई थर्ड टाइम प्राइम मिनिस्टर बनने के, हर हर मोदी।
आप यहाँ पे बूथ लेवल वर्कर हैं, किस लेवल पे आप काम करते हैं बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता?
युवा अध्यक्ष हूँ जमालपुर वार्ड का, बराबर जैसे देख रहे हैं सब युवा, हर हर मोदी, हर हर मोदी।
तो उसमें किस तरह से प्रेपरेशन हो रही है? कई सारे जो बोलते हैं कि ईस्टर्न पार्ट जो है सिटी का, वो कहीं ना कहीं बीजेपी के लिए मुश्किल होता है, तो क्या किस तरह से प्रेपरेशन हो रही है ग्राउंड पे? बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता क्या कर रहे हैं?
इसलिए अभी जिस तरह का जो सिटी एरिया है, कोर्ट विस्तार है, यहाँ मुस्लिम पॉपुलेशन ज्यादा है, पर अभी जो जिस तरह का नरेंद्र भाई का स्लोगन है, सबका साथ सबका विकास, आप डेवलपमेंट देखिए, रिवर फ्रंट देखिए, मेट्रो ट्रेन देखिए, सब कुछ। और वो लोग भी अब नरेंद्र भाई को चाहते हैं, दिल से चाहते हैं, और हम उनके बीच में जाते हैं तो वो लोग बोलते हैं हम इस बार नरेंद्र भाई को ही जिताने वाले हैं। और ये जो
और ग्राउंड पे कहते हैं कि जो त्रिकोणा इस बार इलेक्शन हो रहा है, आम आदमी पार्टी भी आ गई है, किस तरह से ग्राउंड पे आपको लग रहा है कि बूथ बूथ पे जो वो कैप्चर करने की बात कर रहे हैं, क्या वो कर पाए?
आम आदमी पार्टी का यहाँ पर 82 सीटों पे उसकी डिपॉजिट भी बचा नहीं सकने वाली।
और बाकी के सीट
बाकी की सीट बीजेपी 150 प्लस है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी।
So that really is the sentiment as far as the BJP's ground level worker is concerned, and they have been speaking about how the kind of work is being carried out on the ground as far as these particular areas are concerned, and they are in fact speaking about the kind of work that they are also doing in the run up to the elections. And of course we will see the kind of reaction that we are seeing on the ground as far as the workers, and not just the workers, the supporters in fact that have come here to see and get a glimpse of the Prime Minister. We see more of the BJP workers here who had been gathered, because this is of course the Bhadra temple where the Prime Minister had gone on inside and carried out those puja, that ritual. And but we also see the kind of work on the ground that is being carried out. This time, Deepthi Abhishek, we will have to see the kind of work that is being done on the ground as far as the booth level workers are concerned, as far as the ground level cadre of the BJP is concerned. And important to note that this is the cadre that the Prime Minister had been addressing directly, speaking to them in that minute level management as well, speaking to them about each and every booth and talking about getting 100% voter turnout, A, to begin with, and B, of course, to work on each and every booth for garnering support for the BJP as well. And this is the kind of work that he has directly been speaking about in those mega rallies this time around that we have seen that the Prime Minister addressed. Specifically, even in the last 48 hours, as we saw at least 8 of the rallies that the Prime Minister had addressed, had spoken about these entire issues. Even yesterday, we had seen those things being talked about by the Prime Minister, addressing the booth level workers, addressing the ground level cadre of the BJP, and imploring upon them to go on and carry out their work diligently, because this is something that he has said, that this is the cadre of the ground level, this is the cadre of the ground level party that makes a candidate win or lose, makes or break a candidate. That is the kind of ideology that we have seen that the BJP has been operating about as far as each and every election that we see that is carried out in the state of Gujarat, then be it the 2017 elections, which was of course the more crucial part, the more crucial election. We had seen there was a level of anti-incumbency that the BJP had been facing the last time because of the Patidar agitation, because of the first election being the one carried out in the state when the Prime Minister was in Delhi. He was not the serving Chief Minister of the state. But we have seen that even in last election and even in this elections, even as the Prime Minister has gone to Delhi, he has been talking about how this is the people of Gujarat who have sent him to Delhi, and that even though he's sitting in Delhi, he has not forgotten the people of Gujarat. And that is the kind of connect that we see that the Prime Minister trying to create with the people of Gujarat, with the cadre of the party on the ground as well. And yet again, today as well, we can expect similar lines in the Ahmedabad rally as well. Now, apart from that, this time, as I was mentioning, as compared to the 2017 elections, the kind of anti-incumbency that the BJP had been facing had also been pacified because of the kind of government change we have seen. The serving Chief Minister Vijay Rupani had also stepped down, making way for Bhupendra Patel. The kind of government of Gujarat 2.0 that had been made last year, and since then Bhupendra Patel has been the Chief Minister. The kind of anti-incumbency that the BJP had been facing or had been stating that they are seeing on the ground at least had also been pacified. So that another issue that the BJP feels is not going to be a factor that is going to work against them as well. So all of those things taken into consideration and then looking at them vis-a-vis in terms of the kind of speeches that the Prime Minister is also giving goes to show us a little bit, gets us a glimpse into the kind of strategy and the game plan of the BJP at least for the elections. And we of course are on the ground tracking each and every rally, each and every development as far as elections are concerned. And it is day 2 of the roadshow that is being organized by the Prime Minister in Ahmedabad and in Gandhinagar. All right, and of course we are staying with those images of the Prime Minister, and we are staying with those images of the roadshow that is being organized by the Prime Minister. He had just left from the Bhadra temple and had met with the ground level cadre as well, and he had spoken to the people of Ahmedabad, the people of Gandhinagar and the people of North Gujarat through the day. We had seen at least 3 of the rallies that were organized by the Prime Minister, addressed by the Prime Minister. And the fourth one, the last rally for the day, that is all set to be carried out in Saraspur. In Saraspur, where the last rally will also be organized, will be interesting to see. Abhishek, if you can get me, it'll be interesting to see the kind of issues that the Prime Minister also raises in the last rally, that is Saraspur, that he will be addressing. And of course, post with this rally, we will only have 24 hours more that we will get to see the BJP's campaign, the kind of campaign from all political parties as well. And of course, the second phase of voting that will take place on December the 5th, Abhishek.
Well, yes, so this is what is called pinch hitting in cricket parlance, Prime Minister is doing. In fact, we have seen a roadshow happening by Union Home Minister Amit Shah also earlier in the day in Ahmedabad, and Prime Minister doing it now, and the BJP has really put in all. We have seen the senior most of ministers and the leaders of the party campaigning, and for example, in the case of Rajnath Singh, India's defense minister, he is number 2 in the cabinet, and yet he was seen campaigning door to door. And similarly, we have seen JP Nadda, the party president. Now, what is interesting is, as a political observer, that with all these events, road shows, press conferences, rallies, is the BJP working on a strategy to really crowd out the opposition from media space, and very successfully so, because we are not seeing any events which can be covered similarly for the Congress party. Where are the Congress leaders whom we can cover in a road show during a rally? I mean, apart from a very customary kind of presence that was shown by Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, or absolutely symbolic one-day visit to Gujarat by Rahul Gandhi from coming out of his Bharat Jodo Yatra, which is as of now moving somewhere in Madhya Pradesh, completely skirting an election state like Gujarat or even Himachal. So I think in that sense, what we see is BJP really capitalizing on its leaders, its political assets, going down to the grassroots, engaging with the people. The reverse also needs to be looked at, as I was mentioning earlier, and which is that whether the BJP has some jitters, and this extra hard work, extra effort being put in by all levels of the leadership is because they're a little concerned about the situation on the ground, and some reflection of which came in the first phase of polling, where the average voter turnout was about 4 to 6% less than the last time. And remember, in the first phase of polling, while the South Gujarat region helped the BJP, in Saurashtra it had really struggled. And if on the back of it, the numbers, the polling percentages go down, and if it is believed that because BJP has committed cadres, and apart from that, there are concerns about the motivation levels, then you connect the dots. So whether this hard work is because the cadres are not coming out, or there is a sense of boredom, there is a sense of ennui, there is this thought in the back of the mind of cadres that, oh, there is no opposition, so the party would anyway win, and that's why they are not coming out. That's something for the BJP top leadership to address after reasonably looking at the issue to understand what might have actually happened, whether there is a connection between the lower than expected turnout in Gujarat. Typically, this does not happen. In fact, in assembly elections, Gujarat percentage of vote share, like it happens in any other state, the percentage polling in assembly elections, state elections, typically is a tad higher than the national elections, the general elections to the parliament. And if despite that, in case of Gujarat, in the first phase at least, the numbers have come down, the voting percentages, then one is left wondering why this is happening. And could one reason be that the cadres are not mobilized enough? And if that be the case, then I'm sure there would be some element of concern with the BJP, which perhaps could be discussed, might be getting discussed, in fact, in the state level leadership, why this is happening. I mean, BJP has done whatever it wanted to do or could do for example, by way of completely changing the cabinet, including the chief minister, infusing fresh blood and youngsters. And despite that, if a situation has emerged where there is a voter envy and people are not coming out to vote, then obviously maybe this effort is being done to supplement whatever might happen because of these fluctuating voting percentages. So having said that, as of now on the pictures on your screen, the pictures of Prime Minister carrying out his roadshow, he must be very close to ending his roadshow if he has already crossed the Bhat Kali temple where he stopped by to pray to Goddess Kali, which is also the presiding deity of Ahmedabad. But there are concerns that why the party needs so much of hard work. I mean, it does not take away from the fact that a typical response from the BJP leaders would be that this is how they work, this is how they make sure that every campaign is turned into a prestige battle. Every campaign is turned into an opportunity to work hard. And remember, as BJP's former President and now Union Home Minister Amit Shah is very fond of saying that they start working hard. In fact, that's the philosophy of the party. I have seen JP Nadda, for example, incumbent president, talk about that also, which is that they start preparing for an election or working in a campaign mode even from the day the results are out. So, for example, we have already seen in between the Gujarat campaign, BJP President JP Nadda traveled to Rajasthan and kickstart the campaign with a yatra, even as Rajasthan election is at least a year plus away, and at least a year away towards the end of next year. So I think even as Rahul Gandhi, we have seen of the Congress party failing to provide any direction to the Congress's campaign in Gujarat. We are seeing, despite being in comfortable position, the BJP really campaigning hard. Some of which could be because the trifurcation of votes that's happening this time against an essentially bipolar politics that Gujarat practices. What we are seeing is the entry of Aam Aadmi Party. So whether the BJP believes that it's important that the Aam Aadmi Party does not gain roots, and that's why just to make sure that the focus remains entirely on a very hard campaigning BJP and missing in action Congress party, then let's do that. So in a way, politically speaking, this is an attempt at polarizing the electorate between what constitutes polarizing the electorate between the BJP and which is working hard, and missing in action Congress party, so that Aam Aadmi Party is not there and is in a position to take advantage of existing electoral patterns in the state, where it's likely that if those disenchanted with the Congress party do not see any hope in the Congress party getting any numbers, they might switch to the Aam Aadmi Party. Example of which has been seen both in the Surat Municipal Corporation elections and also the Gandhinagar Municipal Corporation election. In fact, the BJP was a direct beneficiary of the split of votes between the Congress and the BJP, the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party in Gandhinagar Municipal Corporation, and similarly in the Surat Municipal Corporation, where the Aam Aadmi Party scavenging on the Congress Party made BJP increase its numbers both in terms of voting share and seats in leaps and bounds. That's significant, and I believe we are coming to. I think Prime Minister should be reaching Saraspur in just a bit, and he continues to take greetings and continues to connect with people on the ground. Interesting that yesterday we had 10 lakh people coming out on the streets of Ahmedabad, and almost similar pictures now, of course, on a shorter route.
That's right, Abhishek. Once again, we are with those images, of course, of the Prime Minister going towards Saraspur, the last leg of the entire campaigning today, the last rally that he will be addressing today as well. And of course, we are looking at the entire campaigning that the Prime Minister had also undertaken in the state of Gujarat, as of course in the last few months we have seen various visits of the Prime Minister as well coming to the state of Gujarat for various and of course, we had seen him in the run-up to the elections in the last 1 month several times that he has come down in various parts of the state of Gujarat, in South Gujarat, in Saurashtra Kutch region over the first phase of elections that we had seen him campaigning for. And since the last 24 hours, of course, we have also seen him campaigning for the second phase of elections in those constituencies, going into voting on December the 5th. And he has passed by some of the very important parts of the city of Ahmedabad yesterday, as well as today, where he had passed by western parts of the city of Ahmedabad. And of course, today we are seeing him taking around in the eastern parts towards the Saraspur venue where he will be addressing the rally. And we have always seen the kind of campaigning, the kind of narrative that is being set by the BJP, the kind of emotional connect that we are seeing that the Prime Minister also having, not just with the party level workers, the ground level workers, but the people of Gujarat as well, speaking to them directly time and time again in various parts of the rallies that he has addressed in the north of Gujarat, in the south of Gujarat and central Gujarat as well. Talking about yesterday and today as far as the rallies are concerned. And of course, the part of the ground level cadre, which of course becomes very, very important. Some of them, in fact, are joining me right now. Let's get in a word from them as we track those images of the Prime Minister making his way towards Saraspur. We are standing at the Bhadra temple, in fact, where the workers had also been present here. They had been here to greet the Prime Minister, to get a glimpse of the Prime Minister. Let's get in a word from them, because the ground level cadre becomes the most important part, machinery of the entire political party of BJP as far as how they have been operating for election campaigning, for election strategies and for preparing themselves for the upcoming elections as well. As I had been speaking about this earlier as well, Abhishek, in 2017, we had seen a level of anti-incumbency that on the ground that had been prevailing for various factors, including the Patidar agitation that had gone on. And of course, in the 2017 elections, we had seen that the prominent Patidar faces, including Hardik Patel, had been campaigning for the Congress party, and of course this time he has joined the BJP, so that factor has also been pacified, is something that the BJP gauges looking at the ground reality as far as their internal surveys are concerned. And they also feel that this time this is not a fight with the opposition. In fact, they feel that the opposition, including the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress party, are going to be fighting internally, and that both of these parties are going to be fighting for the second place. And that is why we see the kind of strategy meets of the BJP also be a telling sign of this particular issue as well, since from the run-up to the elections, they had several meetings of constituencies where they had in fact lost in 2017, in 2017 with a margin less than 5,000 votes, and they had made a focus on these constituencies prevailing in South Gujarat, in Central Gujarat, in North Gujarat specifically as well. So there was a study, there was a survey that was done by the party members. The state level leadership, in fact, had also briefed the Prime Minister in those meetings that had gone on in Kamalam, in the state BJP headquarters. So that, of course, tells us about the strategy of the BJP as far as them focusing on key constituencies that they can turn. And also they believe that they are not fighting against any political party anymore. They're not fighting against anti-incumbency anymore on the ground. And this time around, the election for the BJP, they believe, is going to be only to increase their vote share, only to break all records. And that is something that we see it reiterated by the Prime Minister in the state of Gujarat in various rallies that he has addressed, where he has said time and time again, appealing to the ground level workers, appealing to the booth level workers and telling them to break all records of Narendra Bhai. He has said that Bhupendra Bhai should break all records of Narendra Bhai, is something that he has said in Gujarati in various of the rallies, and he has talked about how in the record that was set by Narendra Modi in 2002 should be broken as well. And on the ground, when we speak to the cadre, they have this kind of euphoria, they have this kind of motivation. They say that not just Narendra Modi's records, but the BJP this time is going to break the records that were set by Madhav Singh Solanki himself. And they say that this is going to be a 150 plus plus seat share that they will be getting. Of course, quite aspirational, quite ambitious as far as the BJP is concerned. And of course, we will have to wait and watch as far as how many seats do they actually are able to secure on the December of 8th when the counting really will take place. And only then we will be able to find out how much this euphoria on the ground in fact was working for or against the BJP. Of course, let's get on the word from several of the ground level cadre, those who have been working on the ground, those who have been working for the party as well. आप बताइए, आप लोग ग्राउंड पे काम कर रहे हैं, अभी प्राइम मिनिस्टर यहाँ पे आके गए थे, कैंपेनिंग जोर शोर से चल रहा है. इस बार किस तरह से ग्राउंड पे काम हो रहा है, कितनी सीटों का एम्बिशन, कितनी सीटों का गोल आप लोगों को दिया?
ऐसे तो हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष CR पाटिल साहब ने 182 में से 182 यानी पूरी हमको जीतनी है. यानी हम बूथ लेवल से लेके पन्ना प्रमुख से लेके हर व्यक्ति से संपर्क कर रहे हैं. हम लोग जितने भी यहाँ पे नागरिक है जिन्होंने भारत सरकार, गुजरात सरकार की जितनी भी योजना ली है, आयुष्मान भारत के तहत योजना ली है, नल से जल तक की योजना है, बेटी सुकन्या योजना बेटियों के लिए है, स्मार्ट स्कूलें बनी हुई है, लाभार्थी जितने भी है उनके घर घर जा रहे हैं, घर घर जाके प्रचार प्रसार कर रहे हैं. और दूसरी एक एनर्जी हमको मिली है, जैसे प्रधानमंत्री पहले मुख्यमंत्री थे, तब नवरात्रि और दिवाली में आके माँ का आशीर्वाद लेके जो एनर्जी ले रहे थे, आज तो वो एनर्जी लेके गए, लेकिन उनके दर्शन होते हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं में भी एक एनर्जी हो गई है. तो यानी 182 में से जितनी भी आपकी जितनी भी मीडिया यानी चल रहा होगा कि इतना, यानी अभी यहाँ से प्रवास होते ही उसमें 10-15% अपनी हमारी सीट बढ़ चुकी है. 2022 तो अभी चिंता नहीं है, 2024 की भी जीत हमारे लिए चालू हो.
इंटरेस्टिंग. तो आप एक तरह से 24 का भी वो ध्यान में रखते हैं क्योंकि 22 में अब ऐसा बीजेपी को लगता है कि ये कोई ज्यादा बहुत बड़ा एक चैलेंज नहीं है बीजेपी के लिए. उनको जीतना तो है ही, पर जो कितना वोट शेयर है उस हिसाब से वो पूरा कैलकुलेशन. और क्या ग्राउंड पे ऐसी आपको लग रहा है कि ऐसा सेंस है बीजेपी?
ग्राउंड पे पहले जो सुविधाएं पब्लिक को नहीं मिल रही थी, जब से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी बने हैं, भारत की गद्दी पे बैठे हुए, तब से जो भारत को कोई पहचानता नहीं था, आज पूरे दुनिया में भारत का डंका है. जो सुविधा मिल नहीं रही थी, आज हर व्यक्ति को 5 लाख का मेडिकल बीमा, जो अभी मेडिकल किसी का भी एक्सीडेंट हो कुछ भी हो तो उनको बहुत दिक्कत आ रही थी, तो आज 5 लाख का जो मेडिकल बीमा चल रहा है उसकी वजह से. और विपक्ष अभी गुजरात पे डेरा जमा के बैठा है कि गुजरात में हम हरा देंगे बीजेपी को, तो हम 2024 जीत चुके हैं.
विपक्ष कौन है? विपक्ष क्या आप मानते हैं कि कांग्रेस है कि आम आदमी पार्टी?
विपक्ष तो अभी हमको तो कोई दिख नहीं रहा है, लेकिन गुजरात में अभी तक
तो भी ऐसा तो नहीं होगा कि एक ही पार्टी आएगी. तो इसमें से किसको ज्यादा बड़ा थ्रेट?
गुजरात में सिर्फ 2 ही पार्टी है, एक भारतीय जनता पार्टी और कांग्रेस. और कांग्रेस में तो नेता आते बोल के चले जाते. अभी बहुत प्रधानमंत्री को जो शब्द का उपयोग किया हुआ है, रावण शब्द का उपयोग किया है, यानी जैसे सोनिया गांधी आते हैं मौत का सौदागर बोल के चले गए थे, फिर उनको रिजल्ट पता है क्या आया, बराबर. फिर जैसे उनके मणिशंकर अय्यर ने भी प्रधानमंत्री का जब लोकसभा का इलेक्शन था तब भी जो उनके विरुद्ध में, प्रधानमंत्री के विरुद्ध में जो शब्द की उन्होंने यूज किया हुआ था, तो उसका भी उन्होंने रिजल्ट दिया. आम आदमी पार्टी का तो यहाँ कुछ भी है नहीं, कुछ भी नहीं है. उनका जो सिंबल है ना, वो सिंबल कहाँ पड़ा रहता है, बस आम आदमी पार्टी वहाँ ही पड़ी रहेगी, वहाँ से बाहर निकलने वाली नहीं है. और कमल का जो फूल है ना, कमल का फूल, ये जो नगर देवी हमारे भद्रकाली माता जी बैठे हैं ना, वो कमल के फूल के ऊपर बैठते हैं. यानी जो कमल का फूल है ना, वहाँ पे ही जो भी ईवीएम में जाएगा ना, कमल के फूल पे ही बटन दबाने वाला है.
तो आप मानते हैं? So all right. So that is the kind of euphoria, the kind of determination that we see in the ground level workers. And once again, if a few more questions I will take from him as far as we seeing the visuals of the Prime Minister reaching towards the Saraspur rally, because we're getting some very important insights as far as the ground level cadre of the party and what are they really thinking, because these are the people who are on the ground working in each and every constituencies for the candidate. In fact, when we were covering the entire campaigning of the elections, we had been speaking to the candidates and also to the ground level cadre, and we have seen the candidates also give the credit to the cadre and saying that the candidate in the BJP is not bigger than the party, and that is something that we see happening in the Congress. Interestingly, in several of my conversations, in fact, we had seen that the turncoats, including Alpesh Thakur and Hardik Patel, who had been campaigning for the Congress party, they are in fact fighting on the BJP ticket this time. They were also comparing as far as the internal workings of the party are concerned, and they were comparing as far as the Congress is concerned, the candidate is bigger than the party, is what they had also to say about the last elections and this elections as well, as compared to what they had faced in the Congress party, where they were fighting those elections. elections. But this is the ground level cadre who says that the Aam Aadmi Party is nowhere in the ground and they do not feel that the Aam Aadmi Party is a threat at all. And we'll try to get in the word from him because Aam Aadmi Party तो कहती है कि हम एक majority opposition मतलब एक major opposition हम बनेंगे. कांग्रेस पार्टी के साथ में ज्यादा फाइट है और आम आदमी पार्टी कहती है कि अब जब भी नेक्स्ट इलेक्शन होगा वो अपनी सरकार बना के रखेंगे. ऐसी स्ट्रैटेजी है. तो जो ग्राउंड पे जो हर एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी की अगर हम बात करें तो क्या उसका ग्राउंड का कार्डर आपको देखने को मिलता है?
उनका ग्राउंड का कार्डर है, लेकिन यहाँ गुजरात में उनका कहीं पे नहीं दिख रहा है. दिख रहा है तो दिल्ली में दिख रहा है तो पंजाब में दिख रहा है. पंजाब में से उनको यहाँ पे बुलाना पड़ रहा है प्रचार करने के लिए. पंजाब के लोग यहाँ आ रहे, दिल्ली के लोग यहाँ आ रहे हैं. यहाँ गुजरात में आम आदमी का झंडा पकड़ने वाला कोई है नहीं और पकड़ेगा भी नहीं, क्योंकि हमको गुजरात नशे से मुक्त है. गुजरात तो नशे वाला गुजरात करना नहीं है. हमको बिजली फ्री नहीं चाहिए. जो गुजरात है वो ऑलरेडी आत्मनिर्भर है और गुजरात आज है, गुजरात का पावर इतना है, आत्मनिर्भर इतना है, तो वो गुजरात की पहचान भी आज जैसे देखने जाए तो सबसे बड़ा स्टेडियम जो है वो भी नरेंद्र मोदी स्टेडियम गुजरात में है. आज सबसे बड़ा जो वर्ल्ड का स्टैच्यू बना है सरदार पटेल जी का वो भी गुजरात में है. यानी गुजरात में कहीं पे देखने जाओगे तो जो दिवाली में भी घूमने जाते हैं तो पूरे विश्व में और पूरे भारत में अलग अलग राज्य में भी जाओगे तो गुजरात की पब्लिक है. यानी वो लोग जो लेके आए कि बिजली हम फ्री देंगे, शिक्षण तो ऑलरेडी फ्री मिल रहा है. जो उनकी स्मार्ट स्कूल है इससे अच्छा तो गुजरात की स्मार्ट स्कूल देखो कैसे.
ऐसा बार बार बीजेपी कहती है कि गुजरात के लोगों को ये जो फ्रीबी कल्चर है, जो ये रेवडी कल्चर, जो जैसा बीजेपी के नेता खुद बोलते हैं, जो आम आदमी पार्टी देने की कोशिश कर रही है, गुजरात के लोग उसको स्वीकारेंगे नहीं. ऐसा एक नेचर है गुजरातियों का कि उनको नहीं चाहिए फ्रीबी कल्चर. उनको एक्चुअली डेवलपमेंट चाहिए. उनको चाहिए कि ज्यादा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बने. जैसा आपने बात की नरेंद्र मोदी स्टेडियम की, आपने बात की सरदार पटेल की, ये सारी बातें नरेंद्र मोदी भी खुद अपने भाषणों में कहते हैं. तो एक कनेक्ट लगता है कि वो जो चीजें बोल रहे हैं कि ग्राउंड पे वो लोग समझ रहे हैं और स्वीकार रहे हैं.
हाँ, यानी इसमें कैसा था, जब वो मुख्यमंत्री थे तब जो लोगों ने वो मुख्यमंत्री बने उससे पहले की जो परिस्थिति थी,
मेरी नजरों से चुना, तेरी हरकतों से सुना. कभी जीती तू, कभी मैं हारा, फिर भी खूबसूरत है ये नजारा, क्योंकि इसमें है खुला
कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा.
अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए ड्रीम लैम लैमिनेट्स. कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा.
These are the Kashmiri Pandits. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 90s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Bihar. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners?
89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters
as Gujarat goes to polls. Live coverage minute by minute
all day today on Republic.
Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liger Gate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area.
The report
Union Minister Anurag Thakur speaking to Republic TV on the campaign trail in Delhi ahead of the MCD polls reacted to the JNU controversy, saying some wanted to divide India.
जिसने भी ये हरकत की है उसके खिलाफ कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई विश्वविद्यालय के अधिकारियों को करनी चाहिए। और ये मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूँ कि ऐसी सोच को पनपने ही नहीं देना चाहिए जो समाज में तनाव पैदा करते हों। और ये वही स्थान है जहाँ पर आपने देखा होगा कुछ साल पहले भारत के टुकड़े हजार इंशाल्लाह इंशाल्लाह के नारे लगते थे, जहाँ पर अ कंट्री विदाउट अ पोस्ट ऑफिस के पोस्टर चिपकाए जाते थे, यानी कि देश का नामो निशान मिटाने की सोच रखते थे। ऐसी सोच को पनपने नहीं देना चाहिए, देश विरोधी सोच है। और मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है वहाँ के अधिकारी जो भी इसके पीछे है उसके खिलाफ कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई करें।
Union Minister Meenakshi Lekhi also reacted to the casteist hate slogans at JNU, saying divisive forces were at play on the campus.
I mean, I feel usage of any derogatory word against any community is a bad thing and should not happen. We are all Indians and Indians need to stand by each other irrespective of their caste, color or creed. I mean, if you see my surname, it's Lekhi. A few hundred years ago, we'd given up the caste system.
The BJP today appointed ex-Punjab Chief Minister Amrinder Singh and Sunil Jhakar, as well as its former Uttar Pradesh President Swatantra Dev Singh as members of its national executive. The BJP also appointed former Congress spokesperson Jaivir Shergill its national spokesperson. The party said in a statement Jaivir had quit the Congress a few months ago. Bollywood actor Nora Fatehi on Friday arrived at the Enforcement Directorate office for questioning in connection with the 200 crore rupees money laundering case involving conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar. On 15th of September, Nora was questioned by the Economic Offences Wing of the Delhi Police for more than 4 hours, along with Pinky Irani, who apparently introduced Nora and Jacqueline Fernandez to the jailed conman.
Nora, did you receive some gift from Nora, did you receive gift? Nora, did you receive gift? 1 minute. 1 second, move the mic from my face. Nora, did you receive gift from Sukesh Chandrasekhar? No. Okay.
Sources have informed that top Chhattisgarh bureaucrat in Bhupesh Baghel government has now been arrested. Deputy Secretary in the Office of the Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel, Soumya Chaurasia, has been arrested in the coal extortion case. Deputy Commissioner Chaurasia is one of the top bureaucrats in Bhupesh Baghel's office. She's now been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. The Enforcement Directorate suspects 500 crore rupees has been collected as coal levy in 16 months. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann on Friday said Canada-based top gangster Goldie Brar, the alleged mastermind in the killing of Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala, has now been detained in California in the United States.
गैंगस्टर, तो गैंगस्टर पैदा करने वाले कौन थे? गैंगस्टर पैदा हुए अकाली और भाजपा की गवर्नमेंट में। उनको पनाह दी, बढ़ावा मिला कांग्रेस की सरकार में, कैप्टन की सरकार में। अकाली और भाजपा की सरकार में जेल ब्रेक होती रही कि हाई सिक्योरिटी जेल ब्रेक हो गई, इतने कैदी भाग गए।
The Adani Group on Friday moved Kerala High Court seeking of the assistance of central forces to continue with the construction of the seaport in Thiruvananthapuram, which was marred by violent protests, recently halting the work. Justice Anu Shivaraman, while hearing a plea filed by the Adani Group against the obstruction and the blockade due to the protests, asked the state and central governments to discuss the possibility of deploying the central forces. Former Australia skipper Ricky Ponting was rushed to hospital after he felt unwell in Perth during his commentary duties in the opening test against West Indies on Friday. According to media reports, 47-year-old Ponting was at the Optus Stadium for his commentary duties when he felt unwell and was taken to the hospital during the lunchtime as a precautionary measure to check on his health. Big setback for China. Formula One has now confirmed the 2023 Chinese Grand Prix will not take place due to the ongoing difficulties presented by the COVID-19 situation. The protests have gone out of hand and China has faced a big global setback. Trouble seems to be spiraling for Satyendra Jain as key details of the Jain's jail report have now come out, suggesting he violated norms and rules of the prison and misused his official position to enjoy special treatment and facilities in the jail. After the shocking details of Aam Aadmi Party leader Satyendra Jain's jail probe emerged, BJP has now lashed out at the Aam Aadmi Party minister.
The Tihar investigation report, or whether it is this digital creative expression of the ad man, both show what was happening inside Tihar. That how Tihar jail was not a place of saza for the Bhrashtachari Mantri Satyendra Jain, but in fact it was a place for malish and maja for Satyendra Jain, who was not getting bail for the last 5 months. That Tihar is where Satyendra Jain and Aam Aadmi Party had their own Bhrashtachar ka darbar.
AIUDF Chief Badruddin Ajmal has thus sparked a controversy, claiming that Hindus must learn from Muslims and marry their children early, else they have affairs. The misogynist comment by Ajmal sparked another controversy.
वैसे ही दिखेगा, उन्होंने काला चश्मा लगाया तो हम उनको काले दिखेंगे, चाहे हम कितने खूबसूरत हो। हाँ, अभी वो जो फिल्म वाले कभी कभी बनाते ना, एकदम से खूबसूरत चेहरे वाला हीरो को काला बना देते हैं। तो ये लोग काला बना के मुसलमानों को बैठे हुए हैं, इनको डर है मुसलमानों से। अरे भाई किस बात का डर है? सरकार जाके, हुकूमत जाके 200 300 साल हो गया, लोग आपके साथ मिलजुल के रहते हैं। कांग्रेस की जब तक हुकूमत रही इस मुल्क में, बीजेपी की जब तक हुकूमत नहीं आई, यही लोग देशवासियों के साथ मिल के होते रहे। अब आप आए हो, रोजाना एक नया नया हिस्सा निकाल रहे हो, तो ये आपके प्लानिंग के अंदर है, मुसलमानों के प्लानिंग के अंदर ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। इस साल में शादी।
The comments have now sparked a massive row. Former Jammu and Kashmir Deputy Chief Minister Kavinder Gupta has now hit back, saying Hindus don't need to take lessons from Badruddin Ajmal.
महिलाओं के प्रति इस प्रकार का रुख अपनाना वैसे ही गलत है, और जिस प्रकार से एक जिम्मेवार व्यक्ति ने इस प्रकार का बयान दिया है तो माफ़ी मांगनी चाहिए। इस प्रकार की मानसिकता ना तो हिंदू समाज में कहीं रही है, ना ही मुझे लगता है कि इस प्रकार की भाषा का प्रयोग करना चाहिए। नारी हमेशा सम्मान का पात्र रही है हिंदुस्तान में, चाहे वो मुस्लिम नारी हो चाहे वो हिंदू नारी हो, इसलिए मुझे लगता है इस प्रकार के शब्द वापस लेना बहुत ज़रूरी है।
The Supreme Court quashed the Kerala High Court order granting anticipatory bail to 4 people, including a former Director General of Police. This is in a case of alleged frame-up of scientist Nambi Narayan in the 1994 ISRO espionage matter. GOC of 4 Corps Lieutenant General D.S. Rana spoke to Republic exclusively. While speaking to Republic, he has stated that the Indian Army would be training 3,000 commanders of the Assam Police, which will be the first such training in the country. At a government primary school in Tamil Nadu, Class 4 students from the SC community were forced to clean the bathrooms by the school headmistress, who is now absconding. In an update, the post-narco test of the Shraddha's killer, Aftab, has been completed today. Remember, Aftab admitted to have killing and strangulated Shraddha during his narco test yesterday. Madhya Pradesh Home Minister Narottam Mishra has also supported Chief Minister Shivraj Singh's decision on the UCC while taking a dig at the Congress party. Police along with the army have now recovered arms and ammunition besides 10 packets of heroin along the LOC in Kamalkot Uri area of North Kashmir's Baramulla district. This was confirmed by the officials. Prime Minister Modi holds a campaign in Gujarat's Ahmedabad. Notably, it is the last leg of the campaigning by BJP as few days left for the state to go for the second phase of the assembly elections. BJP Union Minister Smriti Irani on a campaign trail in Gujarat ahead of the second phase of Gujarat polls in an exclusive report reacted to the hate graffiti on the JNU campus.
मानवीय मूल्यों के संचार के लिए जाने चाहिए। उन शैक्षिक संस्थानों में इस प्रकार की टिप्पणियां न सिर्फ समाज को आहत करती हैं बल्कि समाज के सामने एक प्रश्न भी उत्पन्न करती हैं कि ऐसे शैक्षिक संस्थान में इस प्रकार की गतिविधि करने वाले वो कौन लोग हैं जो जानते हैं कि वो ये दुस्साहस करेंगे और दंडित नहीं होंगे।
BJP slams Congress as a video of Jagdish Titler campaigning for the Congress party has been tweeted. BJP lashes out by saying that a 1984 anti-Sikh rioter has been made a star campaigner by the Congress party. Sources claim that gangster Goldie Brar, main accused in the Sidhu Moosewala case, has been detained in California. He's been booked under the anti-terror law as per sources. Anger is mounting over the Bengaluru assault video, and the demand for the arrest of VVIP Brat is only rising by the day. Samajwadi Party MLA Irfan Solanki and his brother Rizwan Solanki were arrested by the police today. Irfan Solanki, who was absconding following the issuance of a non-bailable warrant, reached the Commissioner's office to surrender earlier in the day. Forensic images of the impacted servers have been sent to the laboratory for forensics analysis. Analysis is basically under process. Kulgam police busted the extortion racket and arrested 5 robbers who were impersonating as terrorists with fake weapons. Multiple cases of cyber theft have been reported from the HSR layout police station. Fraudsters have targeted senior citizens in the guise of the bank agents over phone calls.
First thought any call you receive, you should get is that when the bank or the company has all your details, if you have an account, why the company or the bank will call you? That is the first thing which you have to ponder over it. So that is the the gullibility issue which they exploit. So I want to alert all the senior citizens more specifically to be careful when they receive such complaints, not heed to that kind of calls, nor they become victims of this kind of complaints.
Pakistan's new army chief, General Asim Munir, has made his first major reshuffle, appointing a DG ISPR, the head of the Pakistan's Inter-Services Public Relations Military Propaganda Vehicle. A group of visiting UK lawmakers met with the Taiwanese leader on Friday for discussions on security in the region and firming the relationship between United Kingdom and Taiwan.
So we will not accept illegal police stations operating in the UK. We will not accept the Chinese Consul General brutalising those who sought refuge in our country because of tyranny in China. And we will not accept other efforts to undermine our democracy and attacks such as those at Lawrence that took place in Shanghai.
Volcanic flows on Hawaii's Big Island poses a potential future threat to the island's main artery as the lava is now creeping towards Saddle Highway, which connects the cities of Kona and Hilo and runs past along the now erupting Mauna Loa volcano. In a big statement by US President Joe Biden on the Russia-Ukraine war, Joe Biden said that the US is ready to hold talks with Russia only if it wants to end its invasion of Ukraine. Russian presidential spokesperson Dmitry Peskov responded to Biden's statement while saying that President Vladimir Putin is open for negotiations over Ukraine. However, he said that Biden's demand would make the negotiations impossible. A long-term government-imposed price cap squeezes the operators of the independent stations and leaves the state energy companies struggling to keep up with the fuel demand. Finland's Prime Minister warned that if Russia wins the war in Ukraine, other countries will feel empowered to do the same. She further urged democratic countries to reduce their dependence on regimes that don't share our common values.
Make no mistake, if Russia wins its terrible gamble, it will not be only one to feel empowered. Others will also be tempted by the same dark agenda. Dear friends, We need to draw the right lessons from the recent global challenges, wars and crises. In increasingly critical areas of our societies, from medical equipment to new technologies and energy, we have become far too dependent on cooperation with regimes that do not share our common values.
United States President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden hosted French President Emmanuel Macron and First Lady Brigitte Macron to the White House for an official state dinner in their honor. During the toast at the dinner, the two presidents toasted their countries for the long-standing friendship and unity. China called on the US and France not to make an issue out of China after the two heads of state vowed to coordinate in the face of Beijing's challenges. South Korea sanctioned 8 North Korean individuals and 7 organizations suspected of engaging in illicit activities to finance the North's growing nuclear weapons and missile programs. Several cities in Peru are experiencing severe drought-like situation. Residents of Peru have now complained of facing the brunt of a drought since the past few days, with no action taken by the authorities despite several complaints. Australia trained in Doha on Friday, a day before their FIFA World Cup round of 16 match against Lionel Messi's Argentina. First, Qatar was out, exiting the World Cup with the worst record of a host country. Then the Saudi nationals' team's run ended despite a historic upset against Argentina last week. Finally, Tunisia was eliminated after a dramatic victory against the already winning team. Morocco's supporters took to the streets in Dutch cities after their national soccer team beat Canada 2-1 in the World Cup in Qatar. The victory meant the North African nation advanced to the knockout stage of the tournament for the first time since 1986. Japanese fans celebrated their teams reaching the last 16 on Thursday as they were leaving the Khalifa International Stadium, dripped in their team's football paraphernalia. Spanish and especially Japanese fans were in a buoyant mood as they left the stadium.
Happy because I went to Germany game also, Japan against Germany, and this time Japan against Spain. So I saw all the matches in this qualifying, and it's a historical victory I saw twice. So for me it's a really miracle. But I think Japan team prepared well for 2-3 decades, so now getting stronger.
German fans left the Al Bayat Stadium in Doha disappointed as their team exited the 2022 World Cup unexpectedly, eliminated despite a 4-2 bitter win over Costa Rica.
It was super exciting, especially during the second half, and it's unfortunate that the German team is not able to make it, but Costa Rica played a really good game, and even though the Germans won, on the other side, in the other stadium, Japan is the one that made the biggest news tonight by beating Spain 2-1. So now only Spain and Japan can advance, and Germans are sent home.
Killian Hayes scored 8 of the 22 points in the overtime as the Detroit Pistons recovered from blowing a late lead to beat the Dallas Mavericks 131-125. Tristan Lawrence equaled his own course record with an 8 under par 64 to lead the South Africa Open by 1 shot after the opening round. 19-year-old Irishman Tom McKibben produced the shot of the day in the opening round of the South African Open. LeBron James had 31 points, 8 assists and 7 rebounds. Austin Reeves added a second season high, 22 points. Caris LeVert scored 22 points off the bench. Darius Garland had 21 points and 9 assists, and the Cleveland Cavaliers routed the Philadelphia 76ers.
Is it time to stop the Hindu hate?
जेएनयू एक शिक्षा का मंदिर था, लेकिन टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग ने जेएनयू को देशद्रोह का केंद्र बनाने की पूरी कोशिश की।
Will radical pseudos say not in my name now? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाइड क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
मेरी नजरों से चुना, तेरी हरकतों से सुना।
वो सपना जो बुना, तुझे लगा गुनगुना।
कभी जीती तू, कभी मैं हारा, फिर भी खूबसूरत है ये नजारा, क्योंकि इसमें है खुला
कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
इसलिए ग्रीन लैम लैमिनेट्स, सपने आपके, लैमिनेट्स हमारा। अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail. From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
These are the Kashmiri Pandit. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 1990s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Bihar region. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student. A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners? 89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters as Gujarat goes to polls. Live coverage minute by minute all day today on Republic. Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liger Gate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the
So who has created this JNU's wall of hate? Why is there so much hatred against the Hindus? Who's pushing this casteist narrative? The ABVP says it's the left hand behind this. But why has the administration not then cracked down against those responsible for this wall of hate? Those are the burning questions we take up tonight at 8 with me on Republic.
US and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
मेरी नजरों से चुना, तेरी हरकतों से सुना।
वो सपना जो बुना तुझे लगा गुनगुना।
कभी जीती तू, कभी मैं हारा, फिर भी खूबसूरत है ये नजारा, क्योंकि इसमें है खुला
कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा।
इसलिए ग्रीन लैम्प लैमिनेट्स, सपने आपके, लैमिनेट्स हमारा। अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा।
Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquor Gate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam. Mr. Malia, why the question is bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? The entire disputed land will be handed over to the Hindu parties to make a Ram temple.
The mental torture of Jadhav that is consistently happening there, it's a very clear indication about how these confessions are actually doctored and taken. Delhi High Court has said the riots in 2020 evidently did not happen in the spur of the moment.
We see a split verdict in the Supreme Court. The one thing that needs to be understood is what is going to happen ahead.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
These are the Kashmiri Pandits. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 1990s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a roadways bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Baharich. Former food and civil supplies and consumer of
Momentum is building up for uniform civil code, state after state, from Goa to Uttarakhand to Himachal to Gujarat and now Madhya Pradesh, asking for it, setting up committees, deliberating on whether the nation is ready for a uniform civil code. There is already a law commission report and we have to see what position the centre takes on this important subject. In between, I'll ask even more important question, that's what if Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru had also wanted uniform civil code for the country. All that and more at 8:30 p.m. on The Burning Question tonight.
Burning Question, powered by JioMart.
A very good evening. You're with us here on Republic. The Delhi's Jawaharlal Nehru University is in the news yet again. There is another controversy. We'll get you details of that. A lot of political reactions coming in on that story, and yes, we'll also be putting our focus on the UCC. Is it time now for the UCC, and who are those who are opposing it? A very good evening. Let's get started. First up, the headlines. Big rallies and mega campaigning with the clock ticking for phase 2 polls. It is the Prime Minister's final Gujarat push. Exclusive details of the investigation into the Liger movie. Devarakonda is under the scanner for dubious funding. There is a huge storm over anti-Hindu slogans all over the JNU. Has the university now become a hub for casteism? Badruddin Ajmal makes a communal and misogynist statement. He says Hindus must learn from Muslims and marry early. The actor Nora Fatehi is questioned by the ED in the convent Sukesh Chandrasekhar case. Sources say she could be made an accused in the case. As protest over COVID crackdown stormed China, Formula One now decides to cancel the Chinese Grand Prix. So why is the Jawaharlal Nehru University in the news again? Because there is another controversy. Now the question we are asking, is this according to a plan? Who's wanting to vitiate the atmosphere? Now the walls of the Jawaharlal Nehru University campus have been defaced with certain anti-Hindu slogans. Actually, you see that also going up behind here on our screens. Right from Brahman Bharat Chodo graffiti to Brahman Baniyas, we are coming for you. That is a threat. It's open and shocking Hindu hate that you see at the JNU. But there is a lobby, there is a section, and the Tukde Tukde gang that has donned a deafening silence. But India, remember, has spoken this evening. India says no to Hindu hate. Let's bring together everything on the story and then we debate.
Controversy erupts at the Jawaharlal Nehru University once again. This time over walls being defaced with anti-Brahmin slogans. Walls of the second and third floors of the School of Language and Literature painted with objectionable slogans. And this is not the first time that something like this has happened at JNU campus.
The committee बनाई जाए तुरंत कार्रवाई की जानी चाहिए थी 10 मिनट के अंदर इसका रिजल्ट आ सकता था परंतु एक चीज़ आप देखेंगे पैटर्न है बहुत पहले से भी कई ऐसे इंसिडेंट हुए हैं जिस पे कोई एक्शन नहीं लिया गया है तो हम ऐसा सोच रहे हैं कि जेएनयू प्रशासन की हम सोचने को मजबूर हो रहे हैं कि जेएनयू प्रशासन किसी न किसी रूप से इसमें मिली
फेल हो गया प्रशासन
फेल नहीं हुआ है साथ में मिली भगत का भी हम आरोप लगा रहे हैं उन पे
A massive political fight has broken out over the anti-Hindu slogans at JNU.
इस प्रकार की टिप्पणियां न सिर्फ समाज को आहत करती हैं बल्कि समाज के सामने एक प्रश्न भी उत्पन्न करती हैं कि ऐसे शैक्षिक संस्थान में इस प्रकार की गतिविधि करने वाले वो कौन लोग हैं जो जानते हैं कि वो ये दुस्साहस करेंगे और दंडित नहीं होंगे.
Wherever these things are happening and if it's an educational institution especially, such things are to be avoided and averted and strong action against anyone who tries to divide the community.
JNU है ये एक अदारा है वहाँ किसने क्या नारा लिखा है ब्राह्मण है ये दूसरा है मैं नहीं समझता हूँ इसके ऊपर कोई ऐसी बात है लेकिन इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं कौन लिख के जाता है कोई पता नहीं ना.
The Dean of the School of International Studies have been asked to inquire and submit a report to VC at the earliest. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
So you saw what has happened on the story so far, but the crucial question now is who's wanting to vitiate the atmosphere? Is there a plan and is there any kind of action that has been taken so far against those who have defaced
and written this graffiti on the walls at the JNU. Let's quickly introduce our panel. Charu Pragya is spokesperson of the BJP. Karan Verma is author and a political analyst. Professor D.K. Giri Saab is a political commentator. Zeba Yasmeen is national spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party. And my first question is to you, Umesh Chandra. You're the secretary of the ABVP at the JNU. Tell me something, Umesh. Has there been any action? Who's behind all this? What can you tell our viewers?
JNU, the #1 university in the country. If there is dissent, there is scope for debate and discussion. But what we see in JNU now is vandalism and violence. What we have seen yesterday is not for the first time. These are the pattern of events starting after 2014. If you look at 2019, the communists in JNU, the leftists in JNU, they have made campus under lockdown. Before COVID lockdown, there was communist lockdown in JNU. And for more than 3 days, female faculty, the same female faculty has been restricted to single room. And she wasn't provided not even water. There was no food. And they were giving threats, life threats now.
Umesh.
The same Vandana Mishra madam.
But Umesh, you're listing out so many problems, so many issues. I want to know what has been the action so far.
So far, we haven't seen any action who has defaced and vandalized and who has given the life threats against the faculty. So we want strictest action possible from the administration, and we have been since 2019 we are asking for the same, but the administration is not taking any action against these culprits.
But who's behind
and the
this?
pattern is going in serious.
Umesh, I want to ask you one more question before I open the debate. Who's behind this? किसने ये सब लिखा है जवाहरलाल नेहरू यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर? क्योंकि यूनिवर्सिटी में तो पढ़ाई होनी चाहिए ना, तो ये सब क्या चल रहा है यूनिवर्सिटी में?
That is the question which administration should answer us. The administration should answer who is behind it. But as far as we will say that these are the same patterns which we have seen in 2019 done by the communists and leftists, this AISF, ISA and SFI.
So you say the left is to be blamed?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, you say the left is to be blamed.
The whole campus knows about
Let me get in Professor D.K. Giri and Zeba. Okay, then I'll come to you, Charu, and to Karan. Professor D.K. Giri Saab, is this something that should be allowed at a campus?
Well, I have been a student of JNU, spent 10 years in JNU campus. Nothing of this kind was happening then. But this is a new trend since 2014, as the ABVP leader said, and this is deplorable at that. I don't think it should happen in the campus, but the caste animosity in our country has a history. Entire political party was created on that. You remember the slogan, Tilak Taraju Talwar.
D.K. Giri Saab, you're justifying it already. You're justifying this already.
Yeah.
And I think we've seen and heard enough of condemnation, D.K. Giri Saab, sir. With due respect, the moment you say I condemn this, but you start to qualify this, that is the real problem. That is the real problem.
No, I didn't say. I was making you alive to the existential reality of our society. I said it is deplorable.
Okay.
I condemn it.
But this
you
can't normalize
reality
it, sir. That's
you cannot
the problem.
ignore. That is all I am saying. No, you can't. Also, you cannot put a normative.
No one is wanting to ignore it. I want to know who's behind this and why has there been no action. And why is all this right now being witnessed at the JNU? Okay, let me get in Zeba also. Then I'll come back to you, D.K. Giri Saab. Opening comments? Yes, opening comments from everyone.
Sure.
Okay. Opening comments from everyone. Zeba, quickly. You are the national spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party. Now tell me something. We just heard from Umesh Chandra, who is the secretary of the ABVP. He says the left is to be blamed. He says ever since you've seen the regime change in Delhi, since 2014, JNU has been in controversy. So who's wanting to vitiate the atmosphere?
See, who is behind this? Nobody has this question. Especially political party has no, answer for this. ABVP person is saying that left is responsible. If you call somebody from left, they'll say that it is the controversy done by ABVP only to trap them.
So this is not the way to judge people. Where is the VC of JNU? Where is the police of Delhi? And under whom the police of Delhi works? So the question goes to VC, the question goes to the administration. ABVP member is not here to give the judgment who's responsible. If my brother has the video, has he?
But he's from the JNU, no? At least he's giving you a first-person account, Zeba. At least he's giving us a first-person account of what's happened. And before I come to you, Charu, I know you want to come in. I want to check if we still have Umesh, because I want to go to him. No, 1 second. Zeba, I think it's important to hear from people from the ground. Umesh is from the Jawaharlal Nehru University. That is his first introduction. So why should we not listen to him just because he's from the ABVP? That I don't think is what the democracy says.
He should be.
Acha, you want a proof? You want a proof? Are you saying that all this has been done by the ABVP? Are you saying that all this is a fake campaign that has been unleashed by the ABVP to trap or to polarize? Is that what you're saying, Zeba?
I am saying that all the cameras should be checked. Where is the VC and what about the police?
We have seen enough evidence in
and what about the
2019 incidents. We have seen
Can I come in now?
Okay, Umesh.
Who have vandalized the whole administration.
Charu, just give me 30 seconds.
The VC house.
Umesh, Zeba and DK Giri साहब want to say कि ये तो बहुत टाइम से चल रहा है और जब से 2014 में सरकार बदली है इस तरह की एक्टिविटीज हम जेएनयू में लगातार देख रहे हैं और इस सबके पीछे एबीवीपी है. आप लोग विशिएट करना चाहते हैं एटमॉस्फेयर. So tell me, where is the proof?
The whole JNU community knows who are behind it.
I didn't say
the whole JNU community knows who raised the slogans of Tukde Tukde Re, Bharat Tere Tukde Honge. We know who raised those slogans. With the whole JNU community knows who has vandalized JNU administration in 2019, who has locked Vandana Mishra Madam, Professor Vandana Mishra, School of International Studies. Same School of International Studies where I belong.
You talk
the same
about
228 room number.
There is no link.
Zeba is countering you. Zeba is countering you, Charu. I will just allow one counter to Zeba and then come to you. Zeba, quickly.
See, in Tukde Tukde gang slogan and in Tukde Tukde gang slogan, as my brother was talking, many who was there, they were punished and rest were given the clean sheet. That chapter is closed. Talk about the incident which happened. If you have the proof, go to VC, file a complaint, get the people punished. As simple.
Deepti, can I come in now?
No, I today fail to understand, Charu, and thank you for your patience, Charu. Where is that outrage today? I do not see a DK Giri Saab outrage. I do not see even a Zeba outrage today. I mean, for God's sake, this is happening at a campus where the only stuff that should be happening is teaching, more research and education. Not this, Charu.
Deepti, when Professor Giri or the other spokesperson...
like we are banned in Jamia Millia.
No, I waited for the last 12 minutes for my turn to speak, and I will be grateful if you all now wait while I am done speaking. So, when you condemn the incidents...
But the question was asked to me, Pragya, that's why I was responding.
Professor Giri, I barely start and you start speaking.
DK Giri Saab, let Charu make her opening comment, then I'll come to you, sir. Yes, please, Charu.
Deepti, when every single condemnation is followed by a but, it is not a condemnation. It is actually justification. And that is what these panelists are doing, unfortunately. I agree with my friend from the JNU. There has been a series of these instances. You remember those masked attacks? Later on, the story turned out to be something entirely different. The fight that happened in JNU during Ram Navami, even that turned out to be something different later. These clashes, this vandalism, the kind of caste slurs that are being passed, they are not stopping at this now. Now they are calling out for blood.
Charu,
one of the slogans actually put on the walls.
Then I have to ask you one question. Why is there no action? Charu, why is there no action?
Deepti, every single time there has been action, but you have to also understand that while a few arrests will be made and action will be taken, there is an entire ecosystem which is being given air and a space to develop because of opposition political parties. At one time, we are saying Bharat Tere Tukde Honge, people need to be behind bars, but there will be somebody from the Congress who's sharing a stage with them, giving them a ticket to fight an election. So that is not the way you cut down on an ecosystem which is working against the education system of your country, working against the society in your country, working against your country in general. This needs to stop. Your politics cannot become so selfish that it harms society to such an extent that because you come from a particular community, till now we've been talking about, violence against Dalits. What is happening in JNU today? Casteism has reached such a high that they are saying if you're a Brahmin, you don't go back, there will be blood. And it's being encouraged by certain panelists and justified.
And Charu, just for a moment, before I take this to Karan and to DK Giri Saab, let's play full frame. What we've seen on the walls at the JNU. I just want to quickly read and run through what we've seen, because this is abominable to say the least, DK Giri Saab, and you cannot be normalizing this. Look at what they say. Go back to the Shakha. This is just the first, graffiti. There it says, then it goes on to say, Brahmins leave the JNU campus. There is another one that says, Brahmins, we will avenge. DK Giri Saab, how can there be absolutely any justification, and why today are you so muted in your response?
Let me tell you, I began by saying I have been a student of JNU, none of the other panelists are. I spent 10 years in the campus. Student politics in JNU highly contested and competitive.
Giri Saab, if you're coming from JNU, you should just condemn it with a full stop, not with a but.
No, again somebody...
No, but if you're condemning it, you put a full stop on it. No, you don't add a but.
I began by saying... No, Charu, you are twisting it. Charu, you are twisting it. I said it is deplorable. And wait a minute. You are a student of JNU, you are learning. I'm trying to tell you, Charu, you didn't want to be interrupted. Now you are interrupting. What can I do? What I'm trying to say, I will just want to reiterate what you said. But you said that you've been a student of the JNU, you've been there for 10 years, and you also said from 2014 you've seen the entire atmosphere getting vitiated. So can you tell me what are you alluding to? That's what I'm saying. What I'm trying to tell that the standard has deteriorated in JNU. In the past, we were talking of ideology and politics. Now they are talking of caste and religion.
Standard?
That is a sad deterioration of JNU campus. And ABVP guy started by saying the number one in.
But who's responsible? Very quickly, Karan hasn't spoken. But DK Giri Saab, who's responsible?
JNU is no more number one in the campus, in the country. Ban the student politics there. Ban the student politics there. Another central university has done it. Jamia, there is no student union. There is no student politics. Ban politics.
The ABVP, and I will give a chance to Umesh, because then he might counter saying, DK Giri Saab, that just because the left is losing its prominence today in the JNU, you're feeling threatened by the ABVP. You're saying ban student politics. Is that the way out, Karan Verma?
JNU should be banned. That is my recommendation. No. Student politics should be banned in JNU, full stop.
Can I please speak?
They don't deserve it.
Tomorrow you will not like anything happening on the national stage. You will say ban national politics. Is that the way out? Karan Verma.
No, Jamia Millia, there is a ban in another central university. You are not aware. There is another central university in Delhi which has banned student politics.
Why don't these incidents happen in DU, Mr. Giri? Why don't these incidents happen in DU? If I have to buy your justification...
Can I please make my introductory remarks? I haven't yet spoken.
It is worse in DU.
Yes, please, Karan.
Follow Jamia Millia Islamia. Follow it. Ban the student union.
Professor Giri, will you please listen to others also?
No, you're looking for alibis. DK Giri Saab, you're looking for alibis. You're looking for alibis tonight.
Deepti, we should not be surprised.
Are you hearing my echo? I have kept quiet.
We should not be... Please keep him quiet, bhai. I have not spoken yet. Deepti, all I am saying is...
What is this, man?
This radical casteism has been in the fabric of JNU from the past few years. Don't we remember? Manuwad se azadi. This has been going on and it has been patronized by political parties across the spectrum. Now, what is happening today is it is raising its ugly head. Do you know that the same teacher, where it's showing on your screen, go back to Shaka, she was hounded and she was held as hostage for 3 days. This is inexplicable in a campus, and we are allowing this to happen until and unless these students are not tried under law. Let them shout, "Ki police aa rahi hai yahan, this is becoming a police state." Let them shout, but take them to book. Until we don't send out a strong message by the law, it will not act as a deterrent. They are becoming radical to the core.
But Karan, what is going to be that strong message? What is going to be that strong message? Before I get in, Charu, I want to go back to Umesh. Umesh, मुझे ये बताइए. Do we still have Umesh? I want to go to him quickly. Okay, Umesh. I can't see Umesh on the screen. Yes, but he's there now. Umesh, tell me something. What do you know about the action so far? The VC has spoken, we are learning. He's also actually, I think, spoken to a lot of people there. Are there eyewitnesses to what happened? Have you spoken to people who saw anyone doing this? Can you identify those people?
As per our information, the school administration has formed a committee at the School of International Studies and School of Language school level, and the dean has, instead of punishing the culprits, they have shifted the reading rooms to ground floor and locked the reading rooms in the second floor of SS2 and reading room of SS1. So this is not how administration should deal, and how they should give a message. The administration should give a strong message by.
But why are they doing this, Umesh? Why are they doing this? Are you saying they're trying to bury the entire matter, Umesh?
Yes, that's what we are looking. The administration is not giving a strong message. That's why I see things are happening repeatedly. We want a strong message. We want a strong action against the culprits.
Okay.
It is not an isolated incident. It is a pattern of incidents. If you don't take a strong action, these things will repeat again. Jane, we have
absolutely. I agree with you that there is a pattern. There is a plan, there is a larger plan, Charu Pragya, to vitiate the atmosphere, to make sure that there is a controversy that comes out of the JNU every now and then. But DK Giri Saab, before I go to Charu and Zeba for their closing comments, I again want to ask you that you say that you're from the JNU, but why should a campus be used for such reasons? Why should you have such anti-casteist, anti-Hindu slogans, graffitis written on the wall there? Why?
Absolutely unacceptable. I agree with Mr. Karan Verma. They should be punished. But I have just one question to Charu Pragya. A BJP spokesperson, who runs JNU? Does Aam Aadmi Party run it or the central government run it? Full stop.
So do you want police action, sir?
Charu,
do you want police action?
That is my question.
So colleges, universities...
Karan, we don't want a condemnation, we want action. Because, for long, I think, Charu, we followed this practice of an action, a condemnation, and then, making a committee and putting that entire issue on a back burner. I want to know, where is the action? Why have people not been arrested? Why have they not been booked? Why have you not identified people? Charu.
It is
every single time arresting a handful of people is not going to end violence at JNU, and I'm a firm believer of this. The ideology needs to be killed at the root. The ideology which thinks that taxpayers' money can be used in a way which is so unlawful, that ideology needs to be killed. The students at JNU need to understand they will be thrown out, suspended if they resort to such activities. The administration, of course, is strict.
But if you don't act now, Charu, where is the message? What are we waiting for? You had anti-India slogans in 2016. You have anti-Hindu slogans now in 2022. If you do not act, Charu, you are giving them a free pass.
Arresting two people, arresting
quickly, please. I'm running out of time, Charu. 10 seconds.
Is not sufficient. Making an example out of two people is not sufficient. The political parties these people belong to, they need to be debanded.
Okay. All right, Charu, you still haven't answered my question, only for want of time. I'm thanking both Zeba, Charu and all gentlemen right now, but do remember this is an issue that Republic will keep focusing, and special thanks to Umesh Chandra for joining us right now. I quickly will hand it over to Abhishek because he's bringing you our next debate on the burning question.
And that's on the Uniform Civil Code, Deepthi. Not new per se, but a new angle, new aspect. I'll discuss this. All that and more, but I've been told we have to take a short break. Be right back.
झाके रे झाके झरोखे से झाके हैरत से आंखें अपनी सी दुनिया नई रंगी लागे ख्यालों की खिड़की से मन कूदे भागे झाके रे झाके झरोखे से झाके देख के दंग है छोटे बड़े सारे झाके रे झाके चल कोई ताके तरक्की को टुक टुक हर कोई ताके झाके रे झाके
Reimagineering brighter futures with smarter steels. ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India. Smarter steels, brighter futures.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
मेरी नजरों से चुना, तेरी हरकतों से सुना,
वो सपना जो बुना तुझे लगा गुनगुना।
कभी जीती तू, कभी मैं हारा, फिर भी खूबसूरत है ये नजारा, क्योंकि इसमें है खुला
कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा।
इसलिए ग्रीन लैम लैमिनेट्स, सपने आपके, लैमिनेट्स हमारा। अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा।
Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, as we've been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquor Gate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's his 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam. Mr. Malia, why the question is bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? The entire disputed land will be handed over to the Hindu parties to make a Ram temple.
The mental torture of Jadha that is consistently happening there, it's a very clear indication about how these confessions are actually doctored and taken.
Delhi High Court has said the riots in 2020 evidently did not happen in the spur of the moment.
We see a split verdict in the Supreme Court. The one thing that needs to be understood is what is going to happen ahead.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri pundits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
These are the Kashmiri Pandit. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 1990s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Bihar. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners?
89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters
As Gujarat goes to polls, live coverage minute by minute
all day today on Republic.
All right, welcome back. The debate on the Uniform Civil Code is not new, though it's been happening with increased frequency of late. The latest being Madhya Pradesh decision to set up a committee to look into the common civil law for the country, for the state. Before Madhya Pradesh, of course, Gujarat, Himachal, Uttarakhand and Uttar Pradesh have made similar announcements. Not coincidentally, all of them BJP-ruled states. Can we do something to bring the subject of the Uniform Civil Code out of the BJP versus rest binary? That's the question we asked today after this short report.
Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan is the latest to talk about UCC implementation.
कि भारत में अब समय आ गया है कि एक समान नागरिक संहिता लागू होनी चाहिए. एक से ज्यादा शादी क्यों करे कोई? एक देश में दो विधान क्यों चले?
This comes just 2 days after Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister too hinted at UCC in Maharashtra.
मुझे लगता है कि धीरे-धीरे सभी राज्यों को ये करना भी पड़ेगा. आज मैं उसके बारे में आधिकारिक घोषणा इसलिए नहीं करता हूँ क्योंकि इस प्रकार की कोई भी घोषणा करने का अधिकार मुख्यमंत्री का होता है. लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि संविधान ने हम पर ये जिम्मेदारी डाली है कि हम अपने राज्यों में यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लाएं.
As Gujarat goes to polls, UCC has become a hot political topic.
हमारा स्टैंड बहुत स्पष्ट है. इस देश में कॉमन सिविल कोड होना चाहिए. धर्म के आधार पर कोई कानून नहीं. हमारा स्टैंड बहुत स्पष्ट है. परंतु बाकी लोगों के स्टैंड की भी महत्व है. बाकी लोगों के स्टैंड का भी चर्चा होना चाहिए. तो एक बहस होगी. अभी कमेटियां बनी, इनके सामने सबके मत आएंगे.
The Congress is calling it nothing but poll rhetoric.
केवल एक भ्रम है और मुस्लिम पर्सनल लॉ को एक ठेस पहुंचाने वाला काम है. केवल एक भ्रमित करना ताकि एक मुस्लिम पर्सनल लॉ का नाम हाईलाइट करके जो महंगाई, जो भ्रष्टाचार, जो खुद की गलत नीतियां, उससे मतदाता का दिमाग हटाकर ध्रुवीकरण कर चुनाव जीतने का एक स्टैंड है. इसके अलावा कुछ भी नहीं है. इसका मैं घोर विरोध करता हूँ.
As more and more BJP states hint at UCC implementation, is it time for national implementation of UCC? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
All right, joining me in this debate, Tausif Ahmed Khan and Charu Pragya. They are already there. Also there would be Irsan Trivedi from Ahmedabad and Sangeet Ragi, professor from Delhi University in a bit. Generally, I prefer to start with those who are in the opposition to give them first voice. But let me begin this debate with Charu Pragya. Charu, Congress's charge is that the BJP talks about uniform civil code only when there are elections on our head. How would you respond to that?
I think the conversation around uniform civil code has lasted for as long as this country has lasted, since our constitution came into being. And for reasons that were known to the wise founders of our constitution, it was pushed into the directive principles of state policy then. So please don't say it's a electoral conversation, because it has always existed. It's a part of the BJP manifesto, and Bharatiya Janata Party is fully devoted and committed to making uniform civil code a reality in our country. When you talk of uniformity, it has to be the same. When we talk about discrimination against people of a certain group or of a certain gender, if we don't have uniform civil code, we cannot achieve equality, we cannot achieve progress. Tell me one country in the world which is a progressive secular country which does not have one law for everybody living on its land. India needs to walk on that path, and I think this is the best time to do it. The situation with the opposition is that they mislead the people of India. They mislead people into making them believe that the UCC will mean you cannot practice and profess your religion the way you want to, whichever religion you belong to, wherein the reality is something completely, entirely different. Can I continue, Abhishek?
Okay, what you are suggesting, Charu Pragya, is that this is not an electoral issue for you, but perhaps there is no consensus in the country, and that's why you are trying to build that.
Can I add one very important point? Can I add one very important point, Abhishek?
Quickly,
I'll only take 20 more seconds. In our country presently, the state of Goa already has uniform civil code. It's always had it. Have you ever heard of a communal clash in the state of Goa? There is no communal clash because everybody is treated equally in the eyes of law. So when we have a uniform civil code, we will not have a man with 4 wives. We will not have a girl who does not inherit anything from her parents. It is going to be equal in the truest sense.
Okay, let me take this to Tausif Ahmed Khan of the Trinamool Congress. Tausif, we know your position that you perhaps don't like the idea of uniform civil code. We just want to understand what exactly is the part of UCC which you don't like. Do you don't like the fact that it brings in gender justice? Do you don't like the fact that it brings in equality among various denominations? Do you don't like the fact that it ends discrimination when it comes to, the personal laws for differently situated people in the country and thus brings them on the same pedestal?
No, you see, my opinion is nothing in front of the opinion of the Law Commission of India. Whenever government proposes to make changes in law, make new law, this matter is debated, discussed, and an opinion is sought from the Law Commission of India. Now, in 2018, Law Commission of India said that the Uniform Civil Code in this country at this stage is neither necessary nor required. They submitted a 185-page paper. In that paper, they said that the secularism cannot contradict the plurality prevalent in the country. So people go to one stage in the election rally. Politicians, they make these statements. Why do they make these statements when this Law Commission of India, established under the current BJP regime, says that when this UCC is neither required nor desirable, yet we see politicians making this stage only for a simple reason: the failure of the government. How can we deviate the mind of the people from the issue of the failure of the government and make them think about all these?
Can I ask some pointed questions?
Flimsy debate about, I saw Shivraj Singh Patil, the Madhya Pradesh CM, saying that no one should be allowed to marry 4 times. That is his own...
You don't even know the name of the CM that you're quoting.
No, it's not a crime. I'm very much entitled not to know the name of the CM of BJP, who in my eyes is a pathetic and failure person.
I give that to Tausif, that's not a crime if you don't correctly recall the name of the Chief Minister. But, more important point. Charu, let me take the debate forward. We are not discussing, right name of Shivraj Singh Chauhan, the Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister. Charu Pragya, let me take this forward. The limited point made by the Justice B.J. Chauhan Committee or the Law Commission was that the time is not ripe. But my counter question is, and Sangeet Ragi, when would right time come in the country to have a proper constructive debate on this subject? 1929 Sarda Act, we saw the consequences. 1937 Shariat Act, we saw the consequences. 1955 the Hindu Code Bills, we saw the consequences. 1985 Shah Bano case, we saw the consequences. 2017 the Shaira Bano case, the triple talaq case. So many opportunities have come and gone for this country, for this society, to be deliberating on something which seems common sense. It's not just common law, it's also common sense, Sangeet Ragi. And yet we are still saying, oh, the time is not ripe. It's like saying, oh, the time is not ripe to take on China. You think this is how we should be getting into this debate or thinking about this debate?
Please be careful. You're talking about Law Commission's recommendation.
Can I come? Yeah.
I understand, Tausif. We can question the Supreme Court, topmost court of the country also. This is Law Commission. We can question that. Sangeet Ragi.
Several times, at least 9 times, Supreme Court and the High Courts of this country have spoken in favor of uniform civil code. And what the Law Commission has said, you already said, that the limited point is that the time is not ripe for. So one thing is very clear: in the last 7 decades has proved futile that the country couldn't convince a particular community, the Muslim community, that there is a need for uniform civil code. The conclusion is that you cannot, even in 1,000 years, you cannot convince a community which is hell-bent on not getting convinced. So you cannot convince the Muslim community at all about uniform civil code. Number one. Number two, always it is talked about the diversity. The diversity is not across the communities, but even within the communities. And this point was raised when the Constituent Assembly was debating uniform civil code and minority rights. It was Dr. Ambedkar who had used this issue, that the Shariat is not a divine code at all. It was codified in 1937 by the British government. And the Muslims, the code of practices that they used to practice in the Malabar region or in the southern India, they had a very different practice, even the Hindu laws. So, on the one hand, the Muslim community want homogenization within itself, but, killing the diversity which existed within the Muslim community and which exists even within the Muslim community today. But they won't want that this kind of a secular law to be prevailed.
Okay, Sangeet Ragi.
Number two, just a moment.
They
always say that it is threat to Islam. In the civic domains, they have a threat to Islam. But in criminal laws, when you practice criminal laws, then there is no threat to Islam. This is rubbish. This is idiotic. This should not be tolerated in a secular country.
Okay. All right. I would come to the point of secularism, but since you mentioned the Shariat Act, Tausif, I'll come to you. Dr. Piyush Joshi is joining us, leans towards the Aam Aadmi Party, and instead of Irsan Trivedi. Since you mentioned the Shariat Act, Sangeet Ragi, the British who ruled India at that time and brought in the Shariat Act do not allow it in their own territory, by the way. Piyush Joshi, there is this impression that's gaining ground among people who are not necessarily people who not necessarily lean towards the BJP, that a situation is being created where you can't have a constructive debate on the uniform civil code. For example, Asaduddin Owaisi of the AIMIM says that the Hindus also lose certain benefits from existing personal laws. For example, the Hindu undivided family, and he has gone on to calculate also how much the Hindus would lose, roughly about 3,000 crore rupees per annum by way of tax benefits. So what's the problem? Hindus are willing to lose in the interest of the nation, should be willing to lose. Muslims should be willing to lose some in the interest of the nation. Come together and decide.
Well, you see, I'm not a lawyer, but when my party supported the Uniform Civil Code and its concept, because it has been enshrined in the Constitution, I did a bit of reading. And I think this applies on marriage, divorce, adoption, maintenance, and inheritance. And even before independence in 1939, one act has been passed in the British India, and that was Muslim Marriage Dissolution Act. Most of the points, for any particular personal law to be, community specific, I think the Muslims have the least to lose in this particular case. Why? Because lots and lots of reforms have already been done. And the Marriages Dissolution Act, now the Triple Talaq is no more valid. So I particularly think that, once and for all, we should have a constructive debate. Let the government form a committee on it, and let it have a constructive discussion with each and every member of the community. Let's throw the dice out in the open. Let's gain the objections rather than painting it in a communal color. I think it can be done in a much more constructive manner. But the problem actually lies that it is being used for only electoral purposes, and I think that's where the problem lies. So it shouldn't be used for electoral purposes.
Can I come in?
Just go ahead and get a constructive dialogue.
Quick short answer to this charge which has come to you again. Can the BJP really put a deadline to this UCC debate for all the committees that your respective state governments have set up? Can there be a deadline and we can come to a solution to this? That's a very constructive suggestion coming in from Piyush Joshi. Charu Pragya, quickly, because I have to bring in a very important aspect to this debate by way of a book and Pandit Nehru's views on Uniform Civil Code, which, by the way, might surprise you.
So, Abhishek, in principle, Piyush also agrees that there needs to be Uniform Civil Code. Let's put that on record. Going forward from there, when something is in the manifesto of Bharatiya Janata Party, everybody assumed that abrogation of Article 370 is impossible. Everybody assumed that resolving the Ram Mandir conflict is going to be impossible. These are huge achievements of the BJP government, and Uniform Civil Code is very soon going to be another one such achievement. This is not just mere discussion, this is preparation.
Yeah, so can I just have a quick interjection?
All right. This is mere preparation, but I have to now. Piyush Joshi, she accepted your suggestion that this is preparation and you can join in with constructive suggestions, if any.
As it will require a constitutional amendment and it should be dealt with by the central government. I am really surprised all these state governments, one after the other, are passing, or forming a committee for discussion on Uniform Civil Code.
But please tell me, what is wrong in committees which are discussing Uniform Civil Code? What is the problem if state governments are forming constructive committees? Why are you against that?
Goa anyway has that. I would want Pragya, Charu, hold on. Sorry, Charu, hold on. There is no harm in states discussing it by way of committees. Goa independently has a common code, but I have to bring in a very important aspect. It so happens that yesterday I was reading this book. It's called Nehru, The Debates That Defined India. It's written by two authors. I don't know their ideological inclination. Tripur Daman Singh and Adil Hussain. Tausif. Page number 38. Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru is having a dialogue. As it happened in those days, there was no Facebook or Twitter. He was having a dialogue by way of letter writing to Allama Iqbal. This letter he has written on 23rd of August 1935, 12 years before India's independence, 20 years before the Hindu Code Bills, and a decade before the Constitution was being discussed, from Almora district jail. There he is saying, this demand that only a Muslim should administer the Shariat seems reasonable. For non-Muslims can hardly enter into its spirit. But if the Muslims have their own separate courts with their qazis, there is no valid ground for refusing the same privilege to the Hindus or to other religious groups. Then he says the whole population will be divided up, and not merely by some foreigners. We are ourselves dividing the country because of these personal laws. That's Pandit Nehru saying, by the way, Tausif, not me. And then he says, each group of these separate courts will have its own laws and methods of procedure. Which court are they to go and which to follow in case of different religion individuals coming together? If a Hindu steals a Muslim's property, whose law is to be applied? Or in the case of adultery, where the persons profess different religions? It seems to me that all this will produce a certain confusion in our administration of justice. Tausif, this is not a BJP ideologue saying. These are the words of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. Can you be a little more open to the idea of Uniform Civil Code and at least discuss it nationally?
No, you see, any idea that threatens the plurality of our country is a bad idea. You see, what is plurality and what is personal laws?
Even if it comes from Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, huh?
No, please do not interrupt me. Now, you see, personal law basically is marriage law, adoption law, and inheritance law. These are the three aspects of personal law. Now, and what is the plurality? The plurality is that in Muslims, a marriage is a social contract. In Hindus, a marriage is a union, a divine union for 7 births. And in Christianity, a marriage is an exchange of vows. So,
no, can we make this more
plurality.
practical? Can I come
why
in, Abhishek?
Do you want to?
I think
no, we don't need this plurality. Can I come in, Abhishek? This is discrimination against women. It can only be advocated by men.
You are such a senior person and you are interrupting me. You are interrupting me, you are heckling me.
Very respectfully, can I please say one extremely important thing? No, let me interject. Please let me interject. A man who talks against uniform civil code,
this is the reason why
Charu is so inheritance and marriage is essentially anti-women.
This is not accepted. This is not accepted. I am not finished yet. Charu and I said that it is good to see you after such a long time.
Okay,
but
no, we don't have time. We don't have time.
I am not interrupting you.
Exactly 30 seconds.
Continue.
Hold on. Exactly 30 seconds for you to conclude. Exactly 30 seconds.
Come in and then I will come.
Yes.
Exactly 30
so
seconds.
I am only on 2 points. One, whether we need to change the marriage law and adoption law and inheritance law. So far, it attacks the pluralism of our society.
Just because I am running short of time, quick 15 seconds to Charu Pragya. In fact, 10 seconds, Charu Pragya. Charu, what the point Tausif is making is that these customs are so different that they cannot be brought together. Your quick rebuttal. Quick rebuttal.
Abhishek, it is important to remember one thing. All these personal laws are anti-women. A woman cannot have 4 husbands. It is not a son who's not being given inheritance. It's always the girl who is suffering. It is always the woman. So when somebody advocates against the Uniform Civil Code, they are basically advocating against women.
Based on which I think the BJP wants the Uniform Civil Code debate to be taken forward. I wonder if Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, also from Almora jail, could muse about a UCC as a solution to India's many laws. Wow. Then perhaps it was Pandit Nehru just being secular and modernist. The BJP might not like the source of the idea, but as the Rig Vedas say, all good thoughts come from, let all good thoughts come from all directions. For the avowedly secular in this country, like Tausif, UCC might be an idea whose time has come. Thank you so much for watching, and I have to go to a breaking news development, and that's about a SpiceJet flight from Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, bound for Kozhikode, with 197 passengers on board, including 6 crew, which had an emergency landing at the Cochin International Airport. Breaking news coming in. We'll try and connect with Ashwin from Kerala. SpiceJet flight had to make an emergency landing while coming from Jeddah and on way to the Kozhikode Airport. Can be seen in the pictures the route the flight took. 197 including crew on board. And a SpiceJet flight making an emergency landing. Okay, on that note, we have to take a short break.
There's an all-out war over Uniform Civil Code.
कि भारत में अब समय आ गया है कि एक समान नागरिक संहिता लागू होनी चाहिए. एक से ज्यादा शादी क्यों करें?
Most states want it, and a big debate over one nation, one law at 10:30 p.m.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाइड क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
मेरी नजरों से चुना, तेरी हरकतों से सुना।
वो सपना जो बुना तुझे लगा गुनगुना।
कभी जीती तू, कभी मैं हारा, फिर भी खूबसूरत है ये नजारा, क्योंकि इसमें है खुला
कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा।
इसलिए ग्रीन लैम्प लैमिनेट्स, सपने आपके, लैमिनेट्स हमारा। अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा।
These
are the Kashmiri Pandits. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 1990s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Bihar. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners?
89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters
as Gujarat goes to polls. Live coverage minute by minute
all day today on Republic.
Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquor Gate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam.
Mr. Malia, why the question is bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? The entire disputed land will be handed over to the Hindu parties to make a Ram temple.
The mental torture of Jadhav that is consistently happening there, it's a very clear indication about how these confessions are actually doctored and taken. Delhi High Court has said the riots in 2020 evidently did not happen in the spur of the moment.
We see a split verdict in the Supreme Court. The one thing that needs to be understood is what is going to happen ahead.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
These are the Kashmiri Pandits. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 1990s in the Kashmir.
Is it time to stop the Hindu hate?
JNU एक शिक्षा का मंदिर था, लेकिन टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग ने JNU को देशद्रोह का केंद्र बनाने की पूरी कोशिश की.
Will radical pseudos say not in my name now? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
आज के दिन जब दिल में दर्द है अपने जवानों की शहादत पर, उसी के साथ साथ जब ये नारे गूंजते हैं तो एक सुकून है, एक हिम्मत है.
मैं इस वक्त जाफराबाद में मौजूद हूं और आप मेरे पीछे देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर फोर्स डिप्लॉयड है. कोशिश ये है पुलिस कर्मियों की, अर्धसैनिक बलों की कि यहाँ पर किसी तरह का कोई दंगा ना भड़क पाए.
तो आपको लगातार बता रहे हैं कि किसान कानून वापस हुए हैं और किसान कानून वापस होने के बाद सीधे किसानों के बीच पहुंची हूं और किसानों से ही बात कर रही हूं। शाहीन बाग पर बुलडोजर चलेगा। शाहीन बाग को लेकर जो राजनीति गरमाई रही वो और ज्यादा गरमाएगी, ये बिल्कुल तय है।
BJP leader Ramchandra's son Dhanush has been under the scanner for going on and assaulting the hotel employees as well as staff.
A Pakistani Taliban suicide bomber targeted the police escorting a polio vaccination team in southwestern Pakistan on Wednesday, killing 4 people and wounding more than 30.
Anti-Brahmin, anti-Bunya sloganings those have been put up inside the JNU campus.
Waterlogging has increased in the last 3 to 4 hours. Elphinstone station is shut, which means all those people who are hoping to go back home. When you look at that crowd, what's the message that Houston is sending out? There is also anticipation of a few announcements being made. What are your expectations when they both come up on stage? Are you expecting something big? I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra and there are thousands of people behind me. Why they are protesting, but the situation is pretty tense. Thousands of people that you see. 4 दिन की रिमांड है, 4 दिन की रिमांड। कुछ कहना चाहते हैं आप? पत्राचौल स्कैम, मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का चार्ज के बारे में क्या बोलना चाहते हैं आप? It's an all-out war over uniform civil code.
भारत में अब समय आ गया है कि एक समान नागरिक संहिता लागू होनी चाहिए। एक से ज्यादा शादी क्यों करें?
Most states want it, and a big debate over one nation, one law at 10:30 p.m.
Sidhu Moosewala murder probe widens. Gangster Goldie Brar detained in America. Will he be extradited to India next?
Jagdish Titler campaigning for the Congress party. This move, of course, had been heavily criticized by the BJP as well as the Aam Aadmi Party.
After Jacqueline Fernandez, it is actor Nora Fatehi who is facing the heat of the agency.
High-voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners?
89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters
as Gujarat goes to polls. Live coverage minute by minute
all day today on Republic.
Mumbai studios of Republic TV, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
Arnab Goswami on The Debate at 9. Presented by Amity University. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Century Ply. Sarah and Havels.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome. JNU has, over the years, seen the emergence of very, very strong and visible anti-national, anti-India forces, which is very dangerous. We have to do something about it. It is in JNU where the Tukre Tukre gang grew, took refuge and was sponsored. It is in JNU that in the name of freedom of expression, vows were taken, promises were made to break India. It is in JNU where Maoist terrorists were celebrated, where Maoist thinking was made to look progressive.
where dollar-loving jholawalas, business class traveling freebie enjoying academics took refuge in government paid accommodation, their whole life paid for by you and me, these shameless people. And we're now in JNU once again to top it all. The worst kind of casteism has struck root, ladies and gentlemen, where today there are open calls being made for bloodshed, for killing, and for the violent targeting of people from some castes, where people from some castes are told, get out, leave, or face violence. And while all of this happens, the parasitic radicalized left encourages the calls for violence, and the JNU campus, paid for by you and paid for by me, descends into a macabre epicenter of hate and anarchy, ladies and gentlemen, which is exactly where I saw it headed when I spoke of the hashtag Tukre Tukre gang in and around 2016. They went after me, they targeted me, they abused me, they threatened me, ladies and gentlemen. But we still have to fight them. Viewers, this hatred has to be stopped, not just debated against. For you and I cannot afford, in a country headed towards global superpowerdom, to have such an abyss, a pathetic, dismal, disappointing, degrading abyss of hate and casteism like JNU. Now, either that campus ends every spot of hate and we get the proof of it, or I say, or rather I demand, that the government of India, the central government, should stop any funding anymore to anyone in JNU, anything at JNU, and not sponsor JNU at all. Let JNU live of its own means, not of our taxes, ladies and gentlemen. Let us say we will not sponsor the hate at JNU. Our taxes are not to sponsor hate. No more Hindu hate, no more caste hate at JNU. We've got to really clean things up there. Debate number 2 tonight. It's just this all-out war that has started over the UCC. And my solution to that is simple. We are wasting time. Bring it in now. For God's sake, let's not waste time. Let's not give an opportunity to some people. Bring the UCC, end the debate, act fast, and here are the headlines this Friday evening on the Debate Tonight.
इस प्रकार की टिप्पणियां न सिर्फ समाज को आहत करती हैं, बल्कि समाज के सामने एक प्रश्न भी उत्पन्न करती हैं.
From Brahmins leave India threats to we are coming for you warning, it is open threats of bloodshed and casteism in JNU.
कि ऐसी सोच को पनपने ही नहीं देना चाहिए जो समाज में तनाव पैदा करते हों. जिसने भी ये हरकत की है उसके खिलाफ कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई विश्वविद्यालय के अधिकारियों को करनी चाहिए.
India is talking about unicorns, but JNU is stuck on threats of bloodshed and casteism. Where are the radical pseudos now? Will the radical pseudos say, not in my name now? Unstoppable Prime Minister's impromptu roadshow in Ahmedabad for a second day running is the final countdown in Gujarat.
उनको भी अपनाना चाहिए मुसलमानों के इस फॉर्मूले को कि अपने बच्चों को, जवानों को 20-22 साल में शादियां कराओ, लड़कियों को 18-20 साल की उम्र में शादियां कराओ, फिर देखो आपके यहाँ भी कितने बच्चे पैदा होते हैं.
And Badruddin Ajmal makes regressive, communal, misogynistic comments, says Hindus must learn from Muslims and marry early. With more and more states saying it's time, it's the national momentum which has been set for the Uniform Civil Code. Republic says, bring the UCC now. And big exclusive on Republic TV, the Liger papers on why actor Vijay Deverakonda is seriously under the scanner for dubious film funding. Ladies and gentlemen, India is soaring. India is looking to the skies. We are focusing on leading the world space. And yet, in one tiny and totally taxpayer-paid irrelevant corner of the national capital, threats of bloodshed, violence and casteism are thriving. JNU has become a dark spot for hate, violence and casteism. And I'm not saying it. The writing is literally on the wall. But the fake secularati, the liberal brigade, the woke radicals will not speak up against it, and I will expose them. Tonight, those who supported the Azadi slogans in JNU have to speak up and not hide. Why do they support the growing casteist hate in JNU? Just take a look at the despicable events in JNU and then we debate.
JNU walls defaced with slogans that read, "Go back to Shaka." Graffiti that reads, "Brahmins Bharat Chodo." Graffiti with underlying threats, "Brahmo Baniyas, we are coming for you."
Right now we are showing you the pictures of those walls which reads Brahmins leave the campus, and similar sort of slogans have been put up there on the other wall also, which reads "There will be blood." So these slogans have now been put up there, and now walls have been defaced inside the JNU campus.
The hate, some claim, is rampant on campus.
कमेटी बनाई जाए, तुरंत कार्रवाई की जानी चाहिए थी। 10 मिनट के अंदर इसका रिजल्ट आ सकता था। परंतु एक चीज़ आप देखेंगे, पैटर्न है, बहुत पहले से भी कई ऐसे इंसिडेंट हुए हैं जिस पे कोई एक्शन नहीं लिया गया है। तो हम ऐसा सोच रहे हैं कि जेएनयू प्रशासन की, हम सोचने को मजबूर हो रहे हैं कि जेएनयू प्रशासन किसी न किसी रूप से इसमें मिली
फेल हो गया।
प्रशासन फेल नहीं हुआ है, साथ में मिली भगत का भी हम आरोप लगा रहे हैं उन पे।
In the past, even Swami Vivekananda's statue was not spared. Bhagwa Jalega slogans were used to deface it on JNU campus. The JNU Teachers Forum is tonight calling it a conspiracy to disrupt social harmony.
तो आदरणीय वाइस चांसलर जी और प्रशासन से हमारा अनुरोध है कि क्यों वो मौन है, क्या वो मौन रह करके एक मौन समर्थन ऐसे कुकृत्यों को दे रहा है? ये प्रशासन को बिल्कुल स्पष्ट करना चाहिए और कठोर से कठोर कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए।
Police complaints have been filed, and even the political leadership has spoken up. But will those who say dismantle Hindutva speak up?
जिसने भी ये हरकत की है उसके खिलाफ कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई विश्वविद्यालय के अधिकारियों को करनी चाहिए। और ये वही स्थान है जहां पर आपने देखा होगा कुछ साल पहले भारत के टुकड़े हजार इंशाल्लाह इंशाल्लाह के नारे लगते थे। ऐसी सोच को पनपने नहीं देना चाहिए।
इस प्रकार की टिप्पणियां न सिर्फ समाज को आहत करती हैं, बल्कि समाज के सामने एक प्रश्न भी उत्पन्न करती हैं कि ऐसे शैक्षिक संस्थान में इस प्रकार की गतिविधि करने वाले वो कौन लोग हैं जो जानते हैं कि वो ये दुस्साहस करेंगे और दंडित नहीं होंगे।
Will those who troop to JNU to show solidarity hit out at this hate? Will those who supported Tukde Tukde slogans endorse this too? It's time to end JNU casteism. Let's debate.
Great panel tonight, viewers. Let's bring them on the screen. Ishkaran, has Deepika Padukone tweeted on this, these calls for violence? Has Deepika Padukone commented on this kind of violence, calls for bloodshed in JNU? Have you seen anything since you do follow the social media? Has she?
Arnab, just one point. I think you are being too soft. It's not a casteism row. It's a row in which they are openly calling for genocides of Hindus, Brahmins, Baniyas. It doesn't stop at that. You know that. When the words are said, Bharat Chodo, when the words are said, there will be bloodbath. Under every genocide law, under the Genocide Convention, that's an open call for genocide. So let us first frame it very clearly. We saw what happened in Kashmir. Run, convert or die was blared from loudspeakers.
You're saying it's Hinduphobia? No, one second. You're saying it's not casteism? You're saying it's not casteism? 1 minute. You're saying it's not casteism?
It is a genocide call.
Okay.
It is a genocide call.
What do you think, Rashmi? Is it casteism or Hinduphobia?
It's a genocide call.
Well, it's definitely Hinduphobia, and they're just using
tools like casteism to perpetrate it without drawing too much flack, because you can't go after the entire community without dividing it first.
So you're saying
it's not
about targeting Brahmins, it's not about targeting Brahmins or targeting Baniyas, it's about targeting Hindus primarily. And you're saying caste is a sort of a cloak and a cover for it. I mean, at the essence is Hindu hate.
It was used by the British. It's currently being used by the so-called urban Naxals at universities. It's been the best weapon to fracture our civilization.
Let's get Professor Kapil Kumar also in. You know what I'm going to do, because there's a divide right on top of the debate tonight, viewers, as you can see. The hashtag I put is JNU casteism, because I think this is casteism. But many of my panelists think it's about targeting Hindus. I also agree. I believe actually, if you ask me, that it's about targeting Hindus, using the argument of casteism, right? But it essentially emerges from Hindu hate. It's the kind of, when there was a Hafiz Saeed's favorite journalist in India took a picture with someone at Twitter, and talked about Brahminical patriarchy. It was not about caste. It was actually a commentary against Hinduism. It's an attempt to defame and defile Hinduism and stereotype Hinduism. So I'm going to put two hashtags tonight. Hashtag 1, JNU casteism. Hashtag 2, JNU Hinduphobia. Let me see which hashtag carries more numbers. That'll tell us about how people think. What do you think, Kapil Kumar? Two hashtags on the screen, please. We'll put the different count for each. Yes, Kapil Kumar, what do you think?
I think, Arnab, you put a third hashtag also.
Which is what?
Because this is a blend. This is a blend of anything that can be anti-India. Whether it is a call for genocide of Hindus, whether it is against casteism, whether it is against Indian nation, whether it is against nationalism, it is a part of the toolkit which has been prepared long back outside. And as I have been saying since 2014, that terrorism has many shapes. And my suggestion here is that, you see, the writings have been there on the wall, which has been written. That means the handwriting is there. Why are we throwing the blame only on the JNU authorities, which are weak, which can't do anything? But why doesn't the NIA acts on this, take that handwriting samples and compares that handwriting samples with the student samples of handwriting?
I agree with you. I think what should happen.
Arrest and throw out these people.
No, okay, I have the guests on the left, please, because I'm not getting the windows. I'm just making one point tonight. I agree with you. And don't jump at what I'm about to say and do those typical things like I'm a right-winger. I believe that the professor is correct. Handwriting analysis should happen. The National Investigating Agency should be brought in. All the anti-terror squads should be brought in.
Absolutely.
The people who wrote this should be caught under sections of the UAPA and anti-terrorism rules. And the toughest of sanctions should be put against them, along with imprisonment and very tough sections which you would use against members of the Al-Qaeda or members of the ISIS should be used against them. That's the only treatment, because they have said, and viewers, you know what, some people are saying, Arnav, you're exaggerating. I'm not. You know what they said? They said, Gaurav, there will be blood. And I don't take these things seriously. I don't think this is activism. I was always an activist student. I never went on graffiti and said, I will kill you, there will be blood. People from this caste go back. Brahmo Baniyas, we are coming for you. It's no different from terrorist Shariq's graffiti, which before the Mangaluru blast, where he said, do not force us to invite the Lashkar-e-Toiba and the Taliban to deal with Sanghis and Manuwadis. It's the same thinking. So I think anti-terror provisions should be used. What do you think, Gaurav? I think anti-terror provisions have to be brought in out here. These are all terrorists. The terrorists must be picked up from the campus and put in jail.
Arnab, first of all, I completely agree with you that strictest of provisions should be used against these people who are attacking the idea of one India. So you were asking every panelist that what are they targeting? And to me as a citizen, they are targeting India, our country, and they're targeting the Constitution of India. And excuse me and pardon me for my language, but I would like to tell these hooligans, भारत तेरे बाप का नहीं है, भारत तेरे बाप का नहीं है. What right have you got to tell a citizen of the country
that leave India, and you have all the love for non-citizens like Rohingya, Arnab, who are non-citizens and they have no right to live in the country. But this brigade will come and they will say, रोहिंग्या को मत निकालो, मानवता की बात है, हमारे दिल में उनके लिए प्यार होना चाहिए. And you dare tell an Indian, be it a Hindu or a Muslim, a Baniya or a Brahman or a Pasmanda, that he should leave India. My second point is, these hooligans, Arnab, as you rightly said, they live on our money, the taxpayers' money. They don't spend a penny even for their family. They stand with terrorists like Afzal Guru and eulogize him. And when it comes to law-abiding citizens, they spew venom and they show their real fangs. They show hatred, which will not be tolerated. The third point is the most important point. Arnab, do you remember a person called Umar Khalid? When Umar Khalid was indulging in anti-India activities and he was booked under UAPA, he got support from Rahul Gandhi. He got support from various Congress leaders. He was protesting against a validly passed law called CAA. Swara Bhaskar spoke. Richa Chadda insulted the Indian Army very recently. And today I want to ask that when we talk about Umar Khalid, you extended support, but the Delhi High Court just a few days back refused bail to him, and he's behind bars for the last 32 months. What does it show? These people like Nasiruddin Shah, Amir Khan, jinko Bharat mein dar lagta hai,
exactly,
they don't even muster
well
the courage to come out to speak about the unity of India. That is the pain I have. Where is Amir Khan today? Amir Khan, I appeal to you. Swara Bhaskar, I appeal to you. Come out in the open on Republic TV right away and say that nobody can attack the spirit of India, be it a Hindu Baniya or a Hindu Brahman or a
great debate. No, yeah, fantastic.
But today, your silence is selective.
No, but I'd say one thing to you. My position always, and ladies and gentlemen, please see the leader of the Tukre gang, Rahul Gandhi, a few years back, joining hands with Kanhaiya Kumar and the Tukre gang at JNU. When Republic took on the Tukre gang, typically this fellow went there and he is the Bharat Toro leader. And look at what's being said right now. Bloodshed. Brahmo Baniyas, we are coming for you. Question here. Rahul Gandhi, who does judo videos every day, will he comment on what has happened here? I think people like Rahul Gandhi, Swara Bhaskar, Rahul Gandhi, Richa Chadda, Amir Khan, Kiran Rao, or for that matter, what is that person who keeps repeating himself and makes no sense anymore? Someone should tell him that he stopped making sense. Yes, Nasiruddin Shah. Do these people even think, have they spoken about this now? They haven't. Why? You know why they haven't? Because they are complete 1000% hypocrites, right? And I think I have a solution here. My solution is simple. Professor Dinesh Varshney, we should have an institutional response. We should make everyone pay. Professors, students, organization, institution, all funding should stop. Make people pay. Make them lose their funding, their fellowships. And also create an anonymous whistleblower policy where you say to anyone who's the whistleblower of the person who wrote this that if his leads are proven to be correct, he will be incentivized. You can have both a negative and a positive sort of incentive in this whole thing. And believe me, you need to implement this. For example, if you were the person, I'm not saying you have, but if a person like you, for example, was to go and say, go back to Shaka, there will be bloodshed. And if DK Giri is a student, DK Giri goes and tells everyone that you're the person who's written this, DK Giri gets a fellowship, gets incentivized, and you go to jail. That's the only thing that's going to work. We need a way to, what would you say, smoke the rats out. We need a way to smoke the rats out. What do you think?
Arnab, please allow me to speak as much as time you have given to Gaurav Bhatia. First of all, you must know that none of the organized left parties support these type of statement. From where these type of statement originated in India? Who taught this statement, these type of divisive statement to the Britishers? The Hindu Mahasabha, the RSS. Never ever the left has supported these type of organization. Nor that today we support this type of wall writing. We condemn that wall writing. As far as what you are saying about stop funding, this is what you have become the biggest agent of the new education policy of 2020 of Modi ji, which says all government universities slowly should die. And let there be a private universities. Poor should not come to the university education. All scholarship must be closed. Budget of education must be reduced. It has been reduced continuously since Arun Jaitley ji's time as a finance minister. This is the agenda of them to defame the JNU as and when BJP faces the heat of the price rise, the economic failure of the nation. They have led the nation to the
I'll make a point. Kapil responds to you.
They have unemployment. They always make this type of thing. When there was an election in Bengal, Kanhaiya issue was raised. When there was an election in other state, the same JNU. Now the BJP is facing a heat in Gujarat and Delhi municipal elections. No student is going to vote for them, neither the girls nor the boys. So they thought it is best, let somebody miss this element, should write this wall writing. Let JNU Vice Chancellor today have the complaint committee has been given. Let complaint committee give a report within 2 weeks.
Okay, now, okay. Can I now come in, please, sir? Can I come in, please, sir? Can I come in, please, sir? Viewers, I want a poll right now. I want a poll right now on the channel on whether it's Hinduphobia or casteism. And I want to have a response to you, sir. I want a response to you, Professor.
If you dare to say, you dare to say, let everybody who attacked the teachers in 2016 in JNU must be arrested today.
Yeah. Okay, have you finished? आपकी बात खत्म हो गई तो बोलूंगा 2 versus 2 करके 2 versus 2 करके मैं बात करूंगा. आप पहले रुक जाइए. आप देखिए, ऐसा है, देखिए प्रोफेसर साहब, है ना, आराम से आप बात करिए, इतने मुझे थ्रेट मत दीजिए. मैं आपको कह रहा हूं, यू आर आस्किंग मी नो, तो मैं भी ओपन चैलेंज दे रहा हूं.
I'm not threatening you.
आज ओपन चैलेंज दे रहा हूं. अब मेरी बात सुनिए. Listen to me. अरे बाबा, listen to me.
That 2002 rights are justified.
Oh God.
2002
I'll tell you. I'll respond. I'll respond to him and he'll be quiet. You watch. Okay, Dinesh Vashni, have you finished? First you tell me I have finished, then I'll speak. 1 minute. Gaurav, 1 minute. I want, please listen to me. I want right here, right now, Dinesh Vashni, Syed Asad Abbas, Karai Selvaraj of the MDMK and Professor D.K. Giri to say, Hindu lives matter. And to say to me that they will start a campaign.
Every lives matter.
Hindu lives matter. Oh, why? Hindu lives don't matter? Is it too much for you to say Hindu lives matter? Why can't you say Hindu lives matter? It's a threat to Hindu lives. Why can't you say Hindu lives matter? I'm sorry. Don't be a hypocrite. Say Hindu lives matter. You said black lives matter. You said black lives matter. You said BLM, I say HLM. If black lives matter, Hindu lives also matter.
The BJP
you teach in the campuses, in your pseudo left tones, you say Black Lives Matter. I say to you, come to my country. Come to my country. You're not in Seattle. You're not in Seattle. You're in Savitri Vihar. I'm asking you to Hindu Lives Matter.
They wanted to lead the nation.
Nonsense. First say Hindu Lives Matter.
They wanted to lead the nation.
Say Hindu Lives Matter. Karai Selvaraj do Hindu lives matter.
Every lives matter.
Professor D.K. Giri, क्या बोलने में मुश्किल हो रही है Hindu lives matter? बोलने में मुश्किल हो रही है Hindu lives matter? क्यों नहीं बोल रहे Hindu lives matter? I'm letting you speak. D.K. Giri is on the debate.
Yeah. System, not against any religion.
Yes.
Please. Writing against Varna Sharam system.
I would say
there was no Hinduism. When Varna Sharam system,
I would say
there was no Hinduism. To whom are you teaching?
Debate meant for him only.
Arnab, you are an enlightened.
Give me a minute.
You are an enlightened person, and you should say all lives matter, not just Hindu lives. All lives matter. That is better. Lives matter. You see?
1 minute. Just a minute. 1 minute. DK. Yeah. When they said DK, 1 minute. DK, you are an enlightened person. You are an enlightened soul.
You are.
Now listen to me. When they said Black Lives Matter, tell me, Rashmi, at that time, did Professor Giri say White Lives Matter? say all lives matter.
No,
No, they say Black lives matter. Where am I saying by Hindu lives matter that other lives don't matter? But I'm singularly saying Hindu lives matter or not. No, why don't you say Hindu lives
When
matter?
you say Hindu lives matter, they imply that they don't matter. So that's it. That's about the case. And they're just coming up with lame excuses to defend their position. If it was all lives matter, then it should have been all lives matter at all points of time.
What, I can't hear everyone.
Not at a specific time.
I can't hear everyone. I'm
Convenient.
Rashmi and Caray Selvaraj. Rashmi.
How to treat humanity.
It's just become very convenient
I want to poll on what it is.
for them to say all lives matter.
Okay, now I have only two on the screen. I'll have Rashmi and Caray Selvaraj, please. Yeah.
We are Indians. For us, it is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, not black or white. We should teach others or not follow them.
When you're
How can you go
comfortable
down
making distinction between black and white people because black people were disadvantaged and attacked in the United States, you should be willing to say Hindu lives matter when Hindus are being specifically targeted.
That is the point.
So I think you are trying to escape responsibility.
Dinesh is shouting.
Taking accountability for Hindus being
Dinesh
attacked by saying all lives matter when Hindus are specifically being attacked. What do you mean?
Let RSS, BJP condemn our bunch of thought today. We are not defending this ball writing. We condemn this ball writing. Let RSS say we condemn bunch of thought. We condemn this statement. We condemn this ball writing. Let Gaurav Bhatia, Kapil Kumar.
Gaurav Bhatia and Kapil Kumar. Who goes first? Gaurav Bhatia or Kapil Kumar?
And Rashmi, you say that Savarkar is condemnable.
Who is running the JNU? Gaurav Bhatia.
Okay, one versus one. Who am I letting in? Okay, Gaurav, wait a while. The challenge has been put to Gaurav and Kapil. Kapil goes first, then Gaurav responds. You made your point. You made your point. You don't have to throw challenges. Kapil responds to you. He's already taken the challenge. He's already taken the challenge.
We will say.
Okay. Arnab, let me ask this person. When does communist lives matter for communists? The damn Churchill was killing lakhs of Bengalis during the Bengal famine in Second World War. And these stooges of communists were supporting Churchill in the back in the war of what? Stalin killed thousands in Russia. And for them only today what matters is Chinese lives. The China who has become the biggest money lender in the world.
We are not supporters
the China
of Stalin.
which
serves
the lands of the people. In China who kills people with COVID. These communists and they talk of India.
You are misquoting
in their manifesto. You know what they teach?
You are falsifying history, Kapil Kumar. I challenge you. You show any of our statements.
Dictatorship of proletariat.
Wherever we have made a mistake, we have said sorry to the people of India.
They only use our democratic rights and constitution to fill their aim of dictatorship of the proletariat.
Okay. We don't want to make the debate theoretical. I ask you. I ask you tonight. I get Gaurav. I'm getting Gaurav and Syed Abbas and the others in. Thank you, Kapil. Kapil Kumar, thank you. Kapil Kumar, thank you. Kapil Kumar, thank you. Kapil Kumar, thank you. Two people on the screen, please. Thank you so much. I go to my next point on tolerance. And my point on tolerance is simply this, Gaurav, and after Gaurav, Syed Abbas, then Ishkaran response, then Mr. Selvaraj comes in as this. We are always given lectures about tolerance. We are told you must be tolerant. We are told, Gaurav, that when Bharat tere tukde honge, inshallah, ek jhatka aur do, all that happens in JNU, we are told it is be tolerant. I am asking them, was there tolerance when there was a ruckus over Ram Navami celebrations in JNU? Why some people had a problem when somebody said, don't have non-vegetarian food, please respect our situation? Was it tolerance when there was Bhagwa Jalega written on Swami Vivekananda's statue? Today, the Professor Varshini, you are daring, you have the guts to quote Swami Vivekananda. Where were you when Swami Vivekananda's statue was marred with filthy abuse? And it was written below, Bhagwa Jalega, kahan the aap? Where were you then? When it was, how can you say it is not anti-Hindu? Yes, Varshini, I can't hear you. Varshni and Gaurav Bhatia on the screen. भगवा जलेगा क्यों था? किसने लिखा था भगवा जलेगा? किसने लिखा था भगवा जलेगा? Why was it written on the JNU campus? बताइए मुझे. Tell me. Come on the screen and tell Gaurav Bhatia. Can I have both on both sides of the screen, please? What's going on?
Why did JNU has not arrested these people who have returned?
Not arrested.
Why did JNU have not elected people? Why did Delhi police have not let them to arrest?
No, I want to tell you there is a clip. There is a clip. There is a clip. There is a clip. Why is there a clip where a JNU professor? Is there a clip where a JNU professor called Nivedita Menon? Is there a clip where a JNU professor? Will you be quiet for a minute? 1 second, sir. 1 second, sir. JNU professor called Nivedita Menon in a clip apparently seen calling Hinduism the most violent religion in the world with deep-rooted violence.
Gaurav Bhatia said today that
answer my question. You're not answering a single question. You're being shallow. I'll change you. My point is, ये क्या है संघ से आजादी?
That will lead. That will believe in the fact.
नहीं, संघ से आजादी क्या है? समझाइए ना मुझे समझ नहीं आया. संघ से आजादी क्या है?
संघ से मीन आरएसएस से आजादी.
हाँ, क्यों?
संघ से मतलब आरएसएस.
कोई आपको बोले वामपंथी सोच से आजादी तो आप क्या बोलेंगे?
आइडियोलॉजी से आजादी.
नहीं, आपको मैं कह रहा हूँ आपके सोच से आजादी. मैं कहूंगा वामपंथी सोच से आजादी तो आप क्या कहेंगे? आप क्या कहेंगे तब?
फ्रॉम द कम्युनिज्म ऑफ आरएसएस.
अरे सबसे ज्यादा माय पॉइंट इज यू आर द मोस्ट इंटॉलरेंट bunch of people in the world. Gaurav Bhatia is on the debate. Ladies and gentlemen, big debate tonight. Gaurav Bhatia on the screen. The visuals of what has happened in JNU right in the middle. Gaurav Bhatia.
Become aggressive. Very, very vulgar and aggressive.
Thank you very much, Gaurav.
The Modi regime,
Arnab,
2014 till now.
Can he be quiet? Yes. Arnab, you asked a very valid question that today should we say Hindu lives matter? And all these people who used to shout out
every life matter.
To say that Muslim lives matter today are quiet. I'll tell you.
Matter. India
please
matters.
ask him to be quiet. I did not.
Sir, please.
India matters.
Viewers, tell me, is it casteism or Hinduphobia? In your view, I'll take a live poll with a poll on that on the screen. It's live on Twitter. Yeah.
Yes. So Arnab, I will give you two reasons why we should very categorically say, while admitting that every Indian lives matter, Hindu life also matters. Because when they were trending the hashtag Muslim Lives Matter in 2020, they should have thought about it and they should have said Indian life matters.
Everybody in life matters.
Please ask him to be quiet. Arnab, this is
not right.
Bad way of debating.
This is not right. ये गलत बात है.
The school is suffering
ये गलत है. ये गलत आप गलत कर रहे हैं. You're doing you're not. Vashni, this is not the JNU canteen, huh? ये JNU की canteen नहीं है.
Please remove him from the screen.
Government sponsored, taxpayer funded JNU canteen नहीं है.
This is not also a chatterbox for lies. The public debate cannot be a chatterbox of lies.
अरे अच्छा, मुंह से पहले पान निकालिए. मुंह से पहले पान निकालिए, उसके बाद बोलिए.
Okay, Gaurav, continue. No personal attacks, please, on either side. Gaurav, continue. 9:37. The poll is on. 81% switch, please, on the right. Switch on the right. We bring in the two panelists who've not spoken on the right, Mr. Selvaraj and Syed Asad Abbas. Gaurav, continue. Ladies and gentlemen, 9:37. 81% of people surprisingly agreeing.
Yes, thank you.
Agreeing with Ishkaran and Rashmi, saying it's Hinduphobia. Only 19% saying it's casteism. Gaurav, let Gaurav.
Genocide call.
Gaurav on the left, please don't switch that. Thank you.
Yes.
Gaurav is continuing. Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Arnab, now Arnab, why it's justified to say Hindu lives matter? The reason is very simple. When you target a community or a religion on the basis of the religion itself, then it becomes very important to send out a strong signal. And if Hindu Brahmins, Hindu Baniyas are being targeted, then why not should we make it very categorically clear that Hindu lives matter, just the way Muslim lives matter. And today, I will cite an example. You remember the 1984 Sikh riots? You remember the 1984 Sikh pogrom? Today, Jagdish Titler was campaigning. So even the lives of those family members who have seen the pain of losing their loved one during the 1984 riots matter. And that is why today political parties like the Congress, Left, Samajwadi Party, AIMIM should answer to the people that end of their appeasement politics, stand for the Hindus also, don't treat them like second-rate citizens. The Bharatiya Janata Party will go all out to say Hindu lives matter.
Yeah, Mr. Selvaraj, please. Mr. Selvaraj. Yeah, Mr. Selvaraj, you've been quiet. You've been quiet. You've been quiet.
Yeah.
Yes.
We strongly condemn the anti-slogan against Brahmins, that too inside the university. But in Tamil Nadu, we never encourage students to go to this extent, but we taught them the decent politics. Now, you have been repeatedly telling about this reason behind this is casteism and Hinduism. Let us not put together everything in one way. It all happens against Hinduism. You mean to say that this is only Brahmins or Hindus here? No other caste people are not Hindus?
Arnab, I want to answer this.
Why you are cornering, why you are putting a single point? The slogan against Brahmins is
and Baniyas are also Hindus is the point.
The only Brahmins are Hindus?
Please understand the argument.
No, let us not come to
then
the
answer.
1 minute.
Brahmins and Baniyas are also Hindus, not excluding others out.
That's right. I agree with you.
You are coming to a conclusion that others are excluded.
No, we should not.
So today would you say that Hindu lives matter and what has been done in JNU is unpardonable? Would you say that?
Mr. Selvaraj, 1 minute. Mr. Selvaraj, can I come in? Mr. Selvaraj, I want to ask you something. Mr. Selvaraj, may I come in, please, if you don't mind? You're a spokesperson of the MDMK. I don't want to get into personal issues. You obviously have a religious identity. If you don't mind and if it doesn't cause you offense, would you disclose your religious identity? Like, I'm a Hindu. What is your religious persuasion, sir?
I'm a Hindu.
Okay, sir.
I proudly say I'm a Hindu.
1 minute, sir.
But then why are you...
Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute, sir. Sir, 1 minute, sir. Sir, 1 minute, sir. Sir, 1 minute. 1 minute. I asked you this question, okay? Because I want you to understand this. It would not matter to me whether you were Hindu or Christian or Muslim. But I need you to understand this. Would you tolerate this against any other religion? And the fact is that such slogans... 1 minute, sir. Please, sir. Please. Stop the hate. Such slogans against any other religion written on a university campus where students from multiple communities reach to study would never have been tolerated. What if somebody had said something about Shias or Sunnis? What if somebody had said something about some other community or about people from a particular group within a religion? And these are not innocent things. These are slogans seeking murder, killing, bloodshed. Understand? And you need to understand, if as a Hindu, you are okay with a significant number of Hindus becoming a violent target with calls for their bloodshed, then you amaze me. That is not secularism. Then you're a fake secularist or you're not a secularist at all. That means you're a communal person. And I want to tell you one thing. Why do Hindus get targeted death threats? And would there be silence? No. If 1 minute, sir, 1 minute. You're building hate, sir, 1 minute. Would there be silence if instead of Brahmins and Baniyas, if instead of Brahmins and Baniyas, 1 minute, sir, 1 minute, sir. Instead of Brahmins and Baniyas, people from other communities and not Hindus were to be asked to leave, would Nasiruddin Shah and Amir Khan have been quiet? Don't you understand what I'm saying? I'm sick of this anti-Hindu bigotry. And we're not going to take it anymore, sir. This is not okay. This is no longer okay in this country. It will never be okay in this country. It may have been okay in the past. That's got to change now.
You have been cornering. You have been repeatedly cornering in the show from the starting to till now. You have been putting casteism and Hinduism. Why you are bringing the casteism and Hinduism?
Because this is casteism and Hinduphobia both. It's a mix of both.
In India, it's becoming a
can I answer this?
Whatever happened, we are just
can I answer this?
Hinduism, naming them this.
People of this country are becoming more aware of risings.
Arnab, can I answer this?
Please recall my last debate. Please recall my last
louder on both sides.
Republic TV.
Arnab, I want to answer this. Can I come
please wait. Between December 1st and December 5th, there is a sensitive and sentiment issue will rise. Now in the Gujarat election is the talk of the subject. Why don't
Gujarat election? Are you saying the BJP got this written? Are you out of your mind? This is the standard urban Naxal Maoist loving conversation about Brahmo Baniyas. What nonsense are you saying, sir? Ishkaran is on the debate. Ishkaran countering. Ishkaran countering. We got to move fast in 9:43, ladies and gentlemen. And now let's also see the results of the poll at this point of time. Ishkaran is on the debate. Ishkaran is on the debate. The debate is on. The debate is on. The debate is on. The debate is on. Ishkaran, louder, Ishkaran. Ishkaran, louder. Go on, Ishkaran. Don't keep waiting for your turn.
Let me answer. Arnab, I started the debate by saying it's not a mere caste issue, it's a Hindu genocide call, and I'm happy 80% of the people agree. Because let us be very clear, when the community was wiped out from Afghanistan, they did not ask the caste of Hindu or the Sikh. When they wiped it out, 1977 lakh and 0 left now. When it was done in Kashmir, they were not checking the caste certificate of every Hindu. The calls which were made, run, convert or die, they were started by targeting one community, one sub-part of Hindu community, but they engulfed the entire Hindu Samaj as a whole. This is a traditional call of genocide. It starts by calling Baniya, Brahman or some caste group, but it engulfs all Hindus. If we have not understood this in last 500 years, then shame on us as a nation. And one last point, I don't care what Deepika says or Amir Khan says, they are hypocrites, they have been exposed. But are these people arrested under UAPA? Are they arrested under terror laws? That is what we have to see. That is what we deserve as a nation.
And you know, they
okay, now, can I come in?
Yeah.
Anab.
Yeah, go on. Who's stopping you?
Ishkaran, what you
Syed Abbas is on the debate. Syed Abbas, Ishkaran. Let's keep it quick, please. Thank you. Syed Abbas.
Professor, 45 minutes into the debate I've come, Professor.
Not
kindly
45,
allow me to
36.
speak. I have a very important point to make.
Louder, Professor.
Kindly allow me.
Replace on the left. Syed, go on. He's not stopping, so replace one minute. Yeah, go on, Syed.
All right. Thank you, Anab. Anab, you're a fair anchor. 45 minutes debate I've come. Allow me a minute, please. Thank you very much. Firstly, a first answer to my friend Gaurav Bhatia. Gaurav Bhatia, कान खोलकर सुन लो. Hindu lives matter. Sikh lives matter. Every human being, every life matters. Now let me come straight to you. You quoted Rahat Indori very selectively. Khan Abdul Ghaffar Khan, Bhagat Singh. सभी का खून है शामिल यहाँ की मिट्टी में. किसी के बाप का हिंदुस्तान थोड़ी है. अरे भाई साहब बस ये हिंदू मुस्लिम का बंटवारा. The fact of the matter, I challenge you today, Mr. Gaurav Bhatia. Can you tell me, is Dr. Jaishankar an alumni of the Jawaharlal Nehru University? Isn't the finance minister, the able minister, Nirmala Sitharaman ji, an alumni of the Jawaharlal Nehru University? There have been Nobel laureates from Jawaharlal Nehru University. There have been bureaucrats from JNU. There have been fantastic professors, achievers, successful people. Respected sir, for a view. No, wait. I heard you. Now you listen to me. For a few bad seeds, you cannot blame the JNU, sir. JNU is one of the top premier institute of a country. Kindly learn to respect that. Even Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, many a times he has attributed the success of JNU. So respected sir, before you pinpoint JNU, can you do that?
I want to tell you, since you are quoting, I just need to tell you, I need to tell you one thing. Gaurav, just 1 minute before you come in. You know, Jaishankar himself said in 2020, problem with you is you are not well researched. He said there was no Tukde gang when I was studying at JNU. Does that answer your question? Jaishankar said it. Jaishankar said it. Now you get a response from Gaurav. On the debate, ladies and gentlemen. Gaurav is responding. Don't. You've been proven wrong. Don't have to repeat yourself. Gaurav is on the debate. Yes, Gaurav.
No.
He said that. He said that.
Can I blame your media?
There is
for the wrongdoings of the Lutin's media, I cannot blame your media.
Can I respond now? Please.
You cannot blame JNU.
Okay, now can you?
For the Tukde gang, you cannot blame
I'm not,
JNU.
but I want these termites to be identified. I want the termites to write these things identified and put under terror charges. Gaurav is responding, Syed, please. I have limited time, yaar. You don't get it, no, sometimes. Please let him speak, Gaurav. Gaurav, go on.
Yes.
Adab, for a few bad seeds, you cannot attribute it to JNU. For a few
stop advertising, yaar.
You cannot blame all of you, right? You're doing your duty.
Him to be
and
quiet.
so other wonderful students of JNU.
So
kindly do not attribute the wrongdoings of the few to Jawaharlal
it's okay, yaar. Stop trying to overplay it. Don't overplay. Don't overplay.
Please, yes. Okay. See, Arnab, I have 2 quick points to make. First of all, सभी का खून शामिल है इस मिट्टी में, बिल्कुल है, लेकिन अफजल गुरु का खून इस मिट्टी में शामिल नहीं है। समझ लो एक बात। और जब कोई भी व्यक्ति कहता है, प्लीज आस्क हिम टू बी क्वाइट, दिस डिबेट इज नॉट अबाउट यू, प्लीज लेट मी मेक माय पॉइंट, बी civilized. Arnab, he is not being civilized.
And let me tell you,
please be quiet,
be it Dr. Jaishankar or be it Nirmala Sitharaman ji,
please stop, yeah.
Have the patience to listen to other views also.
So respected sir.
Sir, Rob, yeah, what is this going on, yeah? Elocution competition.
They are paid by the second by a political party. Yes.
I understand,
now let
sir,
me make my point. Be civilized, be courteous. Even your family wouldn't like if you will be interrupting like this.
Do not accept it.
Now, last warning.
Be quiet or take him off the screen.
Please be quiet. Syed, band karo na, please. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes.
You're good. You're just undisciplined. Yeah, go on.
Yes. So Arnab,
no,
you know, Syed Abbas has a very short memory. He supports the Aam Aadmi Party now. Earlier he supported the Congress. Let me remind him. Afzal Guru hum शर्मिंदा है, तेरे कातिल जिंदा है, Rahul Gandhi, the party that you supported earlier.
आपको डर लगता है क्या गौरव जी?
Arnab, I cannot.
Oh, please, you know, can you stop this? Can you stop this paparazzi type interruptions, please? Thank you.
Very uncivilized. You know, I do. He was never like this. Arnab, the point that I wish to make is that Rahul Gandhi is standing with persons who were shouting slogans that अफजल हम शर्मिंदा है, तेरे कातिल जिंदा है। कितने अफजल मारोगे, हर घर से अफजल निकलेगा। उनको मैं कहना चाहता हूं, जिस घर में अफजल निकलेगा उस घर में घुस के मारेंगे अफजल को, याद रखना। दूसरी बात, I am not afraid like Nasruddin Shah and Amir Khan's wife was कि भारत को छोड़ के जाने का मन करता है। अरे प्लीज बी क्वाइट। फिर देखिए,
why do you stop? Yeah, you should also be a road roller. Continue.
Very cheap, very cheap.
Oh, I don't need to learn from you, sir.
So my second point is, भारत हमारा घर है, भारत हमारा घर है। हम जो है छोड़ के कहीं नहीं जाएंगे। हम इन लोगों को छुड़वाएंगे जो भारत को दीमक की तरह खाते हैं। So if Amir Khan is listening, this is an example. Hindus are being targeted, but we will live for the country. घर छोड़ के नहीं जाएंगे, ऐसे लोगों को घर छुड़वाएंगे, याद रखना।
जो ऐसे लोग हैं वो तुम्हारी पार्टी।
अरे भैया, तो आपको क्यों दिक्कत होगी? आपको मना किया आपका घर नहीं है। मुझे लगा आपका घर चीन है, क्योंकि चीन के साथ आप खड़े होते हैं।
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, last thing I'll say.
जब भारत के जवानों को
Bollywood will
तो
complain.
लेफ्ट पार्टी
No, after all of this, Bollywood will complain. हमारे पिक्चर कोई देखता क्यों नहीं है? नहीं देख रहे हैं, क्योंकि पिक्चर रिलीज के टाइम पे इश्करन during a picture release they go to JNU.
पता लग जाएगा।
अर्नब, वो तभी एक्सपोज हो चुके हैं। भारत का एक एक व्यक्ति इतना बड़ा पेट्रियट है कि अगर आप जेएनयू जाके टुकड़े के साथ खड़े होंगे तो आपके करियर के टुकड़े टुकड़े हो जाएंगे। जो टुकड़े टुकड़े के साथ हुआ, चाहे वो नेता हुआ, चाहे वो अभिनेता हुआ,
that applies, and that applies both for Bollywood and for the Vadra Congress. And on the other side, ladies and gentlemen, I feel the government's taking just too much time. It is prevaricating, it is thinking, it is going through commissions, it's going through approvals, it's moving from state government to state government and political statement to political statement. Why don't they just bring in the Uniform Civil Code in Parliament and get done with it? Let's just bring it in now. Let's stop the debate. That's what I think. You agree with me, whether or not on the other side.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Will smart manufacturing complement traditional manufacturing processes or replace them entirely?
India will be able to contribute approximately 5% of the global market in terms of when we talk about additive manufacturing.
What kind of opportunities does it hold for the BTech students?
Amrita University
I would say is ideal for students who come into manufacturing, additive manufacturing.
To know more, watch Amrita School of Engineering presents Shaping the Future of India this weekend only on Republic TV.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
These are the Kashmiri Pandits. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 90s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Bahraich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam. Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners. 89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters as Gujarat goes to polls. Live coverage minute by minute all day today on Republic.
The battle lines are drawn. The nation momentum is set. So why oppose one nation, one law? Debating at 10 p.m.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
मेरी नजरों से चुना, तेरी हरकतों से सुना,
वो सपना जो बुना तुझे लगा गुनगुना।
कभी जीती तू, कभी मैं हारा, फिर भी खूबसूरत है ये नजारा, क्योंकि इसमें है घुला
कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा।
इसलिए ग्रीन लैम लैमिनेट्स, सपने आपके, लैमिनेट्स हमारा। अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा।
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquor Gate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area.
the report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? The entire disputed land will be handed over to the Hindu parties to make a Ram temple.
The mental torture of Jadhav that is consistently happening there, it's a very clear indication about how these confessions are actually doctored and taken.
Delhi High Court has said the riots in 2020 evidently did not happen in the spur of the moment.
We see a split verdict in the Supreme Court. The one thing that needs to be understood is what is going to happen ahead.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182. Waterlogging has increased in the last 3 to 4 hours. Elphinstone station is shut, which means all those people who are hoping to go back home. When you look at that crowd, what's the message that Houston is sending out? There is also anticipation of a few announcements being made. What are your expectations when they both come up on stage? Are you expecting something big? I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra and there are thousands of people behind me. Why they are protesting, but the situation is pretty tense. Thousands of people that you see. 4 दिन की रिमांड है, 4 दिन की रिमांड. कुछ कहना चाहते हैं आप? पत्राचौल स्कैम, मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का चार्ज के बारे में क्या बोलना चाहते हैं आप?
Mumbai studios of Republic TV, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I was expecting it and now this has happened. The Vadra Congress, Kharge's Congress, has said that it is completely opposed to a uniform civil code. Now that's a formal position the party has taken, and that statement has been spoken in as many words by Jairam Ramesh of the Congress party, who is presently tutoring Rahul Gandhi all over the country. He has said that the uniform civil code is not desirable or necessary, and that's the position of the party. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I don't understand the BJP state-by-state approach either. Himachal Pradesh, now Shivraj Singh Chauhan says we will implement the UCC in Madhya Pradesh. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis also makes a statement supporting the Uniform Civil Code, which is all very good, But I do not understand the state-by-state approach at all. If the idea is to have a common code, can you have a common code in one state and not in another? That itself is disparity. That itself is unfair. So, ladies and gentlemen, why not just bring it in one go? The BJP faces an accusation that this is a political slogan, an election tool, used by the BJP only when elections come. Now, if the BJP does not want that accusation on its head, it should end the debate. Like the debate over Ram Janmabhoomi no longer exists because the Ram temple is being built. Like there's no debate on 370 anymore, 35A, because it was just removed. Similarly, for its merit, why not just bring in a UCC? I'm very restless for a uniform civil code. I know many of you are. Look around you. Could you have different laws for different members of the family? No. And if our country truly is one big family, then how can we have different laws for different members of the family, for different communities? It's complete nonsense. Let's debate.
BJP ruled states are hardening their position on the Uniform Civil Code.
जब भारत में अब समय आ गया है कि एक समान नागरिक संहिता लागू होनी चाहिए, एक से ज्यादा शादी क्यों करेगा?
मुझे यह लगता है कि संविधान ने हम पर यह जिम्मेदारी डाली है कि हम अपने राज्यों में यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लाएं।
And UCC has become the biggest election issue.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार यहां पर यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लेके आई और इसके लिए एक समिति बनाई जाएगी एक्सपर्ट्स की और उनके रिपोर्ट के आधार पर हिमाचल प्रदेश में यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लगाया जाए।
The Union Home Minister, speaking to the Republic, made it clear the process for the Uniform Civil Code has started at the state level.
हमारा स्टैंड बहुत स्पष्ट है कि इस देश में कॉमन सिविल कोड होना चाहिए, धर्म के आधार पर कोई कानून नहीं होने चाहिए। हमारा स्टैंड बहुत स्पष्ट है, परंतु बाकी लोगों के स्टैंड की भी महत्व है, बाकी लोगों के स्टैंड का भी चर्चा होना चाहिए।
The Supreme Court has thrown its weight behind UCC time and again. The Supreme Court in 1985 said it will help the cause of national integration. The Supreme Court in 2019 expressed disappointment on the non-implementation of UCC. In 2099, they recommended the UCC in the Sarla Mudgal case as well. The Delhi High Court in 2021 has said UCC ought not to remain a mere hope. The Allahabad High Court in 2021 has also observed the UCC is a necessity.
But the Congress party has formalized its opposition. And parties like the National Conference are hitting out at the BJP.
जो सिविल कोड की बात, सिविल कॉमन कोड की बात कर रहे हैं, इस मुल्क का कानून, इस मुल्क का आइन इजाज़त देता है हर एक धर्म को अपने हिसाब से जीने का। अब बीजेपी 2014 से जब हुकूमत में आई है, जब ये बाकी मुद्दों में फेल हो गई, इन्होंने ट्रिपल तलाक, कॉमन सिविल कोड, ऐसे ही बहुत से इश्यूज़ को, तो ये जो चीज़ें आप ये उलझा रहे हैं सोसाइटी को, लोगों को इन इश्यूज़ में जो नॉन इश्यूज़ हैं।
It's an all-out political war on one nation, one law. Let's debate.
Now there are only two choices that we are faced with, now or later. And I'll bring a poll on this because there is no way about never. The only question is, do we bring the Uniform Civil Code immediately, which is now, or later? Later being maximum 6 months to 1 year. Now means this session of Parliament. Later means in the remainder of the Modi government's term. It cannot go beyond that, because this is a wonderful opportunity. There is a mandate and there is a promise made by a political party to its supporters, a party which was returned to power with a significantly increased majority in the expectations that its core agenda will be implemented. Also a national demand and a constitutional necessity. Part of the directive principles, we cannot betray the promise that the founding fathers of the Constitution made to the people of India. So why are some people so serious? We should all be in a good celebratory mood. Why so serious? Khaliqur Rahman, why so serious, Shoaib Juma? It's going to happen. I put a question today to the viewers. You can choose now or later. We'll have a poll. Now or later? Khaliqur Rahman, you start. Now or later?
Yeah, good evening to all my co-panelists and good evening to you, Arnav. In fact, you have again come back to UCC, and UCC again has become...
I have never left it. I have never left it. I am profoundly for a uniform civil code. I'm out to end all discrimination.
Yeah,
Please don't say I've come back.
So all the chief ministers of the BJP-ruled states are quite upbeat about bringing in the UCC. But one should not forget that India is a multicultural, multi-religious country.
Yeah.
And and every religion, has its own customs, has its own traditions.
You continue the customs. Who's stopping the customs part?
Has its own laws. And it's for the last 70 years, since the time we achieved independence, we all have been living in absolute communal harmony, but for the last 7-8 years. And, there has been no actually debate or a discussion on the UCC. But whenever the elections come into our country, going against the recommendation of B.S. Chauhan, the head of the Law Commission, who gave a report to our Honorable Prime Minister on 31st of August 2018, saying that the UCC in India is neither desirable nor necessary. So it is very clear that bringing in the UCC, Uniform Civil Code, in India, as a promise which was given by BJP in its manifesto, will only, head towards,
I wish to ask you. I wish to ask you something. I wish to ask you something. And may I bring SS Sriram on the left, please? See, we'll go slow in the discussion because we have an immense amount of time. And I'm completely committed to this. I will only sleep easy when the UCC is brought in because I want to feel that you and I, my brother, we are all under the same law. And you should never believe, you should not discriminate against me and say to me, I need you to have a different law and me to have a different law. That is discrimination against me. Now, Sriram, he mentions Justice B.S. Chauhan. I respect him. But if you don't mind my saying so, even Justice B.S. Chauhan, he may have said it in 2018. I feel in 2022 it's necessary. And I do not hold his views higher than that of Dr. Ambedkar, who said it is both desirable and necessary. So we have a choice right now between the views of an ex-Law Commission chief and the father of the Constitution. That's how I look at it. Mr. Sriram.
Absolutely, Arnab. I 100% agree with you. This is the time that we must bring in this UCC. It's been pending for quite long. I mean, those who give sermons on secularism of religion or the religion should be the same. Why should the laws be different as per the religion? So it has to be the same as well. And if Goa can have a UCC for all these years without any problem, why would not the rest of the countries have the same UCC? This is an order of the day and we must do it ASAP. And I'm sure the government is quite determined to get this in place. And I'm looking forward to that, Arna, but I completely agree with you.
Exactly. I mean, very good point. Tell me one thing, Jerome, please come into the debate, Jerome. And Jerome is on the debate with Royden Roach. Do you feel that the people of Goa are discriminated? Do you feel people from different religions are treated differently? Do you feel they are segregated, or do you feel that they are actually more united under one common law?
Under one common law, what I always say is that it will actually bring a lot of unevenness on the table, and it will destroy this disparity what is there. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. Please continue.
Yeah. So my question is this. I want to go one step ahead, Arnab. Arnab, let me put some statistics in front of you and the esteemed panel. We have 50 plus Islamic nations. We have 16 plus Christian nations.
Yeah.
We have 7 Buddhist nations. We even have one Jewish nation. And what are we talking about UCC in this nation? This nation was partitioned based on religion. The Hindus don't have a nation of their own. Please understand, we all need to understand that in case there is UCC, even the Hindus will be under the scanner. You can't put everybody on the thing. I think it's high time that people bite the bullet and speak out that we need a nation of our own. Otherwise, we will be under the bus again. The Hindus will be under the bus. The majority will be under the bus. So the UCC is not really going. I'm sure it is going to deprive a lot of laws of the state also.
Biden Roach is on the debate.
Nothing which is there, which is majority, the minority or the majority. We are not at all talking about the majority or the minority. Let me tell you one thing very clearly. Each one has their own way to live. Okay, don't impose things on them. When we talk about a uniform law, nobody is against putting in a uniform law on it. Okay, nobody is against it. But before that, we do not want a committee which is his master's voice, who only listens to his master. Okay, we do not want somebody like that in the committee. You call all the people concerned to each community, talk to them, and you come up with a solution. Nobody is saying no. But
you don't have a choice to say no. I want to tell you.
Right to live on its own way.
Can I for a minute bring in right now? We are going beautifully into the debate, ladies and gentlemen. I now bring into the debate. I'll bring in Sanju Verma and Lokesh Jindal. But I request both of them to maintain decency with each other, especially Mr. Jindal. Don't speak over her, and likewise. Now, there is a bigger issue that I have. You see, we are in 2022. Now, we can say women are not equal to men, but you can't get away with it. Not having a uniform civil code means that as per the law, millions of women will not be equal to men. They will not have the same rights as men. They will not have the same legal rights as men. They will not have the same access to justice as men. They will be denied the legal position in the family for inheritance, for adoption issues as men. Therefore, not having a UCC means that half the population will be seen to be beneath the other half of the population, and that is completely unbelievable today. Unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. You have a 53-year-old adolescent being taken around by the 70-year-old Jairam Ramesh on a walk around the country, but would they ever sit down when they have a cup of coffee in the evening and say, we say Bharat Jodo, but we are saying half the people in this country should be seen to be second-class citizens? I don't know. And they call this liberal. Shame on you for having that view. What about women like Afreen Rahman, Lokesh, whose husband refused her alimony after refusing to take her back post-divorce, forcing Afreen to undertake a lengthy court battle?
Or not?
Do you want her to continue suffering?
Yes.
What about women like Samina? Who are leading the fight against bigamy and against nikah halala, who will help the Muslim women who have had no recourse to justice on cases like nikah halala? What about Khalida Begum? What about the practice which keeps Khalida Begum stuck in an abusive marriage where her husband refuses to divorce her unless she asks for a khula, renouncing her maintenance rights? No alimony, no maintenance, no equal rights. And this party, ladies and gentlemen, which says Bharat Toro, is openly advocating it. We need a UCC. I've made my point. If you can respond, Lokesh.
Yes. Arnab, in 2022 World Justice Report Rule of Law Index, India was ranked 77.
Which country published it?
140 countries.
Which country published it? Was it paid for by Open Society and George Soros?
No.
Do you want to actually read garbage on my program?
No, listen to me. Allow me
then
to
I don't listen to these two-penny reports.
No, listen to me.
I don't take these two-penny reports seriously.
Whatever you said.
I don't have time for two-penny reports.
Chance to reply. So when I'm talking about India's judicial accessibility, it is yet to attain a culture whereby every individual shall find its course to legal institutions to resolve civil issues. Nobody is against Uniform Civil Code. It was Nehru and the Constituent Assembly which inserted it. But right now, if you talk about our society, I mean, look at the center and Supreme Court. They are fighting over the appointment of judges. And when we are talking about high courts, civil courts, in the country, we are lacking the number of judges, we are lacking lawyers, we are lacking the accessibility to judicial system. Without a proper legal infrastructure, without a legal system put in place, now you suddenly want to introduce uniform civil code. I mean, it's just not practical. And secondly, when I'm talking about uniform civil code, yes, it should be introduced, but there has to be a manner in which it has to be introduced in the country. First of all, lay down the infrastructure, get people on board, let the society, by social institutions, social organizations be participatory to it, and then in a phased manner introduce it. We are not denying that. But you cannot introduce uniform civil code as a political tool so as to gain some form of political advantage out of it.
Have you finished?
And bring about a complete
Have you finished?
Mockery of the legal system.
Have you finished? I want to respond to you. No, can I just because I need to get all the panelists and Lokesh before I bring in Sanju. I want to tell you one thing, viewers. According to the argument that he has made, the infrastructure of the legal system is good enough for 80% of the population.
Because civil actually finally
it's good enough for 80%. Please, it's good enough for 80% of the population, but not good for 13 to 14% of the population. It makes no sense. Second, he says, we don't have a culture where people have access to the courts. But he feels he has not answered my fundamental question why men should be allowed to have superior access to justice. He just avoided that question, Sanju. He just avoided that question. Avoided that question. And I wish the next time Pooja Bhatt walks with Rahul Baba, on the Bharat Joro Yatra, Pooja Bhatt should ask Rahul Baba. She should say, Rahul, kindly tell me, why should Muslim women be denied access to justice? Would she ask that question? Would she put it on some YouTube channel? I don't think so. Yes, please.
Arnab.
No, I made my point. I am now continuing.
Please. Arnab, I did not heckle Lokesh. Now, please let me have my say. I don't wish to be heckled at all. Arnab, you started the note on a fiery debate and, without being offensive to you, I think I am a very decent debater, but if people speak gibberish against the Prime Minister, undermining his credibility on your show, I will give back as good as I get. Let that be very clear to some of the panelists here. Now, speaking of the Uniform Civil Code, I think your introduction by Rhythm was excellent. Or be it the Minerva Mills case of 1980, be it the Shabano case of 1985. During the Shabano case, it was Y.V. Chandrachud, the current Chief Justice's father. And, he clearly said that Uniform Civil Code needs to be implemented without further delay. This was way back in 1985. Then in 1995, you had the Sarla Mudgal case versus the Union of India. During the Sarla Mudgal case also, Chief Justice Kuldeep Singh very categorically said that the Uniform Civil Code is not a matter of choice. It is not voluntary. It is something that needs to be implemented by the state, something which was again reinforced, much earlier in 1949 by none other than Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Now, the point is that who are the stakeholders who are protesting against the Uniform Civil Code? I can tell you it is not the Buddhist community. There are about 1 crore Buddhists in India. It is not the Parsis. There are about 57,000 Parsis in India. It is not the Jains. There are about 45,000 Jains in India. It is not the Christians.
Then who?
There are about 2.7 crore Christians in India.
Then who?
It is not the Sikh community. There are about 2.2 crore Sikhs in India. It is not the Hindus who form more than 79% of the population. It is, I'm sorry to say, it is some of the radical fringe elements within the Muslim population, and Muslims today are 18 crore. 18 crore Muslims, I'm not blaming all of them. But Muslims today form about 14% of India's population. They are not a minority. They are a sizable second majority. I want to ask a simple question. We have a uniform
take a strong objection to what Sanju is saying.
Can I please finish?
I take a strong objection to what Sanju is saying.
Can I please finish? Arnab, you said you wanted decent debate.
But I take a strong objection.
I register your objection. I note it. I will allow you to respond in detail later. I register the fact that a strong objection has been made to the comment of the BJP spokesperson that a radical section of the Muslim community is against and is demonizing the Uniform Civil Code. You will be given a chance to respond in detail in just a bit. Now, Sanju, continue.
Let her take back her words.
She's not taking her back, but you can respond after some time.
Arnab, you will have to moderate if you want decency on your debate. Thank you. Arnab, I repeat, it is certain radical elements within the Muslim community, and who do I call radical? I'm not somebody who's going to hold back my punches. The radical elements are the likes of Asaduddin Owaisi. The radical elements are the likes of Ayman Party. The radical elements are the likes who endorse गुस्ताके रसूल की एक ही सजा सरपंच से जुदा These are the radical elements. The All India Muslim Personal Law Board, which is just an NGO, is another radical outfit. These are the radical elements who oppose the UCC, and on what grounds? They say hamare personal laws mean everything. Excuse me. Recently, the Delhi High Court in July 2021, Justice Pratibha Singh clearly said personal laws run secondary to the constitution. Personal laws do not supersede constitution. She said that in the context of the Alka Meena versus Satya Prakash Meena case, and the judgment was as recent as July 2021. So let me tell you, Supreme Court beat Justice Kuldeep Singh, Justice Y.V. Chandrachud, Justice K.S. Kehar in 2017 said Uniform Civil Code is a must. So the Supreme Court has spoken. Kiran Rijiju has said Uniform Civil Code is a must.
No doubt.
To Arnab Goswami, Amit Shah clearly said that we will wait for the states to implement.
But
we will give them some time. If that does not happen, the centre will step in and ensure UCC is a reality. You can continue to cry as much as you want.
I also, you remember what I said to Mr. Amit Shah. When he said that, I did say, and you would remember this if you saw the interview, I said that, you see, Mr. Amit Shah, you did not take time on 370 and 35A. There will never be in this country an artificial consensus or 100% agreement on these issues. Sushil Pandit, did you hear me saying that? And therefore, I said you bring it in now. The Home Minister was of the view that it is going through a process, but I placed my slight difference of opinion on that on the record. Now, Dr. Shoaib Jamai and Sushil Pandit, the situation and the issue is very serious. बहुत गंभीर मामला है अभी. एक चाहत है इस देश में हर नागरिक के मन में कि नाइंसाफी जो है ना ये और इसको खींचने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. बहुत ज़्यादा हो चुकी है फिरोज बख्श साहब, बहुत ज़्यादा हो चुकी है. इतनी नाइंसाफी. Don't have a gender neutral law. और ये सारे जितने ये स्यूडो सेक्युलर अपने आप को लेफ्ट लिब जेंडर एक्टिविस्ट कहते हैं, सारे चुप हैं. वी डोंट हैव अ रिलीजन न्यूट्रल लॉ. वी डोंट हैव अ लॉ व्हिच प्रोवाइड्स इक्वल राइट्स. अ मुस्लिम वुमन राइट टू अडॉप्ट अ चाइल्ड as much as a Muslim man can. We don't allow Muslim women to have equal inheritance rights. और शोएब जमाई जैसे लोग बहुत खुश है. नहीं, शोएब जमाई जैसे लोग बहुत खुश है कि मुस्लिम महिलाओं को inheritance rights will be blocked for Muslim women. When शाहीन बाग जब होती है, मुस्लिम महिलाओं को सामने बिठाते हैं, कहते हैं देखिए हमारी महिलाएं वहां पे प्रोटेस्ट कर रही है, मगर उन्हीं महिलाओं को फिरोज बख्श अहमद they denies inheritance rights. Why? Because they are women. Because they are Muslim women. They can only inherit, you know something, half of what a man inherits. No, I'll tell you, एक मिनट बात खत्म कर लो. एक मिनट, viewers, I'll tell you one thing. Do you know, viewers?
And Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him.
Yeah. Okay, you can make your point, Firoz Bakt Ahmed. I just wanted to say that Muslim women can inherit only half the share of what a man inherits. Why is a Muslim woman half a citizen? It is so sad. और हमारे देश में इस पर इतनी झूठ बोली जा रही है. जी.
Arnab, let me continue peacefully, and like Sanju was also saying, nobody should heckle me. None of my learned co-panelists should actually heckle me. Now, let me tell you one thing. So far as my community is concerned, I come from the Muslim community, and let me assure Sanju that not all Muslims are against this uniform civil code. You are right. People like maybe Azam Khan or Owaisi brothers or maybe Taqir Raza Khan, these people might be against uniform civil code. Now, why don't we use uniform civil code? When somebody has burgled into our house, we go to a police station. Now, when we want to marry a second or a third wife, when we want to throw a woman out of our house by divorcing her, then we take Sharia law. In India, only one law should rule, right? And that should be the Uniform Civil Code, if at all it is, it comes into being. Now, one more thing, an alarming thing I am saying, someone said that if Uniform Civil Code comes, it will cause some kind of disparity. No, it will not cause any disparity, it will cause prosperity. Someone said there has to be a method, manner and methodology. Yes, there has to be. And you see, what I feel is that the government of India, Sanju can answer it, is weak-kneed in as far as implementing
Sanju,
Uniform Civil Code is concerned. It is
weak-kneed.
This government should have implemented this Uniform Civil Code for so many years. Arnab, for so many years, I am telling you, just last 5 seconds, for so many years, there is no chairman of Indian Law Commission. Now, this Uniform Civil Code, if it is made, all the good points of all religions, whether it is Islam, Christianity, Hinduism, they will come. This law will not impinge upon any civil or religious law of any community. These people don't know. And lastly, a couple of years ago, the Law Commission said, yes, we are going to form this Uniform Civil Code. Give us your views. Now, the first, which was the first association? It was All India Muslim Personal Law Board. They jumped off the block. They said, no use. No, we are not going to send it. Now, what is this? First of all, let us see what is the draft. And the government is saying, the court should ask the government to form a draft. And government also says, and the court also says, lastly, the court also says, Arnab, that this draft will be seen by people of all religions, and then finally this Uniform Civil Code will come, or National Civil Code will come. People are not paying attention to it. This Uniform Civil Code should come not only for Muslim women, for all the women of India, for their gender justice and gender equality.
I think Sanju, I see your hand up, but I need to bring in Khalikor and Shoaib Jamai, who have not spoken, and we'll come back on the debate. You see, this is the most constitutional thing to do. It is necessary to do, and if it is not done, the people of the country will be betrayed. Okay? So, it's going to happen. You will not like it, Talha Amir Rashidi, please come on the screen, but ये होने वाली है ना? तो आप इसके लिए prepare हो जाइए. And the Supreme Court has said that there's nothing to laugh, it is a reality, You may want to discriminate against Muslim women. आपको बहुत अच्छा लगता होगा, हमें बुरा लगता है. हमें बुरा लगता है मुस्लिम महिलाओं के साथ किस तरह से आप डिनाई करते हैं ना, ये हमें बहुत बुरा लगता है.
Please don't show your teeth. Don't advertise your Colgate smile.
And since when are you so worried about Muslim women's their welfare? Why don't you talk about Bilkis Bano of Gujarat? The Gujarat elections are going on. Why don't you demand justice for her? Why don't you demand justice for Asifa?
Come on, don't change the goalpost.
Can you and the BJP
change the goalpost, right? In fact, not only that you are changing the goalpost,
Tala को बोलने दे.
How many
we are democratic. Tala को बोलने दे. We are democratic. Tala को बोलने दे. सुशील पंडित को बाई तरफ लाए. तला को बोलने दे. फिरोज बख्श साहब, शांत हो जाइए. फिरोज बख्श साहब, please.
Give me a data. Give me a data, can give us some figure, can she enlighten the nation on some figure that these particular number of Muslim women have got justice, have benefited from the triple talaq law?
Right.
Do you know how many women who have sent their husbands to jail are living in misery because of those decisions in anger?
Those rights. I am sorry to tell you, Talha and some other people on this panel. It is because of people like you that Islam is under scandal. It is because of people like you that other people
from other countries. And Shoaib, please, on the right, I mentioned it as it is.
Please don't act in that manner.
Please talk with some data.
Let me tell you, Talha.
Please talk with some data. Can you give some figure?
Urdu mein सुन लो, मुसलमानों के लिए हिंदुस्तान से बेहतर मुल्क और हिंदू से अच्छा दोस्त कोई नहीं है, बात को मान लो। और मैं हिंदू से भी कहता हूँ कि इस मुल्क के 99% मुसलमान दे आर लॉ अबाइडिंग,
हमारे बाप दादा ने इस मुल्क को चुना था, इस मुल्क की आजादी के लिए लड़ाई लड़ी थी, इस मुल्क की प्लुरलिज्म है, इस मुल्क की खूबसूरती इसका प्लुरलिज्म है, इसकी डाइवर्सिटी है। हम उसे बचाने की लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं, यूसीसी के खिलाफ लड़ाई नहीं है। बीजेपी इस मुल्क के प्लुरलिज्म को, इस मुल्क की डाइवर्सिटी को, इसकी अनेकता को खत्म करना
अच्छा,
चाहिए।
एक मिनट, मैं जरा इसकी लॉजिक समझने की कोशिश करता हूँ। व्यूअर्स, मैं हमेशा मानता हूँ कि हर पक्ष को बोलने का समय देना चाहिए मुझे, और इसलिए फिरोज बख्श साहब आप जरा अगर 2 मिनट रुक जाए, आप जरा 2 मिनट रुक जाए तो मैं शोएब जमाई को इन्वाइट करता हूँ डिबेट में। शोएब जमाई जी, आप जरा तलाजी जरा 2 मिनट, मैं सबको समय देता हूं ना। मैं शोएब जमाई से पूछना चाहता हूं, ये चेयरमैन है, अपना फाउंडेशन है, इन्होंने खुद खड़ा किया है इसको। शाहीन बाग के ये पब्लिसिटी कमेटी के हेड थे, उसके बाद इन्होंने इंडियन मुस्लिम फाउंडेशन खड़ी की है और कहते हैं कि ये मुस्लिम समाज के लिए ये इज़ अ वॉइस ऑफ द मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी। तो इसलिए मैं इनसे पूछना चाहता हूँ, शोएब जमाई जी, मुझे ज़रा इसकी लॉजिक समझाइए प्लीज़। मुझे नहीं, आप बेहतरीन तरीके से इनको समझाइए, हमारे सुशील पंडित जी हैं, कि वाई मुस्लिम वुमेन, इसकी लॉजिक समझाइए। मुस्लिम वुमेन कैन ओनली इनहेरिट हाफ ऑफ व्हाट अ मैन इनहेरिट्स, है ना? यानी मुस्लिम महिलाओं की जो हक होती है सुशील पंडित जी इनहेरिटेंस में, कंपेयर टू अ मैन इट इज हाफ, 50%। इसकी लॉजिक जरा मुझे शोएब जमाई जी अगर समझा दे तो मैं कहूंगा कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड की जरूरत नहीं है।
वुमन इज हाफ अ विटनेस इन इस्लाम।
ऐसा नहीं है अर्नब, ये कुरान में सारे राइट्स दिए गए हैं मुस्लिम विमेन को, पर ये जो मुस्लिम लोग हैं, चाहे जमाई जैसे लोग हों या और कोई लोग हों, ये इन लोगों ने मुस्लिम विमेन के राइट्स जो है,
मैं समझना चाहता हूँ ना, जो ये इनकी दे हैव अ व्यू।
और बता दूं,
फिरोज बख्श साहब सवाल मैंने शोएब जमाई को किया था, मुझे डिबेट को रोलिंग रखना है। 2 मिनट साहब।
माँ के सुनिए,
अकॉर्डिंग टू हदीस,
अरे भाई सब, उसी माँ के खिलाफ आप जो उसके राइट्स जो हैं, उसके राइट्स आप गसब कर लेते हैं, कब्जा लेते हैं उसके राइट्स मुस्लिम वुमन के। आपकी वजह से पूरा इस्लाम, पूरे मुसलमान बदनाम हो रहे हैं जैसे लोगों की वजह से।
अब इसको तो ठीक करना पड़ेगा ना। शोएब जमाई जी, टेल मी व्हाई इज अ मुस्लिम वुमन वेरी स्पेसिफिक। आप जरा प्लीज रुक जाइए फिरोज बख्श साहब 2 मिनट रुक जाइए। स्पेसिफिक क्वेश्चन है, व्हाई इज अ मुस्लिम वुमन टोल्ड। भाई फिरोज बख्श साहब आप अभी प्लीज,
मुसलमानों के बारे में तो वो बर्दाश्त नहीं हो पाता।
अच्छा फिरोज बख्श साहब आप जरा 2 मिनट प्लीज रुक जाइए, थैंक यू। अब मैं तीसरी बार कह रहा हूं आपको, व्यूअर्स, ये जो सेक्युलरिटी, स्यूडो सेक्युलर रेडिकल लेफ्ट लॉबी है, ये कहती है कि मुस्लिम वुमेन शुड ओनली इनहेरिट हाफ ऑफ अ मैन। शोएब जमाई जी बताइए ऐसा क्यों?
Arnab, should I ask for 2 minutes interruption because I kept remain silent.
मैं शोएब जमाई और सुशील पंडित को बुला रहा हूं,
didn't interrupt to anyone. So please be patient.
Answer my specific question.
Please be patient and please be patient.
What is my question?
Yes.
What is my question?
Say, I understand the sense.
No, sense नहीं, मुझे specific reply चाहिए.
The property distribution amongst the Muslim.
Why are Muslim women getting half the inheritance of Muslim men? Simple question. Why?
The distribution of the father property will be distributed equally to half to the daughters and half to the sons. That's a simple logic, and I understand the sense of urgency and impatience to bring the.
No, one sec. Is it true? No. 1 minute. I'm clarifying with you. Is the share of inheritance of a woman half that of a man? Is it true or not? True or not? Tell me.
No. Equally been shared to equally. No, absolutely not. Equally been shared to the daughters, half of the property and half to the sons.
And married. If the daughter is married,
then also, because she will get half the inheritance property from her husband and half from the father.
No.
That's a very simple.
All right, you you got that.
No,
See, he
let me-
accepted. No, 1 minute. Look at this logic. He's saying that a father's property, a daughter has half the right of a son. And I feel that in today's India, this cannot be allowed. It cannot be allowed. We have to have equal rights.
No.
I would like Sushil to come in. No, don't. You are trying to justify it.
misunderstood.
Don't justify disparity.
I'm
Don't
not
justify
trying to
this.
justify. You didn't give me just. I'm 30 seconds to respond to this. What about the Hindu women? There are 27 lakhs Hindu women being deserted, abandoned by their husband without giving divorce. They are in the pathetic and painful situation. Who will care for them? So bring back the UCC as soon. And you know the divorce rate is more among the Hindus than the Muslims. It is according to the census data of the 2011 by the government.
Correct.
So
what is your point? One minute.
I understand the sense of urgency.
1 minute. Why a sense of urgency?
Have free will to marry multiple times.
1 minute.
And
why a
not
sense
the
of
anchor?
urgency? Because I
You
think it
also
is
should have
wrong.
the right
It is
for the
wrong to
polygamy,
have
isn't it?
4 wives or 3 wives or 2 wives. I think there are certain issues out there. Then we should also ask,
But it is
if you are
right to
allowing
have the
polygamy,
illegal
why don't you
relationship?
allow polyandry? Should
but
a
is
woman
it
be
right-
allowed to have 4 husbands?
No. But is it right to
Should a
have the
woman be
illegal
allowed to have 4
relationship outside the
husbands?
marriage?
Please be
Is it
logical
right
here.
to have the-
Be logical here. These things don't work, Shoaib.
It's allowed in the northeastern region.
Shoaib,
It's
then
allowed
even
in the
that should not be
northeastern
allowed.
region. It's
No,
called
no.
polyandry.
This is hunting
You don't
for
know about
moral,
India. You came
immoral
from northeast.
equivalences.
Polyandry is allowed in the
No, then
northeast.
polyandry and polygamy should both be removed. Yeah.
These are immoral equivalences that are being hunted for, to justify,
Yes,
to
it's-
rationalize.
No.
Can I have
do
a
you
peaceful
justify the
minute to
illegal
put
relationship
my point
outside of the
across?
marriage? Do you justify the decriminalization of the illegal relationship? Is it नैतिक? क्या हिंदू धर्म में ये नैतिकता है? आपके हिसाब से नहीं है ना, कहीं भी नहीं होगी कि आप शादी के बंधन में बंधे हैं और बाहर किसी के साथ संबंध रखें और वो जायज ठहरा दिया जाए, लेकिन कानून में ये जायज है, ये डीक्रिमिनलाइज है। हमारे यहाँ तो नहीं है, हम भी चाहते हैं इसको क्रिमिनलाइज कीजिए, तो हम तो चाह रहे हैं ना कि इसको एक जैसा कर दीजिए।
देखिए आपको मैं एक सवाल करता हूँ। सुशील जी, एक मिनट। सुशील जी जवाब दे रहे हैं। सुशील जी जवाब दे रहे हैं। शोएब जी देखिए, शोएब जी पहले सुशील पंडित को बोलने दे, उसके बाद मैं कहूंगा। एक दूसरे की बात सुनिए। सुशील पंडित,
Yes, give all the rights of the Property Act.
आप एक यूनिफॉर्म
Give all
सिविल
the
कोड में
rights of the
अपने
Property
विचार
Act and
रखने आगे आइए।
is it not fair? And if someone
breaking on the debate,
home a girl illegally
कम संदेह बरतना बंद
in
कीजिए।
being a married
यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड
doesn't
में
give any
आपके
property
विचारों का
to
स्वागत है,
inheritance to
आपके
her daughter,
आग्रह का स्वागत है,
to his son,
वो यूनिफॉर्म
is it
सिविल
right?
कोड हो।
No. Then
जब
criminalize it.
1955-56 में when in 1955-56 Nehru introduced
This is according
Hindu
to the
code.
Shoaib, one minute. You have to listen to each other. Shoaib, listen. Sushil, listen. Both of you be quiet for a minute. Shoaib, listen. Don't speak over him. I'll come to you. Okay, Shoaib, listen. Shoaib, listen. No. I only have 2 on the debate right now. Shoaib, listen. I have decided it will only be 1 versus 1 on this debate. Shoaib.
Percentage of widowed women is least among
Shoaib.
that is 11.1% compared to the Hindus 12.9%, Christian 14.6%. So this data has been
कहाँ से चेप रहे हो डेटा? आप सुनो ना मेरी बात।
pathetic condition of our Hindu sisters. I care for them. Did you care for her? Did you care for the 27 lakh deserted women?
Do you care for LGBT rights?
Is it not?
Do you care for members of the LGBT community? Shoaib Jamai, do you believe that people from the LGBT community have equal rights?
Yes, of course. But
do you believe?
Did your Hindutva ideology give permission to the LGBTQ?
No. The question is not. The question is laws move with the times.
Did your Hindutva ethics give permission for the same-sex marriage or the gay marriage?
Now, what can I reply to you, please? Shoaib, if you are going to... Shoaib, this is not the way. You know, if you have so much Hindu hate, I am not saying anything against Muslims or Muslim religion, but you're going on abusing Hinduism. Why do you have a problem with another religion? Why are you Hindu-phobic? Don't do this. Don't show Hindu hate on the program. Don't show Hindu hate on the program. Please don't show Hindu hate. Don't be Hindu phobic. Don't be Hindu phobic. And I'm making a point here. Now listen to me. Volume will be down.
Because
question is simple. Question is simple. 1 minute. Sushil will speak. Shoaib will be quiet. Viewers, I want to tell you, there'll be amendments everywhere. There will be amendments to the Hindu Succession Amendment Act 2005. Hindu laws will also be changed. Why are people complaining? Let's bring the country together. Sushil Pandit's turn on the debate. Sushil Pandit. Sanju, I'm coming to you after that. Sushil Pandit.
Thank you, Arnab. This is nobody's point that any society is perfect without any problems. The issue here is, shouldn't we have a common law to address all these problems? We cannot justify or rationalize our own weaknesses by citing weaknesses in other societies. We are looking at addressing those weaknesses through a common law. And in
louder for Sushil.
In 95-96, when Nehru introduced Hindu Code Bill and 3-4 sets of legislations in order to address the weaknesses in our society, he was asked, what about the reforms in Muslim society? What about laws to govern their civil laws? And he at that time categorically said, Muslims are not ready for it yet. And it's been 75 years.
No, absolutely not.
It's been 75 years. Congress has practiced exceptionalism for Islamists. They have practiced concessions for Islamists. They have practiced privilege over common sense for Islamists. And when in 1986 Shabano issue erupted, they prostrated in front of Islamists in order to overturn a Supreme Court judgment. This has been the case. Arnab, I want a peaceful minute. I can't have a heckler on my head when I'm making a point. This is not fair. I kept quiet and heard garbage from the other side. I must have a peaceful half a minute to make my point. And Arnab,
after the triple talaq,
even if it comes today, even if a common civil code comes today, it will be 75 years too late. The damage has been done. Our Home Minister, at the very early point in your program, said very clearly that we need to hear the other opinion as well. How long will we hear the other opinion? How long will we keep deferring to conservative, obscurantist, medieval mindset? That is the issue. And one more thing. A law is never enough, Arnab. We have a law called CAA for the last 3 years. That law is dead letter in our constitution. And there are specious excuses being made about vaccination. Well, if you have a law, please implement it. Otherwise, there's no point having a law. Even if UCC comes and rightly pointed out, if we have a weak-kneed government, that law will be a dead letter in our constitution.
I bring in Sanju now. Sanju in the middle, please, because for the second time. No. 1 minute. Two of my panelists. 1 minute, Sanju. 1 minute. Let me put this in context here. Two of the panelists who support the government on other issues have criticized the slow pace of the government's movement on the Uniform Civil Code issue. To which I want to just make a small point. See, you say you are serious, Sanju, then you must act on it. Okay? Point number 1. You promised the UCC in the 2014 election. If you had no intention of implementing it, why did you promise it? Then you promised the UCC in your 29 elections in your manifesto. Your term, 1.5 years is left. 2/3 of your term is behind. You promised to set up a commission to set up UCC in 2009 elections. You promised it in the 1998 elections. Vajpayee became Prime Minister. If I look at it from 1998 to 2022, right, in this 24-year period, 40% of the time you have been in power. 40% of the time you have been in power. You have been in power just under about 10 years. Is 10 years in power not enough to implement one of your most fundamental promises, Sanju? 10 years in power not enough?
Why not in the northeast? Why not in the Goa? Why not in the
now
Kerala?
I don't need to be heckled if you want an answer to your incisive questions. You know, what is this? You know, you ask so many questions to me and then, you know, you have these people heckling me. And then you say that we need to be decent on your debate.
Yes.
How can we be decent with these kind of panelists?
You.
Okay, Shoaib, let us speak.
Just respond to this question.
Shoaib, I asked the question. I want an answer to my question. I want an answer to my question, Shoaib.
Supreme Court against
Shoaib, I asked for an answer to my question. Would you kindly stop giving her a, you know, you are giving her an escape route. Then she will not answer my question. Shoaib.
Oh my God.
Shoaib, she will not answer my question. You are also going on another track. Shoaib, you have a bad habit of repeating yourself.
Not in Goa, northeast.
Arnab, may I?
Are UCC is implemented in Goa. Go and do some GK before you come on my program.
Democracy, isn't it?
Oh, you know, can you ask this man to please keep quiet? Shoaib Jamai, you know, you're in love with your voice, but you know, you sound awful. Please keep quiet
learn
now.
something.
Arnab Goswami, either you mute this guy or I refuse to debate.
अरे शोएब प्लीज यार शोएब आप रुक जाइए ना आप ज्यादा कर रहे हैं आप प्लीज थैंक यू उनको बोलने दे अभी तब से आप बोल रहे हैं नॉन स्टॉप बैकग्राउंड म्यूजिक दे रहे हैं आप कौन है किशोर कुमार की तरह बैकग्राउंड म्यूजिक दे रहे हैं रुकिए आप बोलिए
और अब किशोर कुमार को बदनाम मत कीजिए थैंक यू
सेंस ऑफ ह्यूमर रखिए आगे चलिए
हाँ ओके और now you know you asked me so many questions and Sanju Verma is not somebody who wants an escape route. I will answer your questions. Should UCC have been implemented by now? Yes. Has there been a delay? Yes. What was the recommendation of the 21st Law Commission under B.S. Chauhan? He was asked to give a recommendation on the Uniform Civil Code and its applicability. But what did he do? He gave recommendations on how to reform various family laws. That is why Kiran Rijiju disbanded the 21st Law Commission. The 22nd Law Commission has been asked to put forth its points. And as Amit Shah said, what does the Constitution say? Just quickly to your question. The Constitution says the state shall endeavor to establish a uniform civil code throughout the territory of India. And under the Constitution, the word states under Article 12 means both states, as in MP, UP, HP, blah, blah, and it also means the central government. So Amit Shah is very right when he says that under Article 12, respective states have the right to implement uniform civil code. And then they have to take an approval from the President of India under Article 256.
I'll get Mr. Shriram in the center.
To do it,
not me.
the central government.
No, one minute. I want to get in. Sanju, I got your point. Allow me because I have very limited time. I'm coming to you. I have a wonderful last question for you, Lokesh. I have kept the cherry on the cake for the last. Shriram, does that make you happy? This stance of Sanju?
Yes, absolutely.
Shriram, does it make you happy?
Yeah,
this
honestly,
stance of Sanju?
Let's definitely have to give that kind of a leeway to them because see, we were party's been consistent since the days that they had the will and the true intention to implement it. I'm sure they have probably taken more time than they should have taken, but we will give it to them that I'm sure it's going to be around the corner. I have one small reminder to Mr. Jindal. He said he was talking about the global index, something that he was talking about justice. The global index also gave a hunger index, gave India much lower than Sri Lanka, but we fed them for more than a couple of years now. So please don't bring all this indexation and try to accuse India. You still seem to be in a colonial mindset. Please come out.
So since you've hammered him once, can I hammer him a second time? Mr. Shriram, you hammered him properly. I want to hammer him a second time tonight. And my question to Jindal is this. Jindal, you see Jairam Ramesh, he's got a problem. He and the whole Congress party is scared to give me an interview. You ask him this, okay? In fact, you tweet right now. You tell him that Mr. Jairam Ramesh, you are quoting the Law Commission. Can I not have background music again? What's going on? Can I not talk normally?
So don't come with the personal.
And the
Shoaib, I am not talking about you. I am talking about Jairam Ramesh. Kaun aapke saath personal ho raha hai? 1 minute. I am saying you ask Jairam Ramesh that Mr. Jairam Ramesh, you quoted the law commission, previous law commission head, not the law commission, saying that there should be no uniform civil code, it's not desirable or necessary. But then in that case, please ask him whether twice, once in 1999 and the second time in 2018, the law commission had said there should be simultaneous elections in India, in the state and the center. Does he support that? That's also a law commission report, no? Does he support that? Does he support that?
Let me answer.
No, does he support that? No. Law commission reports are not binding. They are recommendatory. You should have known that. They are not binding. They are not binding.
How can you compare?
They are not. No. Of course I'm comparing. Because you're swearing by the law commission.
It's completely a different issue. And uniform
This
civil
man
code is
has no
completely
idea
different
about
issue.
the law.
Now, when
He
you're
comes
talking
on
about
every
uniform civil
debate,
code,
every night and
let us
utters
understand the
absolute
history.
rubbish.
In India,
bereft
there were
of
social
facts,
religious
bereft of
reformers
logic,
like Raja
bereft
Ram
of
Mohan Roy,
data.
Ishwar Vidyasagar.
He is a spin master. Arnab Goswami, where do you get this spin master?
Something which was lagging in the Muslim society. We require more of civil society.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, 99% of the viewers say, 99% of the people say, bring it in now. Bring it in now. Let the... No, you can shake your head. I said 99% say, bring it in now. Ladies and gentlemen, stop giving the law commission excuse. And I shall see you soon. Have a fantastic weekend. Fantastic weekend, ladies and gentlemen. For only tonight. Good night and goodbye.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाइड क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
These are the Kashmiri Pandits. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 90s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Bahraich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners? 89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters as Gujarat goes to polls. Live coverage minute by minute all day today on Republic.
Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquor Gate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a
हो जाते हैं, खुद जमीन नहीं ले सकते तो कोई आदिवासी के नाम से जमीन ले ली। होता है कि नहीं होता? अरे बोलो रे भैयाओ। और कई बदमाश ऐसे भी आ गए जो किसी आदिवासी बेटी से शादी कर लेते और शादी करके उसके नाम से जमीन ले लेते। आज मैं जागरण की अलख जगाने आया हूं। बेटी से शादी की और जमीन ले ली। मैं तो
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
मेरी नजरों से चुना, तेरी हरकतों से सुना,
वो सपना जो बुना तुझे लगा गुनगुना।
कभी जीती तू, कभी मैं हारा, फिर भी खूबसूरत है ये नजारा, क्योंकि इसमें है खुला
कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा।
इसलिए ग्रीन लैम्प लैमिनेट्स, सपने आपके, लैमिनेट्स हमारा। अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा।
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
These are the Kashmiri Pandits. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 1990s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Bihar. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners? 89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters as Gujarat goes to polls. Live coverage minute by minute all day today on Republic.
Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liger Gate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam. Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? The entire disputed land will be handed over to the Hindu parties to make a Ram temple. The mental...
From the Mumbai studios of Republic TV, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome. JNU has, over the years, seen the emergence of very, very strong and visible anti-national, anti-India forces, which is very dangerous. We have to do something about it. It is in JNU where the Tukre Tukre gang grew, took refuge and was sponsored. It is in JNU that in the name of freedom of expression, vows were taken, promises were made to break India. It is in JNU where Maoist terrorists were celebrated, where Maoist thinking was made to look progressive, where dollar-loving jholawalas, business class traveling, freebie enjoying academics took refuge in government paid accommodation, their whole life paid for by you and me, these shameless people. And we're now in JNU once again to top it all. The worst kind of casteism has struck root, ladies and gentlemen. Where today there are open calls being made for bloodshed, for killing, and for the violent targeting of people from some castes, where people from some castes are told, get out, leave, or face violence. And while all of this happens, the parasitic radicalized left encourages the calls for violence, and the JNU campus, paid for by you and paid for by me, descends into a macabre epicenter of hate and anarchy, ladies and gentlemen, which is exactly where I saw it headed when I spoke of the hashtag Tukre Tukre gang in and around 2016. They went after me, they targeted me, they abused me, they threatened me, ladies and gentlemen. But we still have to fight them. Viewers, this hatred has to be stopped, not just debated against. For you and I cannot afford, in a country headed towards global superpowerdom, to have such an abyss, a pathetic, dismal, disappointing, degrading abyss of hate and casteism like JNU. Now, either that campus ends every spot of hate and we get the proof of it, or I say, or rather I demand, that the government of India, the central government, should stop any funding anymore to anyone in JNU, anything at JNU, and not sponsor JNU at all. Let JNU live of its own means, not of our taxes, ladies and gentlemen. Let us say we will not sponsor the hate at JNU. Our taxes are not to sponsor hate. No more Hindu hate, no more caste hate at JNU. We've got to really clean things up there. Debate number 2 tonight. It's just this all-out war that has started over the UCC. And my solution to that is simple. We are wasting time. Bring it in now. For God's sake, let's not waste time. Let's not give an opportunity to some people. Bring the UCC, end the debate, act fast. And here are the headlines this Friday evening on the Debate Tonight.
इस प्रकार की टिप्पणियां न सिर्फ समाज को आहत करती हैं, बल्कि समाज के सामने एक प्रश्न भी उत्पन्न करती हैं.
From Brahmins leave India threats to we are coming for you warning, it is open threats of bloodshed and casteism in JNU.
कि ऐसी सोच को पनपने ही नहीं देना चाहिए जो समाज में तनाव पैदा करते हों. जिसने भी ये हरकत की है उसके खिलाफ कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई विश्वविद्यालय के अधिकारियों को करनी चाहिए.
India is talking about unicorns, but JNU is stuck on threats of bloodshed and casteism. Where are the radical pseudos now? Will the radical pseudos say, not in my name now? Unstoppable Prime Minister's impromptu roadshow in Ahmedabad for a second day running is the final countdown in Gujarat.
उनको भी अपनाना चाहिए मुसलमानों के इस फॉर्मूले को कि अपने बच्चों को, जवानों को 20-22 साल में शादियां कराओ, लड़कियों को 18-20 साल की उम्र में शादियां कराओ, फिर देखो आपके यहाँ भी कितने बच्चे पैदा होते हैं.
And Badruddin Ajmal makes regressive, communal, misogynistic comments, says Hindus must learn from Muslims and marry early. With more and more states saying it's time, it's the national momentum which has been set for the Uniform Civil Code. Republic says, bring the UCC now. And big exclusive on Republic TV, the Liger papers on why actor Vijay Deverakonda is seriously under the scanner for dubious film funding. Ladies and gentlemen, India is soaring. India is looking to the skies. We are focusing on leading the world space. And yet, in one tiny and totally taxpayer-paid, irrelevant corner of the national capital, threats of bloodshed, violence and casteism are thriving. JNU has become a dark spot for hate, violence and casteism. And I'm not saying it. The writing is literally on the wall. But the fake secularati, the liberal brigade, the woke radicals will not speak up against it, and I will expose them. Tonight, those who supported the Azadi slogans in JNU have to speak up and not hide. Why do they support the growing casteist hate in JNU? Just take a look at the despicable events in JNU and then we debate.
JNU walls defaced with slogans that read, "Go back to Shaka." Graffiti that reads, "Brahmins Bharat Chodo." Graffiti with underlying threats, "Brahmo Baniyas, we are coming for you."
Right now we are showing you the pictures of those walls which reads Brahmins leave the campus, and similar sort of slogans have been put up there on the other wall also, which reads "There will be blood." So these slogans have now been put up here, and now walls have been defaced inside the JNU campus.
The hate, some claim, is rampant on campus.
कमेटी बनाई जाए, तुरंत कार्रवाई की जानी चाहिए थी। 10 मिनट के अंदर इसका रिजल्ट आ सकता था। परंतु एक चीज़ आप देखेंगे, पैटर्न है, बहुत पहले से भी कई ऐसे इंसिडेंट हुए हैं जिस पे कोई एक्शन नहीं लिया गया है। तो हम ऐसा सोच रहे हैं कि जेएनयू प्रशासन की, हम सोचने को मजबूर हो रहे हैं कि जेएनयू प्रशासन किसी न किसी रूप से इसमें मिली
फेल हो गया।
प्रशासन फेल नहीं हुआ है, साथ में मिली भगत का भी हम आरोप लगा रहे हैं उन पे।
In the past, even Swami Vivekananda's statue was not spared. Bhagwa Jalega slogans were used to deface it on JNU campus. The JNU Teachers Forum is tonight calling it a conspiracy to disrupt social harmony.
तो आदरणीय वाइस चांसलर जी और प्रशासन से हमारा अनुरोध है कि क्यों वो मौन है, क्या वो मौन रह करके एक मौन समर्थन ऐसे कुकृत्यों को दे रहा है? ये प्रशासन को बिल्कुल स्पष्ट करना चाहिए और कठोर से कठोर कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए।
Police complaints have been filed, and even the political leadership has spoken up. But will those who say dismantle Hindutva speak up?
जिसने भी ये हरकत की है उसके खिलाफ कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई विश्वविद्यालय के अधिकारियों को करनी चाहिए। और ये वही स्थान है जहां पर आपने देखा होगा कुछ साल पहले भारत के टुकड़े हजार इंशाल्लाह इंशाल्लाह के नारे लगते थे। ऐसी सोच को पनपने नहीं देना चाहिए।
इस प्रकार की टिप्पणियां न सिर्फ समाज को आहत करती हैं, बल्कि समाज के सामने एक प्रश्न भी उत्पन्न करती हैं कि ऐसे शैक्षिक संस्थान में इस प्रकार की गतिविधि करने वाले वो कौन लोग हैं जो जानते हैं कि वो ये दुस्साहस करेंगे और दंडित नहीं होंगे।
Will those who troop to JNU to show solidarity hit out at this hate? Will those who supported Tukde Tukde slogans endorse this too? It's time to end JNU casteism. Let's debate.
Great panel tonight, viewers. Let's bring them on the screen. Ishkaran, has Deepika Padukone tweeted on this? These calls for violence? Has Deepika Padukone commented on this kind of violence, calls for bloodshed in JNU? Have you seen anything since you do follow the social media? Has she?
Arnab, just one. Arnab, just one point. I think you are being too soft. It's not a casteism row. It's a row in which they are openly calling for genocides of Hindus, Brahmins, Baniyas. It doesn't stop at that. You know that. When the words are said, Bharat Chodo, when the words are said, there will be bloodbath. Under every genocide law, under the Genocide Convention, that's an open call for genocide. So let us first frame it very clearly. We saw what happened in Kashmir. Run, convert or die was blared from loudspeakers.
You're saying it's Hinduphobia? No, one second. You're saying it's not casteism? You're saying it's not casteism? 1 minute. You're saying it's not casteism?
It is a genocide call.
Okay.
It is a genocide call.
What do you think, Rashmi? Is it casteism or Hinduphobia?
It's a genocide call.
Well, it's definitely Hinduphobia, and they're just using tools like casteism to perpetrate it without drawing too much flack, because you can't go after the entire community without dividing it first.
So you're saying it's not about targeting Brahmins, it's not about targeting Brahmins or targeting Baniyas, it's about targeting Hindus primarily, and you're saying caste is a sort of a cloak and a cover for it. I mean, at the essence is Hindu hate.
It was used by the British. It's currently being used by the so-called urban Naxals at universities. It's been the best weapon to fracture our civilization.
Let's get Professor Kapil Kumar also in. You know what I'm going to do, because there's a divide right on top of the debate tonight, viewers, as you can see. The hashtag I put is JNU casteism, because I think this is casteism. But many of my panelists think it's about targeting Hindus. I also agree. I believe, actually, if you ask me, that it's about targeting Hindus using the argument of casteism, right? But it essentially emerges from Hindu hate. It's the kind of, when there was a Hafiz Saeed's favorite journalist in India took a picture with someone at Twitter, and talked about Brahminical patriarchy. It was not about caste.